Let's get ready for our final series of the day as we can crown our remaining upper bracket finalist after this series.
خلونا نتجهز أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور في المباراة الأخيرة في هذه الليلة في بلاي أوفs. خلصنا من نصف النهائي الأول والآن على طول ندخل نصف النهائي الثاني.
Now in theory this is an Eastern European showdown that you've seen many times, but you've never seen it on land. This is the first time these two teams will be meeting on a stage.
أول مرة في تاريخ هذا الفريقين راح يتواجهون في بطولة لان. شفناهم كثير في بطولات اونلاين سواء دريم ليج او غيره، لكن في بطولة لان هذا أول مرة نشهدهم قدام بعض، حتى مع تغييرات الراستر اللي صارت عندهم برضو إلى الآن ما قد تواجهوا.
We're also getting a real treat. The entire TI-10 winning roster is going to be on the stage. Sure, one of the players may be on the opposite side, but still, it's rare that you get something like that.
في 2021 بتي اي أعزائي المشاهدين كان فريق سبيريت هو اللي فاز في البطولة بالكامل، لكن في لاعب واحد طلع من الروستر اللي هو تورونتو طوكيو، والآن هو موجود مع الفريق الخصم بيكون يلعب مع بي تيم، فبتكون شيء جدا عظيم إننا نشهده إنه قد إيش بيكون فيها الهيستوري في هذه المباراة.
Now on paper, I'm kind of inclined to give bbteam the advantage. They've dropped how many games in this tournament so far?
3 games the whole tournament and they haven't lost a single series except once. So I'm guessing that they have the upper hand. أعزائنا المشاهدين اللي ما يدري، حتى الآن أكثر فريق فاز في جميع الأجيال من الجروب ستيج إلى اللحظة هذه في البلاي أوفs كلهم كانوا بي تيم، حتى هم دخلوا أصلا في أكبر عدد فوزات داخل البلاي أوفs، وحتى الآن ما خسروا ولا سيريس أبدا إلا مرة واحدة بس، ما في ولا فريق كان قريب من النتيجة هذه حتى، فيبدو لي أنهم جايين وجاهزين لنا.
Well, the beauty of these intra-regional matchups is that there are no favorites, there are no statistics, there's just Dota, so let's get it started. Team Spirit! Now, while the majority of the team are TI winners, there were used to be a lot of question marks surrounding Laurel. But after that clinic that he put against Aster yesterday, against Sumail, I don't think you can doubt him anymore. It's not a question mark, it's an exclamation at this point.
ما قدر الفريق يفوز في تي اي 2021 الا هم عارفين وش اللي ممكن يقدمونه في هذه المباراه، حتى الهيستوري اللي بينهم قدام فريق الخصم راح يساعد انه يوري وش البوتنشل حقهم، لكن خصمهم زي ما قلنا هم الافضل اللي داخلين عندنا في البلاي اوفs، فخلونا نتعرف عليهم. الأفضل في رياض ماسترز حتى الآن بي تيم. موضوع انك تقدر تفوز 12 مباراة في الجروب ستيج وما حد يكون قريب منك، المركز الثاني كان فايز 8 مباريات فقط، فارق جدا شاسع ما بينهم وبين اللي تحتهم على طول، لكن هنا في المسرح المباراة هذه ما هي غريبة عليهم، خصوصا يعني انه زي ما احنا عارفين قدامهم هيستوري مرة عريق، خصوصا انه في لاعب من فريق سبيريت متواجد معهم الآن.
Earlier in the year, Toronto Tokyo mentioned that the region needed another Maposhka, and this is his destiny. He decided to join a BB team, but talk is cheap. I gotta see it actually happen. So guys, I see we have quite a few people here ready for this match. Are you ready for this Dota? All right then, Fancy. Shall we send them?
Yep, let's do it. Please take your stations. الآن جاء الوقت أعزائي المشاهدين اللي نقدر نبدأ في المباراة الآن الأخيرة، لكن المباراة هذه بتكون الأولى من نوعها اللي ما قد شاهدناها أبداً في تاريخ دولا، فخلونا نشوف وش ممكن يقدمون.
talk is cheap, but this matchup is not, because the winning team adds an additional $900,000 to their earnings here at the Riyadh Masters. One of the biggest games. If you get into the top 3 here, Lacoste, this is equivalent to getting top 3 at TI. There's a reason why this tournament is known as the most prestigious one so far in 2023.
Yeah, it is a lot of money on the line here, and for some people here, this is the tournament of their lives pretty much. One of the reasons why we see so many competitive games, so many comebacks. This is why it's called the Defense of the Ancients. It's not over until the throne falls, and we've seen it so many times. Like, we've seen it even when the BB team played against 9 Pandas. You might think it's in the bag, but it's actually not. So play until the throne falls.
We saw it in the last series here exactly what
That
happens
as well.
if you play until the actual throne falls. And for me, the intriguing thing is going to be the mentality of a lot of these players, right? 5 of them, both on separate teams, have 1 TI, so they know how to handle high-pressure situations. 5 of them having to dig deep, I suppose, and try and find ways to ensure the pressure does not get to them on the big stage.
Yeah, for sure. I think pressure can always be real. And it's not like, it can be a day-by-day thing too. One day you can feel like no pressure whatsoever, be in the zone and play really well. And the next day you can just be like, wow, I feel nervous today for some reason. I'm just playing terribly. And it really just depends on the day. And it's really hard to explain how it is, because I've felt that way too. Like, some days I'm just feeling so good and everything's right. And then sometimes you just feel bad and don't play well.
Well, we're going to be seeing which team feels the best here coming into this opening game between Team Spirit and BB Team. Radiant side first pick for Team Spirit, Dire side second pick for BB Team. And BSJ, the one concern I do have about the squad, despite having incredibly high skill on BB Team, they have the second smallest hero pool of every team at this tournament. And eventually, that's going to start to become a detriment.
Yeah, I've expressed skepticism about their drafts time and time again, where I'm like, man, Pure moved new to the offlane role, Toronto, Tokyo, new to the support role. These guys, they're just picking comfort zone heroes because they don't know how to play the other stuff, and I don't like their draft, and then they win anyway. So, you know, I do still think the onus is on Team Spirit to not only outdraft them, but to also make them lose against counters. Like, they're not going to have the most ideal 10th picks unless it's potentially Nightfall, their most seasoned core player on his respective role, but at the end of the day, like, the laning stage mountain is the one they need to climb.
Pretty much. I mean, say he has the lowest hero pool at Riyadh Masters. If you exclude, you know, Saksa and Raykill, who were kind of stand-ins for this tournament, he only played 4 heroes so far at this tournament, which is pretty nuts to think about, that they're so close to getting top 3 with one player only playing 4 heroes. And these heroes have been some of the nerfed heroes, like Pugna, Techies mostly, Keeper of the Light. He's up there, so you're probably gonna know coming into this matchup what you're gonna play against, at least from the safe lane role.
Yeah, but at the same time, I would say, like, we've seen like Gaming Gladiators run just like 3 strategies at a time and like win majors, right? Because they were just so good at it. So this is definitely going to be a battle of a team, BB team, who likes their specific heroes. They're going to pick, you're going to see it coming, and then you're playing versus Spirit, who's a team that I feel like they're either counter-picking or they're figuring it as they go right now, and they're picking a lot of unique heroes. You saw Bristleback the other day with an AA. They've got a lot of new different strategies, but are they going to be able to pull off these strategies? They don't play a lot because they're playing a new strat every game against a team that is super well polished like BB Team.
I'm feeling a bit more confidence about Team Spirit, if I'm honest here, BSJ, primarily because they're playing on Radiant side with first pick. That has usually been the winning formula for BB Team. They're 100% on first pick. They're 84% if playing on the Radiant side. So already they're playing on a bit more of an uncomfortable pace at this tournament.
Yeah, I was fascinated by this Lion pick for Team Spirit. Of all the heroes to prioritize first, I actually theory crafted that it synergizes well with Darkseer, and it's also good against Darkseer for killing the illusions later. So I was wondering if they were going to pick Darkseer on 8, if that had any like contribution to them picking it this way. But I don't necessarily know, like, if you're giving them a counter pick in the carry role on BB Team with an Undying 5 position already, is that a laneable lane, like with Lion Darkseer?
Yeah, you know what you're going to play into. Darkseer is super strong laner, so I think they have a lot of options left in the pool to deal with these 2 heroes. Sure, it's shutdowns like Medusa-type heroes, especially Medusa, some illusion-based heroes as well, because you're making the illusions. You have more illusions than them, killing their own illusions with Lion's mana drain, so you're like... pretty much, but I do like what BB Team drafted for themselves. This is like a statement as well, because... They talked in the interview, we said it on the panel, strong lanes, and I see Undying, I see Techies. Techies has been nerfed, but still, if he's paired up with the strong offlaner, it's very hard to deal with these two heroes.
Been a lot of classic lane matchups that we've seen throughout the year here with this Undying. Drow comes to mind. Maybe, given that you can't pick like the Terrorblades, the Morphlings, those seem dangerous into the docks here, does that give additional priority to the Drow Ranger perhaps?
I have not been a huge fan of this Drow Ranger right now. I will say, though, if Yatoro is playing it, maybe I get a little more confidence. He does like that hero, but he's not playing against the Darkseer this game. Both these players, Nightfall and Yatoro, they've proven that they have a huge hero pool in this tournament. They can play a multitude of heroes, but a lot of the ones that Yatoro would want to play, or Nightfall, some of the good ones are taken out that way. But I don't think Morphling's that bad, honestly, against the Darkseer, but you are playing versus a line, so maybe not. That's part of the strength of why they picked this Darkseer as well. It will limit the hero pool and kind of give them a good idea of what Nightfall might want to play in this game.
Yeah, I remember talking to Seb at TI10, and he talked about how these Tier 1 teams, they pick a lot of their heroes in order to simplify the enemy's draft, meaning that if you pick Darkseer, they're not going to pick Medusa, Naga, Terrorblade. So you're effectively pigeonholing them into specific heroes. And Morphling is a hero that you tend to generally see Undying Morph, and we've seen it own the Darkseer in lane. But now you also have the Lion, the instant hex, reliable burst. Yeah, even with the Shard on Morphling, you cannot attribute shift through hexes because they're also considered silences. So they still have the answer, but I'm still concerned about their laning phase as we
grab ally.
Grab ally.
Yeah, that comes in clutch. This ability, like even after the changes, it feels super strong. Just like the save for 3 seconds, you gotta focus the Tombstone, he gets out maybe after 2 seconds, and then another save, maybe a 4-step, a Glimmer Cape, insane ability. Might be overtuned, but yeah, one of the reasons why Undying is popular, has been super popular in the previous patch, pre some of the nerfs, but still feels super strong. And they go with Morphling overall. They use this last ban that they have in the second banning stage, removing Ancient Apparition, a hero that hasn't been talked at all until we got to the playoffs, and he seems to be like a hero of the playoffs pretty much for me, because some of these healing heroes, when you play against 9 pandas, you know that there's going to be some alchemists coming up, Morphling always strong, and the Lesh IO combination that we've seen time and time again through Riyadh Masters, so you got to stop the healing, and not really surprised that the Ancient Apparition is banned overall.
You know what stops the healing? Drow Ranger.
Yep.
Hey.
Yeah, the ET Drow is like what I was thinking for Team Spirit here. Clockwork Drow.
Could be Clock Drow.
Be cool.
What I find interesting about this Ancient Apparition here, Fear, is that up until yesterday, when they deployed this Ancient Apparition, or 2 days ago, when they deployed it against Team Aster, it was never banned in the entire tournament.
Yeah.
Aster were the first team to ban it after losing to it, and now bbteam recognizing, yeah, I mean, Postcode's a bit cracked on this hero, just get it out of the game.
It's definitely on the radar, and they planned on picking Morphling anyway, so it seemed like a bit of a no-brainer there, so it definitely makes sense. And do you want the best carry matchup here, or do you want to save your carry for last pick so we can get to see his lane a bit more and pick your mid here? Choices I think Team Spirit are thinking about right now, because if you do pick Drow Ranger here, as it is good against this, but the instant like is gonna come out, right? Like if they pick Drow here, I know what I want. So this is the risk you run by picking your carry here, because you're gonna have an instant counter pick as we saw without bans.
They were waiting, like this was half a second after immediate Lycan, pretty much. It says, you know, we know what you're gonna go for. They know that the Drow Ranger is good matchup against Morphling, but they don't have this Lycan pick covered.
And I've been a little worried so far from the Drow Rangers I have seen so far. It's not like the Drow of old where you can just slam it in the first phase with some Undying and you're just good. The hero's going to hit some timing, you're going to win. Feels like if you do have these heroes like the Batrider, Lycan that can really just stay on top of the Drow, the game plan gets very complicated on how to play the Drow in these type of team fights, and the Morphlings becomes very simple. Just wait until one of my other cores or supports are on top of the Drow, then I can show.
I will say that usually Drow has a tougher time when there's a hero like Storm, like Ember, like Puck, or Tiny even. That's a nice ban. That's a very Eastern European kind of hero where you're running away from this Lycan, and then this hero's like wrapping behind you and cutting you off and saying like, there's no escaping us. But they don't have that kind of hero yet. And I think that Team Spirit's draft is pretty good at peeling you off of the Drow. You have the stuns from Lion, the vacuum wall, Darkseer, Clockwork's very good at disjointing fights. So while I think Lycan is a sick pick, and it's definitely good against Drow, by no means do I think Drow is like going to be unable to position in these fights so far.
Like he doesn't care if he is in shapeshift about your frost arrows, about your hexes. It needs to be stun. It needs to be hookshot, cogs pretty much, and A bit of a surprising ones, I would say, bans coming out from Team Spirit, because Tiny is slightly on the weaker side compared to some other mid laners that are left in the pool, but I want to see like their pick. Why did they exactly ban Tiny?
I think they wanted Puck themselves. Like, I think the Puck is bad against both the heroes that they banned, so that might have been what BB team was reading.
A lot of good mid laners are gone here. I was thinking Pango went out. Pango's out. We got the Ember out. Puck's out. Storm's out.
Queen of Pain, Wind Ranger.
Here.
Like these heroes, so there's something maneuverable, especially for Team Spirit, because they don't have lockdown. Like their heroes are really lacking in that department, so most likely Wind Ranger could be Queen of Pain, something that can roam around freely in a team fight, because these heroes, they don't care about Lycan. Eventually, maybe there's going to be like a nullifier for Wind Ranger, but other than that, it seems pretty good.
Yeah, I think the natural Gleipnir builder.
Yeah,
the Gleipnir builder is nice, because that's like one way to deal with the summons running at you.
Okay, so summons have been dealt with. On the side of BB team, they still need a matchup to go into the mid lane for themselves. So what stands out to you, Fear, as a GPK hero that's going to provide them? They also need some disable for themselves, and they need a lane matchup into the Wind Ranger, and they need a hero that can scale throughout the game.
I mean, something new is coming out for sure here, because all the heroes that he might want to play aren't really good in this game, or all the heroes he has played to this point. And I think what they just really need right now is some type of initiator. Lycan, he's going to take care of like the nullifier, the physical damage, or maybe we'll go Helm, doesn't really matter at that point. But he needs someone to walk around the map and probably play as a Dragonite a possibility here.
I was about to say.
I was going to say Kunkka with a Blade Mill.
Oh,
no, GPK special.
No pirate, please.
No, the pirate has not been doing
Okay, fine. Dragonite's fine too.
Are there any other options?
I'm sure there is, but it's hard to like see.
I was thinking Quap on their side, but then again, you're playing it into Lion, into like Drow Ranger. I don't think this is an easy pick. I'm mostly down for some good old Dragonite, because they lack in stun department, and it just provides them with the low cooldown stun, some extra damage, and also BB team, a team that does love to scale when it comes down to late game, because you know that Pure, he's an ex-position 1 player, so he's going to be building into carry items.
Oh,
okay, that's a good option, but then again, you're picked into Clockwork, so that's my concern. Into Gust, not sure if I like it too much.
The other option is, right, like you pick the Dragonite into Drow Darkseer, doesn't feel great either, so I don't think there was a perfect last pick here.
Well, what does it inspire confidence in you seeing the GPK Primal Beast BSJ? Because this is going to be the first time he's deploying it at this tournament. Is this the kind of game with $1 million on the line to go for the PB?
The reason I suggested the Kunkka was a hero that buys Phase Blade Mail. It gives you all the plus armor against Drow, and it allows you to just run at these heroes whose really only defense is to hit you. So I think that's what they were thinking with this Primal Beast. Yeah, it's countered by the Clockwork, but once you have like Blade Mail BKB, your job in the fights is to be that hero that wraps behind the pressure that they're going to be able to create on Yatoro bottom with the pure level 6 and GPK on the Primal Beast mid. I can see what they're going for, but I do think they're going to take a BB team. I think they've got too much early game momentum from the lanes.
Yeah, I like what Team Spirit drafted for themselves. Maybe lacking slightly when it comes down to tower damage, especially sieging the high ground, so they need to take the fight, but overall, very good lineup at taking the fights, very good scaling lineup overall. Again, I don't like Primal Beast into Clockwork. I've seen it way too many times, not just this tournament, but coming into this tournament as well. There have been too many games where Primal Beast became very popular, and not a big fan of it.
Fear, even though Primal Beast into Clock is a bit rough, earlier in the year we saw that Drow Rangers were reliably losing into Primal Beast. So isolating the Clockwork away from the Drow Ranger, is that a viable strategy for BBT?
They can try their best. It's going to be, a lot is going to depend on gameplay, and that's what I like about these two drafts. I can't say one team has the definitive edge in the draft. It feels like whoever just makes the better decision-making, better plays in this game will honestly take this game, and these are the games I love to watch.
And who are you backing, though?
I'm definitely going to back BB team on this one, because the clock is annoying, but I'm going to believe in GPK this game, that he's going to be able to evade him and get that early BKB. That's what you really need. You need a fast BKB when you play this Primal versus Clock. If you can get there quickly, the matchup doesn't matter as much.
All right, well, we're going to be seeing what my panel's predictions, whether or not they're going to be coming to pass here as we are about to get into our first game. Before we do, though, we have some casters waiting in the wings, but we also have Jenkins on the floor with the coach in him.
Hey, Silent.
Hey.
Okay, you guys first picked Lion. Why'd you do that?
Good hero.
Okay, doesn't want to reveal much. I get it. How about this last pick, GPK Primal Beast? Did that surprise you?
A little bit. I think we could pick a lot of heroes, so it's one of them.
If this game goes late, do you win?
If it goes late and we are not losing like 20k, I think we have good chances. Yeah, I think we are stronger late game.
All right, well, if you're a Team Spirit fan, you want them to go late game this game. And you know who else wants it to go late game? Suns fan and Kezu.
Thank you very much, Jenkins. Team Spirit and BB Team. Suns fan here with Kezu. Game number 1 of another upper bracket matchup. This time, Eastern Europeans at it again. So far, BB Team has had to play through 9 Pandas.
Yep.
And now Team Spirit, they just cannot leave their region. These teams know them better than anyone. So I feel like it's always a scary opponent, despite BB Team being considered possibly the most skilled team in the entire world.
I mean, both teams are disgustingly good. But Team Spirit's form right now with some of their players and how they're performing is just some top-notch. So we're honestly in for a banger game. There's Bounty Runes.
Yep, Mira.
Body blocks.
Yeah, the body blocks from the Wolves are about to expire, though. See if that's enough for him to be able to get away, as Toronto Tokyo will continue to chase and then back away.
No early blood grenade action here.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's not Solo playing it, so not going to be using it. But
chilling.
B-Boom, they do get the 3 out of the 4 bounties, it looks like.
Definitely good start for them as Collapse. He's going to want to try and get himself through this early laning stage. Undying certainly a little bit annoying, but you do have the double... Oh, Nightfall. Losing just half HP to the shells here.
No big deal. All right, so yeah, talk to me about these lineups, because we get to see the old Drow Ranger. This time it's Yatoro, who actually might buy Glacier. Not quite the meme. I mean, we'll see if that's actually true.
Honestly, Yatoro, I think he's the best Drow Ranger in Dota. I think with how I've seen him perform lately, I'm expecting a sick performance out of him. For BB here, so you have Primal Beast. Sure, he's picked into Clock, as they also touched on the panel. But you have Lycan. Like, when these 2 heroes help each other a lot getting into the fight, so sure, maybe you lock down one, but the other one, it could just be overwhelming, and that's what Team Boom Boom are going to have to play for here, in this mid-game especially. Like, get in together and take the fight.
Toronto Tokyo.
Easy deny.
He is out of mana, but he has a crap ton of mangoes at his disposal. That's Collapse.
Good man up here from him. Like, he just makes sure that Toronto Tokyo couldn't take this wave and pull it into Mira's wave, who's currently just dragging it around. Because what you love as a Darkseer, just have your creeps chilling behind the tower. Don't have to use too much mana to last hit. And just get yourself through like these early pesky levels of this Undying.
Yeah, so does Mira give solo XP here?
Yeah. He's just going to go and body Toronto Tokyo, who's going to come over to try and contest. Just going to give all this XP to his good old friend.
Delicious.
Collapse.
Absolutely beautiful. See another Impale come out. In the mid lane, GPK will be playing the Primal Beast versus Laurel's Wind Ranger. The panel kind of talked about the Primal Beast pick.
Yeah.
I mean, typically a strong hero, but against the likes of Clockwork, I mean, it just felt like there was not that great of a pickup as Toronto Tokyo. Another right click is actually enough for Mira, despite being a pathetic Lion. He'll be able to get the Courier as well, and he'll be taking another wave for his Darkseer to farm up eventually.
That Mira kind of owning so far, getting all this chip damage, first blood, now pulling another wave for Collapse, as he does have stick charges.
Yeah, Adaptive Strike, not quite enough, and Mira will survive. He's getting everything out of this. Will likely go back to base now, or not.
Oh, perfect timing. There's a Lotus. I don't know if he wants to contest that with 80 HP.
Yeah, well, we've seen crazier things this tournament, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, talk to me about the Primal Beast pick into the likes of Clock.
I do think that Primal Beast is, as Mr. Laurel drops a branch that he can't eat yet because he has no Tango. But Primal is really good with these summon heroes. I think it's great to have this mid hero that can easily rotate around the map. And Wind Ranger and Drow Ranger, they both hate heroes that get on top of them. So even though you're into the Clock, I think with all this overwhelming movement, it should be A-okay. I do hope he goes Blade Mail. Because if you don't buy it against Wind Ranger, it's got to be a dead item. And it's good on Primal.
Everybody says that, and then people stop building it entirely.
He will buy it. I have faith in GPK.
You might be right here.
I'm right.
And Laurel right now sitting on 18-2, so GPK with a slight advantage in lane so far. And the bot lane, we can see Yatoro actually struggling a bit in the CS. 12-3 right now, if you compare that to the Morph a little bit behind.
I mean, I would say that BBT have a better bottom lane. Like, you have Clock 5. Clock is not very good against Lycan in the lane. Also, and you have to lance it against Lycan. And there's consistently this +4 techies who's just clapping you from 8 billion range.
Toronto Tokyo putting down the tombstone. Mira gets a nice impale, trying to save Collapse's life. He might have to sacrifice himself for the greater good. Will get the gold out of the tombstone, dies shortly after.
Just very good play here from BBT. Oh, GPK!
Big onslaught from GPK making his way over from the mid lane. They take out Yatoro. Miposhka being chased by wolves will likely still live.
Very nice move.
Very early rotation.
Yeah, with the double wave on the tower, getting the kill on him. Ooh, and Miposhka TP's out with barely any HP, but it's just to the tier 1. It's all this experience. He's going to be able to pick up some of it. Does salve up. Here comes Yatoro. Long TP though.
Sticky bomb.
Oh, welcome back.
I thought that was definitely going to be onto the clock as Yatoro already close to half HP. He's going to get pursued by these wolves.
They are so annoying.
Be a bit careful here. Gets off the guts. It's Miposhka making his way over. These wolves are so annoying.
Good job by Miposhka.
Pop his fairy fire. There's the blood grenade again. Miposhka wants to finish off the techies and he'll do so. Gets off the cogs as well, so more damage on the Pure with the tower. Getting a couple pop shots as well. TP's coming in as Laurel gets off the... Whoa, he gets off the shackle into the beautiful power shot.
The beautiful pause.
May have forgotten the name of that spell just for a brief moment.
He did make up for it. So as Laurel makes a good rotation, as GPK was back in base, so he had to end up going back mid. Early runes will come out soon, but BBT, a lot of pressure down in this bottom lane. As Yatoro.
Another sticky bomb with the blast off on top, and just like that, Yatoro dead for a second time. So when you thought that their lane was equalized a bit, he goes down again. But you can see the level advantage. Pure only level 3 right now, and his support in the tech is 4.
A big move from Save here. Getting all this XP for himself. Now he can also leave Pure for a little bit to just pick up all these levels and farm for himself. So as Yatoro is going to have to make his way down bottom with a TP. Laurel going back to base, but he doesn't have a TP, so you have to walk out. GPK looking around. Arcane Rune, very scary. I mean, Primal Beast has got to be... He's the best rune hero in the game. I think we talked about this like another time as well. Haste, Shield Rune, DD, Arcane Rune. I'm pretty sure we did. You just have goddamn goldfish brain.
Yeah, heard worse, so I'll take it. I mean, there's some runes that... I mean, Storm Spirit regen, right? But yeah, the others.
Yes.
Well, everything but illusion, essentially. Nice cogs. Yeah. Stop that onslaught in its tracks. As Save actually taking quite a bit of damage from Miposhka, but the trample is likely enough. Although the deny to the Mud Golems?
Nope.
No. GPK will claim another kill for himself.
Easy chunk down for GPK on the Beast.
And has a level advantage on the mid lane as well. And you can see with about a 400 net worth lead in addition.
I mean, BBT, they've got a lot of big timings here for now. Collapse in some trouble, will surge out.
Waveform didn't look like it connected there. Collapse will live. Has the Vanguard intact now as Mira coming in with an Impale. I mean, what kind of a build do you want to see on Darkseer this game? Is this a Crimson game?
Yeah, it's got to be some aura. Crimson or Pipe. I think like both is pretty good. It was a little bit of a miss. But I do think Spirit are in a little bit of trouble here. That's a 3k gold lead at 7 minutes against a lineup that in the mid game honestly has a lot of options to overrun you. There's the Blade Mail.
Okay, all right. Very good boy.
Yes. There's Arcane Rune farming with the Trample. Very nice.
I mean, do you prefer Blade Mail when you're behind or ahead? Or does it matter?
I think it's just up to like hero matchup. Okay. Sure, I guess you would always love to just be ahead, but against these heroes, no matter if you're ahead or behind, it feels great. Miposhka.
8-minute rune. It's going to be the haste picked up by Save. Might cost him his life, although he gets off the taser, runs away. Focus fire onto GPK, but he's going to be able to get the onslaught off. Mira with the Impale shortly after. Tombstone, along with the blast off. You can see how fast the Techies is with that haste still intact. And Laurel, Hurricane back into the river, and a quick pulverize is enough. Toronto Tokyo gets credit for that one.
Nice play from
dead for
Pure.
Spirit. And 2x B team able to take a pretty sizable lead now in the landing stage at 4K.
This early game is looking disgusting for Spirit because this Morphling from Nightfall, I don't really see how you kick him out. Whereas in return, I would say Pure is going to kick out Yatoro from this bottom. Like 5k gold lead at 850.
Yeah.
Not good.
Very absurd.
feel like every Drow game we see
Yeah.
like this. Was Fear right? That Drow sucks.
Yeah, he was correct. He called that it sucks even before they picked it. Oh no. Uh-oh.
Yeah, now we have a smoke.
Yeah, Toro, pull out your
BB
TI sensors
team.
and TP out. Uh-oh.
GPK.
Oh no.
They're going to see
Oh,
Toro.
no.
I hear Lycan popping his ult as well. They're just going to go in for the
Boom.
good old-fashioned pulverize.
think he's
They
dead.
don't need much else. Trying to TP out, but the creeps more than enough as Pure doesn't even bother bringing his hero over. Just lets the creeps do their job. And with all these heroes here, you have to think that the Tier 1 is also in peril for the side of Team Spirit.
Well, this is why everyone fears this team. But they're the strongest individual laning team, I would say, in all of Dota 2 right now, and they're showing that here. This might be a 6k lead at 10.
It is.
That is disgusting.
Well, we got some stacks for potential catch-up here from Team Spirit's side. And aside from the stacks, what do they need to try to do to get back in this game? Because you can see the top 3 net worths all on the side.
They need,
team.
okay, we need support level 6s. I think especially Miposhka 6 to be Iron Shelled, so that's good. You need a Iron Shell hookshot and like try to pick off maybe GPK when he's in the front. I don't really see Nightfall being able to die here unless you smoke, hex, stun, finger him like in a really nice position. So Spirit, they need levels, smoke up, use your spells and try and get back in this game. Not on GPK though, because he's got a shield rune with a blade mail.
Yeah.
So before you kill him, you guys are all killing yourselves.
Yeah. And although he doesn't have one in Uproar, some part of him doesn't mind being focus fired anyway.
Oh, he
Quick
wants
Uproar
to be
stacks,
oh.
And of course with Blade Mail now being acquired.
Collapse is in
you would love it.
trouble.
GPK making his way to the top lane with the trample into the pulverize. And GPK ends up with the kill instead of Nightfall, but yeah, everything going the way of BB team right now.
It's not easy for them to play this map right now, right? And we can see, oh, if they can steal these stacks too. Or just force a fight here for BBT.
GPK. Oh boy. Cogs comes out. Onslaught is going to be disrupted by the Cogs. And GPK going for the trample play.
Not taking any damage.
Yeah, I don't know if Spirit can even contest this, especially considering the rest of BB team are here and ready. Even if it gets split, this is a win for BB team.
I hear a Lycan
Takes
form as
back.
well. Pure is coming.
Sticky bomb onto Laurel. Mira, he's gonna.
Holy.
The creeps just kill them all by themselves.
He's dead as well.
They don't even need a hero involved, and Laurel is next. And this is getting out of hand. BB team are crushing Team Spirit in this game number 1.
Okay, that's going to be a 12-minute Tier 1 tower after stealing all their stacks, and Spirit, it's going to be hard for them to kind of crawl their way back in this. I do think there's got to be a smoke available after what, you push out some lanes, maybe a Toro forces people bottom, then he dodges the gank and gets the TP out, but an 8k lead at this point is just filthy.
See the replay here. Not only getting the stacks, but heroes. Look at Mira. This is one of the most pathetic deaths I've seen
He
in a
doesn't
long
even
time.
have to hit him with the hero. He's just dying to skeletons.
Yeah. I did say that, but you weren't listening, of course. But
Yeah, just returning the favor.
Yep, sounds good.
Nope.
Oh, this is blocked. GPK gets off his blade, but dies
That's a big
shortly
one.
after. Laurel, super
Save.
low, will be able to just barely get out of dodge, and that's a double kill for Collapse showing up. It's a nice wall. They get some valuable kills on the way of, on the side of Spirit.
We have
gonna need a
seen
lot more
this
than that.
in some of the matches, both Kiyotaka and GPK. I do think there's a, you know, a way for overplaying on their side. As Spirit, some very needed comeback gold and experience in this game. And of course, they're still up 7k at 13, so I don't think they mind too much.
Yeah, a lot of these core players do have the ability to make questionable decisions when they're very confident.
Yeah, as do you.
Thank you. I was thinking more of 23 Savage in the last game. Too soon, perhaps.
Too soon. Stop,
soon?
stop.
Yeah,
If you're listening,
that
I'm
was actually
sorry.
really rough to watch.
Don't do it. Moving on to this game because I don't want to cry.
Pure has the Helm of the Overlord finished at base, and BB team are looking for another potential catch here on the Atoro, who, I mean, he has treads, almost done with the Dragon Lance, but just needs a lot more than that.
I mean, BB team, if they just start the fight on their terms, like with some Lycan form at the same time where GPK is like an onslaught into the fight, I don't really see how Spirit can kind of fight back. So they'll have to look around these tier 2s, maybe with glyphs available, which currently they don't have, and just like keep playing the map. Yatoro needs more time, Larl needs more time. But if BB just come at you on their pace, it's really hard to respond.
Yeah. They're showing already early on in game number 1 why they are potentially the most feared team in Dota right now. As long as they can keep their heads on straight, which is a big if, let's be real.
Being real.
But if they do, they have a lot of potential to be potential champions even in a tournament like this.
I mean, game is slowing down a little bit. If BB team don't find too many aggressive moves, they can definitely think about Roche very soon, as Nightfall absolutely untouched in this game so far on the Morphling as well. And Pure's net worth is, I mean, all their net worths are actually disgusting. 8,000 on Lycan at 14 minutes.
Yeah. Is there any potential for Spirit to try to, I was going to say steal Roche, but BB team have a way better Roche team as well.
Spirit have done it
Focus Fire Drow with the clockwork up front.
Spirit have done it before, but honestly, if BBT give up Roche or Spirit get to sneak it, I feel like BBT would have to be actual AFK.
Yeah.
So I don't see it happening this time around, as Yatoro
spotted, gets off a nice gust, but
it will only delay.
Yeah, Pulverize to come. You can see a TP coming in, Tombstone placed as well. Another easy kill.
Oh, they got Nightfall.
Okay. Okay, was that?
The 2 supports coming in clutch.
Low on Agi, or high on Agi, I suppose. Low on brain cells, maybe, for me. As a tier 2 tower will be taken out, so despite losing their carry, they get the other carry.
Actually, a sick play as they did that without vision, so Massive just ran in, got the instant hex into the finger off, but BB team do get the tier 2, and looks like they're probably just going to be thinking about Roche here.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, we just see it on the minimap, as Miro just gets to run it on Nightfall. Just claps him out of the... Oh, yeah. Oh, the hook shot as well for good measure.
That's right. Can't take any chances when you're down this much. And to the Roche pit they will likely go. And
Nightfall does not care about the Roche.
No. Doesn't really have to, because you have Pure on the Lycan, and that's the main way that you will be able to shred this guy.
Just being very efficient. I think they're just going to give it to GPK here, allow him to continue to get into the map, as Nightfall is going to just rack up his gold and XP in this game.
Yeah, Pure Sacred Relics on the list, so I would assume it's a Nullifier.
Nullifier is a very good item in this game. All the Hurricane Pikes that may come out, the Wind Run, the Surge as well. So very good itemization here from Pure. Just continue to push the game forward with your net worth lead in this game.
Smoke from Spirit. They need to get something out of this. That goes without saying.
Do they have any wards on them? They have one on the clock, and they do see Nightfall.
Yeah. Find a way to surprise him. Techie's mine. Uses his waveform, but you can see Spirit just really careful, thinking that there's an entire team behind Nightfall, and they're not far off. That helps, though. Blink onto the Lion. That is a way to be able to close the gap and surprise the likes of Morphling.
Yeah, I think 5-on-5s is still very hard for Spirit to take in this game, which means you want to try to keep a more open map. Look for pickoffs as BB team. Hello, Yatoro.
Yeah, another Pulverize into a trample, but the mech comes out from Collapse. Is it going to be enough to save? Yatoro puts down the wall as Pure. I think he has one thing on his mind. He wants the Drow. Shackles there, though, into the Focus Fire. And this is going to be the death of Pure. Too aggressive from BB team. As Toronto Tokyo might be next on the list. Although GPK comes in with an onslaught, getting controlled shortly after.
Reinforcements are here.
Despite having the Aegis, Spirit able to capitalize on the positioning error there from Pure.
Pretty sick that they actually get to like hold a little bit, get some of these kills into the game, because I mean when you're this far ahead, like giving up a few of these kills is very costly.
Yeah. Still a 7K lead, of course, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. BKB now on GPK, but he gets hook shot into the cogs.
He's gonna walk it off
to the outside, and now Onslaught's back in.
BKB is here.
Into the Pulverize, showing off that newly picked up BKB. Double kill for Nightfall. And BB team, I was gonna say they're close to the Torment.
but it's 19.
When you cast the games, it will spawn at 18 minutes, of course,
I
just
wish.
like last time.
That'll be a good buff. I mean, they're going to ignore for 10 minutes anyway, so what's the point?
It's true. It could be up and no one cares.
Yeah.
As GPK, he just baits you with the high five. You think he's being stupid, but he's just baiting you. He just walks it off, comes back in with his freshly picked up BKB. Easy double kill for them.
Yeah.
He's continuing to push the game forward here.
Execution from BB Team. Extremely high level right now. They're playing, in this tournament, they've been playing the best Dota that they've ever played,
Yeah.
I would say.
Now, ooh, Mira with the Hex blink out.
Onslaught's coming for you, though, and the blast up actually cancels the TP.
Oh, they saw him.
And they gain vision. Pulverizes there into the Techie's mind. 11K lead for B plus B team.
I mean, they are kind of doing it. And also, a lot of the itemization is great. I love the drums on Toronto, going for the Force next. Save already has a Force F himself, too. We touched on the Nullifier, which on Pure is nearly out. So they're just continuing to eat up this map. Nightfall playing around top, working or trying to work on his Ag and his Scepter as well. Of course, that's a big timing for the good old Waterman.
And this lead just continuing to grow.
Oh, focus fire on...
Spirit have not done anything to get back in this game. He actually takes over another creep, so Laurel doesn't even get the gold for that one.
Good job from Pure, not to feed any gold away.
Yep, and his Nullifier is about to be finished. Aegis is up for another minute on the side of GPK.
Pure's Nullifier and Helm of Overlord before even having level 2 ult. That is disgusting.
Yeah, it's been that kind of a game for BB Team.
Poshka is doing some space.
Yeah, doing something. I was going to say, so for Team Spirit, the one thing they could have done was try to contest the Roche, or at least take it before BB Team, but obviously the Aegis already on the side of their counterparts. Struggling to find a way for them to get back into this game, but the high ground defense could be a potential thing.
They see them on this great ward.
Pipe is picked up by Collapse. Well, Save not able to get the full initiation.
Okay, good surge.
Markseer able to surge himself. Maposhka might be the one caught out, though. Pavis applied. Nice vacuum to give him a little bit of space. Being able to hook shot to a zombie. It looks like Nullifier to the other side of the wall. Impenetrable. No way to get through, but the Tormentor will be going the way of Bebop Team. And let's see who gets the shard.
Save, run away, bro.
It's going to go to Save.
The reactive Taserinsky.
And that on Lycan, on Primal Beast, on Morphling, absurdly good.
Okay, so Pipe is completed. I don't even think Collapse is going to want to even bother building a Crimson Guard. Like, there's a Nullifier already on Dire, so no need for that. There's a Lizard pushing in the lane for Pure. Blink completed as well. Some of these item timings are not okay on BB Team. But overall for Spirit, like, they are falling behind, yeah, but I think they're still doing a decent job at maintaining the map.
They're the best team in the world.
Because they kill both
Tormentors, both dead at 22 minutes. Grab ally at your disposal. That's, of course, the one they've been wanting.
Of course.
Because everyone would want that for free.
I mean, now even if Spirit go together and try to get a pick off, it's just hard. There's going to be the grab ally if Toronto Tokyo can make his way there, so I think for Spirit, the gameplay will not change in the next few minutes. You need to split push. You need to get to the later stages of this game.
Defending this tier 1 tower, not wanting to give up an inch anywhere on the map. Let's see if they're able to get this tier 1 at the very least. You would think that BB Team would show some mercy to the regional counterparts, Team Spirit.
So just Nightfall pushes in bottom. They might just go for the mid tier 2 next, and honestly, they might even like end up poking this high ground. They know that Spirit have nothing in them to fight back in this game. And BB Team, they're one of the most aggressive teams. Like, they're not going to shy away from making a crazy play and just trying to get in your face even more.
Yeah. Well, Collapse does have a bunch of utility for a potential high ground defense. And I mean, how powerful could this back wall be? Getting illusions of a Morphling always pretty good, especially when they're this farm. There's GPK.
Space.
Defending the tier 1 tower. Maposhka will die. Mira's going to get spotted out, but should be able to TP.
Still getting some decent items. We got the Philosopher's Stone. Yatoro, probably. Yeah, I mean, they're going to try what? Get this Aghanim, the Vac Wall you touched on. Morph Illusion is a banger one.
Yeah.
That's for sure. But the rest kind of meh. I mean, I guess you can steal the Lycan Helm of Overlord for your Drow and for your Wind Ranger, so that's not a joke. Getting that aura is pretty good.
I feel like we've seen a few games in this tournament where a team gets off to a really good start in the laning stage, and the other team is able to at least stem the bleeding to some degree. But this is just getting worse and worse and worse, and they're not really even fighting.
They can't
bleed
fight.
is just growing.
Yeah, it's with how bbteam are playing, it's just not easy for them to move around this map, because wherever they go, just gotta run away. You need to be afraid of the wolves as well. Might be giving you vision there. So overall, I mean, Spirit have got to play the clock here.
Well, it's a bit of a later Roche, so I guess that is perhaps good news for Spirit. 2 minutes away, as Greaves now online for Collapse.
Nope.
We're going to see the Pulverize onto Miposhka. Does pop his Pavis, but he is all alone.
Any hook shots?
Finally stacks there. TPing, he's actually going to be out.
Space.
Yeah. I mean, GPK obviously could have popped his BKB a little bit earlier. But
I would say both of them are like kind of okay with this. You kick out the clock, but I think Miposhka is also very happy about just making some space. Because any more golden XP you can get, as Shapeshift was used to. Okay. So, Bebop's gonna wait for the Roche. As Larl in the triangle, but looks like GPK is hunting.
Yeah, he's gonna get the Pulverize to start things out. And Larl
nice onslaught.
Get onslaughted after the fact his Collapse gets off his Grease, but a
Surge
nice
pipe.
blast off coming in from Save, but a beautiful Vac Wall with the multi-shot to follow. Looks like this Undying is gonna be the first to fall. So finally, Team Spirit showing some signs of life.
Can we show the CS department real quick? I think Yatoro's CS in this game, with the position they're in, is actually disgusting.
That's true.
269, like, he has an Axe in this fight. He did split the Dragonlance, which we have seen before. Collapse with a very nice turn here. You get the Vac Wall, I think Greaves, Pipe, Surge, everything to keep Larl alive. And Yatoro, I mean, let's not underestimate the Drow versus Morph matchup. It's a good one for the Drow Ranger if you do get to hit.
Yep, that is true. All right, well, Team Spirit
not
cutting into this lead
that.
a bit. That's the first time they've cut into this ever-growing lead. It was about 16K before. Now to 12. As they're going to smoke up, knowing that Roche could potentially be spawning, and he actually will be in 5 seconds. Save will be able to spot this first with the mine.
Still not an easy fight for Spirit. Sure, you do have this Aghanims on your Toro, and you're getting more items on your cores, but BBT is still majorly in the driver's seat here, right? You've got all these BKBs. Even Nightfall picked up his BKB.
Yeah, they're trying. You can see Spirit are trying to do the cheeky steal. But they're gonna need some sort of vision.
They need Miposhka too. So you can maybe try, what, Rocket Flare into a steal?
If you Rocket Flare, that gives them a little bit of time, if it's not perfectly timed.
I'm down for this play. Here it comes.
Might just go for the blind hook shot right after Roche dies. This is the second Roche, so maybe he'll be able to get the cheese.
Oh, can Mira do them dirty?
One of the two.
He lost vision. 3, 2,
Mira.
Finger it!
Going in really deep. There's a big blast off though as Nightfall kills Mira, takes the Aegis. That is unfortunate for Team Spirit as bbteam continue to win every engagement, it feels like, minus that last small one.
Well, this is just both teams playing a very nice Dota. Like, Spirit know that, okay, we cannot contest this. What is the best thing we can do? Keep your cores farming, while the two heroes who could maybe contest, he was very close. Like, if they had got like one hit of more each and he fingers the Roche here and it dies, he just got it.
Yeah, that was close.
So honestly, nice heads-up play from both teams. Oh yeah, the bird's eye view.
Beautiful. So Aegis cheese on the side of bbteam.
Lots of drawing coming out as Larl telling his team something about top and bottom.
Crazed drawing.
There's a DD rune up top, which Spirits see it. They're the ones with a ward here, so Larl might be able to bottle that up for himself.
Yeah, Collapse. I think this is maybe the most important hero for Spirit.
Yeah.
For any kind of defense, he is of the utmost importance. He's getting closer to Shiva's.
mean,
Actually, a little bit surprised he's going for that instead of just the outright blink.
for collapse here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he could. He might still change it up because I agree. I kind of like blink. Like if you're 2x B team here, you still feel very good and you're up 12k gold, but cannot underestimate some vacuum impale later on in the game with this Drow Ranger playing on range. So they're gonna poke in the high ground now.
Indeed, they have the Aegis to work with. Fortify is up. These are some difficult heroes to kill.
It's a DD Wind Ranger, and remember, there's a Drow aura. You're getting attack speed. You're actually even getting bonus damage from the bonus agility as well, since you're universal.
True. It does have the hypothermia onto Nightfall. As the Tombstone is placed, pulverize initiation, but the hook shot cancels.
Good shackle.
He's stuck inside the cogs now. Is Nightfall getting controlled a bit? As 5 stacks the hypothermia. He does have to be careful with that despite having the Aegis.
Force staff.
Techies, likely the first to drop. No, the big Soul Rip coming out will save him. As Nightfall and company looking to disengage completely.
Vacuum wall.
Back wall onto 2 with the Gleipnir to follow. Nice force that's going to save Techies, but they're going to lose Pure. And now Bebop
Wait for
on the run. Gonna get some vision of Nightfall. If they can get this Aegis, this would be enormous. But he turns
Blop into
the
double force.
Drow with the Gust. They get the Gleipnir again. Mira continuing to control, draining mana as well. That's enough. Aegis down.
He has
and
Manta.
now he's surrounded. Cogs are there. He's getting controlled up. He gets off the attribute shift though into the waveform.
The vacuum!
The vacuum down to the low ground. Gusted up, impaled, and destroyed.
Uh-oh, boombox. Not the fight that they want on the enemy high ground there. Spirit were really ready on all the counterplay. Hookshot to cancel the pulverize at the start and then just going too deep. I mean, Team Spirit's team fight, when they just get to sit in the back and kite, like they were kiting this out so nicely, and now they just get to follow. With a good Shackle follow-up, like this vacuum wall to just follow and keep the fight going.
Yeah, that was a clean defense. Very nicely played from Spirit.
Even this chase here.
They do get
the double force staff. What a beautiful play. Psychic headband into the hex stun. You know, I thought maybe Nightfall is fine here because he had the Manta on the respawn. That's just perfect layering.
Yeah, this vacuum. Everybody's all over the place. I mean, what do you think of the Drow Morphling matchup when it gets to like mid to late game, just on average?
Drow Ranger. Drow Ranger favorite for sure. You ignore all the armor, you're high range yourself, you have like all the stacking up now of the arrows and slowing down the regen, stacking damage with the Aghanims. So if your Toro just gets to hit and play longer fights, which currently seems to be the case for them, I definitely prefer their scaling over BBT's.
Yeah, they have definitely cut into this lead severely. We thought that BB team would be able to kind of run away with this thing. But now some power spikes coming the way for Team Spirit. The Hurricane Pike came during that fight for Yatoro. And already has an ultimate orb into the eventual Silver Edge, it looks like. Not opting for the Glacier, unfortunately.
Did he want to build the Lincolns? Or is that coming right now? With the orb against the Morph, I guess? One thing he might be thinking about.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, there is a Lincoln's recipe in this quick buy. They found Maposhka with the Wolves, but...
Maposhka? Ooh. Barely.
That was a long TP and I still couldn't get him as Tormentor picked up for the jetpack for Maposhki. So down to a 6k lead only for BBT here.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised about this win probability. Team Spirit, just one of the best teams at clawing
55%.
Yeah.
And they're down 6k right now. Gaben likes the matchup.
I mean, honestly, you have two physical cores, kind of. I mean, Morph is somewhat of a hybrid, but Wind Ranger with this Drow Ranger aura, like, cannot underestimate it. With all these auras and teamfight behind, like, BBT is safe. Jesus, my friend.
That was close, but Habibi team able to secure the shard for Pure.
And sure, you have the AC now as well, right, on the Lycan, but Collapse has a Shivas himself. He's got Greaves and Pipe, and if he just walls Pure, they get AC and the Helm of Overlord aura for both of his range cores. Honestly, that illusion might be more valuable than Nightfall's.
Yeah, quite possibly could be.
Oh. Some cog action going on.
Yeah, very important. I'm impressed, though. Spirit, we talked about it before. They're very familiar with BB team.
Yep.
Played them a lot, along with 9 Pandas, of course. So probably if I had to say, this is just a guess, probably the two teams that are least afraid of playing against them.
Probably so.
Right? Because they've just played against them so many times.
They've played against each other a lot in DPC. I think Spirit had their number for the first 2 DPCs.
Yeah, which if you think about it, might be considered a bad draw for BB Team.
Potentially, yeah. I think BBT just kind of outskill a lot of other teams. With Spirit, they kind of know how to hold on, how to play against it. There's Toronto Tokyo with his classic bongo build. I do love the bongo boots for this lineup as well. As a third Roche will soon be on the deck. 1 more minute until we know the respawn.
These are really fast Roche. Or, I mean, the fact that we're talking about a third Roche at 34 minutes.
Yeah.
Willie and Wonka
have died 15 times.
Yeah. Wonka survives because they keep creating remakes of that movie, so why not?
I mean, they're looking. How's the vision looking? Spirit have 1 ward like deep behind enemy lines, which it doesn't see them yet. But if they can
into these techies' minds is so annoying.
If they can force BBT back into this ward that they have, that will be big for them. But let's see, Maposhka dropping half HP here.
Well, 20 seconds until we know. Roche off. This would be the first Roche off of the game, despite it being the third Roche. But it feels like Team Spirit actually can contest.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time that Spirit can fight back in this game. They've done a tremendous job so far to even like be in this position.
Yeah. But we can see that barbecue.
What? Damn it. Shannon, keep it together. You didn't even finish the whole term.
It's so stupid. I can't say that one is too funny. As we have teams stop laughing. As Laurel will focus fire this tier 3 in the mid lane.
Okay.
Oh, I hear Lycan ult. Nice blast off. They're gonna find Yatoro right off the bat, and he's dead. All alone.
My goodness. Well, Laurel is doing his best Zai impression.
Absolutely. Not too shabby. Gets the Gleipnir as well and escapes. This is 60 seconds where they can take Roche because it's already spawned.
I honestly think this might just be theirs. Spirit might want to look for a similar play that they did before, but BBT have got to be ready for this one this time as
Maposhka. He gets to lead it. So much burst damage from BB Team.
I mean, Larla's back at the mid tier 3 though.
Not quite, but yeah, very close.
He did nearly get the entire tower there. So Spirit gonna gate to bottom with a quick pause. Sorry, no gates, but TPs. As I mean, BBT will be able to just pick up the Roche for free here.
Yeah, I would think so.
I don't see any counterplay to it. Which it will give them a refresher shard. I wonder if you want to give that to... I mean, both Pure and GPK, I think, can use that very well to try and keep the momentum of the fight going and keep pushing forward. Because that's the most important thing when you play against these range carriers. You need to get on top of them. Force them to run away.
I mean, there is 40 seconds. And for the side of BB Team, it's only Pure in the pit. Although Nightfall's not too far away, so yeah, I guess that is plenty of time in the end.
No, Nightfall will be there. The auras are pretty important, though, for this Morphling Drow matchup. Pure with the AC. I don't know if there's a Solar Crest in the mix as well, but definitely want to help Nightfall with some of that.
Yeah, this is the Roche with a refresher shard, so I would guess that GPK would be the one to take it, actually.
I just said all of this 30 seconds ago.
What? What'd you say?
The refresher shard will be important for GPK.
Did you say that before me? All right, good. Having a lot of fun
about
here.
Food.
Having a lot of fun here casting Boombox Team. As
could be worse.
they are on the steps of killing.
MMR is just a number.
I don't think so.
All right, just get yourself together here.
No,
Kazu.
we're back.
Everything's fine.
We're back in the game.
Unpaused and into the Roche pit they go.
It's one of these games where even though one team is very far ahead, you know that the game is way more even than what the numbers show you.
Tier 3 dead. So it is a trade of sorts. Yatoro obviously not wanting to die like he did, but they at least get something out of it, which we saw the importance of that, like you brought up with Zai in the last game. I mean, if he hadn't gotten those double racks earlier, it's the shackle shot. Not going to connect on the field,
good
but a big
back
back
though.
wall. But this is more of a defensive measure, it looks like, from Team Spirit. Surprised that they actually want to fight despite Yatoro not being alive. Mira's dead. Maybe they weren't expecting BB Team to show up in full force this fast.
Honestly, if that shackle connects, as the illusions are just straight up AFK, I think if the shackle connects, that might just be a kill. I don't know if Toronto was close enough to grab ally and then save, but I do kind of like the play from both teams. BBT with a good reaction. Now they can push in some more lanes on the map. Spirit gonna keep trying to just delay and get a better position on this map for now.
And Nightfall is an absolute monster. My goodness, he has farmed 25k net worth with a 3k lead just on Yatoro, who we've praised for being so efficient on his farming patterns this game, despite being at the disadvantage pretty much from the get-go.
Laurel does get out.
Got to give credit to Laurel, though, as well. He's been definitely keeping them in the game as
for sure. Like
a little bit here.
Some good map movement for him, pressuring the tier 3 around mid. And now he's just scaling very well. Like, cannot stress it often enough.
So Aegis and Cheese for BB Team. As Pure pretty damn close to finishing his BKB. And it looks like Nightfall is that a Daedalus? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the thing still for Nightfall is that he's going to have to tell his team about how to fight. Because even if Yatoro is behind, like right now it's 3k net worth, but even if it's like 5 or 6, he needs to tell his team exactly what he needs them to do. Because if Yatoro gets to hit him or his team freely, I think Spirits still have great chances in the next team fights. As scouting out.
Just pushing this into a smoke. It looks like Spirit want to perhaps be the aggressors despite being against this Aegis right now.
I mean, Nightfall's picking out this mid lane. Surely they saw what happened last game where you just keep letting the enemy team push in one lane. Now suddenly you have Laurel going mid again because your mid ranks are also exposed because BBT, they want to come pushing bottom and start knocking at these racks.
No.
They're picking out Laurel, who gets himself some more bonus gold here.
Yeah, they're doing a great job at delaying this. Essentially just deleting some time from this Aegis, but I think more of it than anything is BB Team just waiting for these items to come out before they're comfortable pushing, because what happened last time, it can't happen again, because that gives more opportunity for Spirit to get back in this game.
I do like the freedom and confidence, though, especially from Laurel on this map that you touched on earlier, and it's not too surprising that these two teams are having long games. I think BB have the longest average game time, and Spirit have like the 3rd longest. So I think we're going to be in for more game time and more bangers here, as Yatoro does have the Shadow Blade.
Yeah, he does.
So he
We've
will be
seen
masked.
him be first a few times where he just dies right off the bat.
Laurel, good shackle.
Shackle shot onto the
Insta kill.
Undying. But he gets forced after safety.
He's
onto
still
the
alive.
other side of the river. He lives. Pure is in there now with his ult and his BKB, his GPK showing off his Aghanim Scepter, doing absolutely massive damage. Man,
nice
a lot
forces,
of clip
though.
walking in this game. They're going to be able to take out the Clockwork. Somehow that's the first death in this fight. And Mira completely whipping his Impale. My goodness. That's a double kill for Nightfall, taking advantage.
Good onslaught.
GPK gets off his BKB, along with his Uproar Ags. That's a buyback onto
Another
the
wolf
Lion.
form.
Pure, I guess that's the Refresher Orb used by him. And the cheese, I believe, popped by GPK, so using a lot of these consumables.
Okay, Laurel is back.
Laurel focusing again on the Undying.
Another save.
Again, forced staff to safety. They cannot kill this Undying. But GPK completely left alone now inside the cogs. But getting off the Uproar again as Pure trying to isolate Yatoro with that Nullifier, but has to run out because his ult is running out. GPK looks like he's going to be left to die. And somehow Team Spirit did cost them a buyback, but they defend, and now Pure in his human form, slow to a crawl, hook shot as well onto the Morphling. He's completely drained of mana. This might be another kill. He's getting his attribute shift off.
We've seen this before.
But this is going to be death number 1.
No cogs. There's a stun available on Mira.
Yep, the gust.
Oh my god, they
into
got
the
him
right
again.
clicks, more than enough damage. And Team Spirit, I have no idea how they're doing it, but they continue to defend.
They just kite so nicely back and forth. 2 buybacks as well. I mean, I understand BBT chasing in these fights, but god damn. Spirit just keep fighting back. You have no Nightfall now for 70 seconds.
Yeah. There's no tower here, as we've mentioned so many times. So Yatoro, he's just going to go for the buildings. Can BB Team do anything about it? It doesn't look like it. This is going to be a full set of racks for Team Spirit. And he's actually going to poke at the tier 4s to start things out, trying to force a buyback onto GPK. But this is a ton of damage. They're going to use their fortification as well.
They hit
BBK
really
up
hard.
in 15 seconds. Yeah, this is a drought. This is no joke.
BBB Team have to do something
here.
here.
Nice blast off from Save, getting off some Techie's mines as well. But forced after safety, going to prevent a little bit of damage thanks to the disarm, but Yatoro just back at it again. This is tier 4 tower number 1 down.
Okay, Pure's back.
It's a 4v5 still, even with Pure, as the Undying Tombstone will be healed up at the last moment. GPK showing up out of nowhere, deletes Miposhka, looking for Yatoro next, but there's the Shadow Blade.
It's gonna be fine.
Pale gonna connect on some creeps. That's a little bit better than last time, but not good enough. Oh! Sticky Bomb is there. Big back wall onto several heroes. GPK getting bursted from 100 to 0. Does have buyback still. Morphling up naturally in 3 seconds. Shackle not connecting. And with that, Spirit might need to back off, because Boom Shakalaka team, they're up and running.
I cannot believe they got so much out of this. The defense you go on the tier 4s, you just poke, you get more kills out of it, you force a Toronto-Tokyo buyback. They got a tier 4, nearly a second one, and now they're the ones in the driver's seat on this. They just gave him the bottle. Is it just to heal up? Okay. I thought there's some DD room coming around. Shackle, it hits.
Yeah, focus fires there. Gleipnir too with nice Force Staffs. The Force Staffs have been on point for BB Team. And it still hasn't been enough, because somehow Team Spirit now at the advantage.
I think BB Team, they need to take a breather and think about how they want to fight. Yatoro is just getting free fight after free fight. You need to go around and assassinate this Drow Ranger. He has got to be your #1 target. Like, smoke around, wait from the back, shapeshift. I don't know what you got to do, but they need to figure it out quickly or they're going to lose this game.
Yeah. 20 seconds for GPK. Obviously, we'll prefer not to buy back if he doesn't have to. It's a tier 4 tower. I mean, there's no point in going to other lanes. There's still tier 2s. Both tier 4 towers down. Ancient completely
25
exposed.
on Yatoro.
Nice
gust.
Onto Save. Actually, it's a BKB.
Nightfall. Nice
what
save.
in God's name? Tombstone, grab ally onto Nightfall. He pops his BKB shortly after coming as Yatoro.
What? He just got
the Ancient. Do they have enough damage? I can't believe it! Team Spirit have no business winning this game. Oh my goodness. More than enough damage from the Drow Ranger. I literally can't believe what I just saw.
I'm just seeing the same games back to back from Throne Shenanigans. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know. That is, they were in complete control. BB Team had no business losing this game. They were up 15K at like 25 minutes. That is, wow. Gaben was right.
If these games aren't giving the viewers TI vibes, then I don't know what. We just witnessed 2 games back to back that are crazy. Team Spirit, they just hold on to these games. I don't know how they do it, where Yatoro's stats are 3, 5, and 7. You think this guy's clowning around, but he's just doing an insane performance with all of them. Going beast mode.
It's all building damage. You got a huge credit to Laurel.
Yeah.
Only died twice in a game where they were getting, let's be honest, they were getting stomped.
Yes.
Takes out the tier 3 mid, and
Incredible.
that opened up the game for Team Spirit. Just one fight. Let's go to the panel to try to break down this game #1.
Semi-finals in the upper bracket, certainly living up to the billing. These are $1 million games to be sure, and Team Spirit able to take the first game under very difficult circumstances. The large bulk of these early replays here are going to involve BB Team dominating the fights, pushing Team Spirit to the edge, having them try to do some shenanigans like trying to steal Roshan's. This game should have been so easy for them to close out, but Team Spirits just kept holding and holding and holding.
Yeah, I mean, after watching this, do we start at the end or the beginning? Is the beginning even relevant in a game like this? I don't know, it's pretty wild. Like, they won all 3 lanes. It's like, it's smooth sailing. They're eventually going to have the ability to get on top with these range cores, with the Drow Ranger, with the Wind Ranger. No problem. And then this was the fight. This was the fight where they just decided that they want to fight, but it wasn't enough. They needed it back sooner, and I will say that Laurel with that Gleipnir there was really clutch to stop the Lycan there. Maybe Morphling step back to, maybe I should protect my Lycan, and this is where disaster struck.
Yeah, yes, you were calling literally for a Gleipnir by a buyer at the very end of the draft, and it worked out fabulously for the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, he put on his best eye impression, that mid lane push on Laurel. Like, they just were composed. I gotta give props, like the TI vibes I get from these games that Kezu mentioned is the fact that these teams that are losing, they are finding every little thing they can do to make the other team have to like break formation. And that was just the beginning. We saw Laurel like buy the Blink Dagger late in the game, and GPK and Toronto Tokyo are like chasing him around the map, and all this chaos just slowly but surely dragging out the game, giving them enough time to get effectively 6 slots on Yatoro, even though he's 3, 5, and 7. So hats off to them. I mean, BB team, I'm sure they're upset about this loss, but what else can you do?
What the hell is going on with these games at Riyadh Masters? Because it seems like if you won the game, if it's in the bag, you have 10, 20K gold lead. Apparently it doesn't mean anything. You just lost at this point. We had so many great comebacks coming into this one. And also, I think we got to give credit to Collapse. Like his vacuum walls on multiple, like 3, 4, it was just like game winning. And Gleipnir that Brian mentioned on top of that, just to keep them in place. He also played slightly like Zai, tried to go for a little bit of a split push. And now we see in the end like the power of this Drow Ranger sitting on the high ground and just dealing damage, being uncontested. Really like the itemization on her, like multiple saves as well. We've seen the plays with double, triple, 4 staffs coming into the play from Team Spirit as well.
Yeah, I think a very good demonstration of what these collapse plays on his dogs here look like is our STC play from game 1. Let's take a quick look here. At this point in time, BB team, they have themselves in Aegis. Sure, you've just lost a Lycan, but you're not really that concerned, you fear. You're like, you know what, it's a Morphling. This guy's gonna be able to get out. He should be Gucci, but double 4-star from Mira. They take away the first life, and even then, you're not that worried. Like, I have a waveform out of this. I should be okay.
Yeah, but you didn't account for the instant vacuum here. It's like he had this queued up right when it went off, so it was still very quick, and he just comes back to that low ground there, and down he goes there. And a lot of this game, if you are Team Spirit here, of course you're grateful that you won here, but this is not the type of win that you wanted to have going into this. Obviously, this isn't the loss you want either if you're a BB team, but this was a rough one. They're gonna have to definitely sit back a little bit, be grateful for this. Hopefully, BB team doesn't do that thing, you know, when they get a little tilted and goes too well.
Yeah.
I don't do that thing again. But we'll have to see. This is definitely a devastating loss for BB team. They felt like they should have had this one in the bag. Team Spirit, though, they're proving here, like when tensions are high, no game is over. Just always play until the very end. Something crazy can happen, and stakes are high and crazy things are happening today.
Yeah, stakes are high, crazy things have been happening in pretty much every game that we've witnessed so far here in the upper bracket of the Riyadh Masters. BB team 1 game behind. One thing that concerns me, Lacoste, every game they've lost up until this point, all 3 of them were from advantageous positions. They haven't actually been rolled over just yet. They actually come back when they're being rolled over. So I'm worried now going into game 2.
No one figured out how to play against the BB team in the laning stage because they are always like super strong. 10 minutes into the game, you'll see 2, 5, 7K net worth advantage depending who they're playing against. I think Team Spirit, they need to get themselves slightly stronger lanes to start with because I don't think the same thing should happen. And I don't know. I said that BB team, if they win this one, if they win the whole series, they're gonna take the whole thing. Now, not thinking that anymore because
opposite now.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, this might just tilt them out of the whole tournament.
Well, BB team is collecting their thoughts at the moment, just breathing and trying to get themselves in a positive frame of mind for the next game. Jenkins is in the audience right now, taking a temperature of what's happening in the arena and how people are feeling about the game we just witnessed.
What a game. Ladies and gentlemen, this thing's on, just making sure. I was sitting next to you guys. You guys, of course, I'm not biased. We're rooting for which team? You first.
Team Spirit.
And you?
Team Spirit, for sure.
They were. Can you confirm that I said, that when they had the first push, that I said this game is over?
Yes, I confirm it.
That was an insane match. What would you guys do if you're on BB team? How do you come back from that in a game of Dota? Have you guys ever had pubs that are like that? Like, don't you just lose the next 10 games of Dota?
I think so, but what I would do is I would maybe nerf Collapse.
Collapse is just too good, dude. All right, now here's another question for you. Team Spirit, they always lose game 1, and then they win the series. What happens if they win game 1 like that?
I hope they don't lose the other 2 games, but, you know, hopefully they break the trend.
We will see if the curse holds true. I don't know if it's a curse. I don't know what it is. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me. Spirit fans, we'll get some BB fans for the next one. Let's go to a game 3, guys. Back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Jenkins. Glad the audience is enjoying life. Glad that they're supporting Team Spirit because, you know, they'll probably be happy about the results of the first game. BSJ, though, one thing we should talk about, and Faith Beyond was harping on this point quite heavily when you was on the panel. The team that has a lot of team fight has a much better opportunity to win the game when things do get chaotic. And BB team, yes, they have very strong lanes. Yes, they have good ability to close you down and chase you quickly. But in retrospect, their team fight options are actually not that great relative to what Team Spirit had to offer.
Yeah, I feel like Darkseer as a whole is just the trump card with all the team fighting going on right now. It feels so like there's so many different combinations with the vacuum. Even Drow Ranger with the Ag like Splinter when somebody blows up when they die, it felt like a sick combo in the end. So maybe that's something to consider for them, is that they're gonna probably win their lanes regardless of what they draft. And if they have a more like team fight scaling lineup, then this kind of game won't happen again. But at the same time, you don't want to just like scrap everything you came in prepared with.
Yeah, I think when we came through like play-ins, group stages, teams that are not as good when it comes down to team fight, to like just execution, they're gonna slightly lean towards team fight in general. But now we don't see that much team fight. If you remove Darkseer from both of these teams, there's not much team fight going on. But Darkseer, like he can single-handedly provide you with the team fight. We've seen yesterday, Acer against EG, 5-man vacuum wall. There's certain areas in the map where Darkseer really shines, especially near the Lotuses, near the new Roshan spots. The hero just makes so many things happen.
I mean, it's not just Darkseer, it's Darkseer in tandem with the Lion that helped a lot yesterday and of course helped out the side of Team Spirit today to get them this first game victory. Not over just yet for the side of BB team. They still have a road to recovery. And of course, if they are going to recover, a lot of it is going to come down to the performance of their star mid laner, GPK. So let's take a look at his journey here to the semifinals in the upper bracket of the Riyadh Masters.
My name is Daniel. My nickname GPK. I play bbteam.
What makes GPK stand out from other players? I don't know, you want me to give the good answer or the kind of cheeky answer? Because he wears this toxicity on his sleeve to an extent. I think I've never had so many players, both within the talent scene and in the professional scene, pretty regularly say how much they don't enjoy queuing against or with GPK.
I'm toxic in pubs, and I'm funny in real life. I think I actually like it. Yeah, why not? Because, you know, you play pubs, you can't stay always positive. I don't know. You play first 2 games, maybe you're positive, and after you can't.
His pub personality transcends him, but after speaking to him, he says that that's almost like a persona to an extent. He finds himself to be a very comical individual with his team, which I can say that his teammates corroborated, and he has no interest in really changing his public personality. I think he kind of enjoys being a heel to an extent.
But you know, all my friends know I'm in real life not toxic, I'm just funny guy.
GPK originally was kind of languishing in the Eastern European scene for a while. Obviously he was on good rosters, but he wasn't standing out, at least not for the right reasons. Now, in the recent history, he's started to really be one of those mids that you need to fear, and mids that are bringing new playstyles and new attitudes to the game.
Already out onto Shiro. Give up on this team fight, I think. They just got to retreat. They're not going to be able to lead, though. GPK is going to use the last bit of his mana to hunt down Shiro. Now the Timber Saw is next. Caught inside the kinetic field, surrounded by too many heroes. He dies as well. 4 dead. GPK picking up the triple kill.
I wanna play, I think, against Team Liquid. Because we play a lot of against Gladiators, and now I wanna play against Liquid. Because they top 2 was tournament. I think in first 2 tournaments we have a lot of problems with communication, just casual problems team, and now we fix it. We wanna show what we can play Dota. Now, what is my goal for the tournament? To win, and nothing else.
Game 2, GPK needs to be able to step things up if they want to get back into a position where they are winning games. We've already seen in the mid lane matchup, things were going relatively okay. He was able to make some very fast moves around the map, able to apply pressure onto your Toro, but unfortunately still ended up losing the game. So heading into the second game here, what do you want to see from him here that's going to enable him not just in the earlier portion of the game, but also help him to close it out?
I mean, I'll be real with you here. He was the driving force in that last game for why they kind of threw. Like, they went a bit too far. He went in with his BKB. His team kind of wanted to go back. He went forward. He might be blaming himself a little bit for that play there. And I think for him specifically, just don't get overexcited in these type of situations. He hasn't yet to be able to win a major tournament yet. Maybe he's like feeling, we're doing it, I'm going to keep going. Didn't see his limits there, overextended a little bit, cost his team that team fight, and it seemed like that's all they needed to take that game for Spirit.
Well, we'll see what he has in store for us in the second game as they're getting back into it. Team Spirit versus BB Team. Game 2 here in the upper bracket. Let's start off the draft. Here we go. Game 2. Team Spirit will be playing on the Dire side this time around with the second pick. BB Team first pick on the Radiant. Lacoste, given the side swap, given the order of Q swap, what do we want to be seeing here from BB to open the draft?
I don't know if BB Team wants to straight up ban Darkseer because he was the one that caused so many issues, and they're going to do it. I think you need to make that ban happen because that's basically how they lost the game. Some overextension, of course, but don't give them Darkseer. Like 2 times in a row, we've seen at TI10 what happens when you give a Collapse his comfort hero, and this seems to be the hero for him at Riyadh Masters.
I really wish that Faith Beyond told Javed about this, but what can we do? Team Spirit having to remove the Snapfire from the pool. This is going to be good for them, BSJ, because BB Team have not lost a single game at this tournament when they have the first pick. So they are back in their comfort zone in that regard.
Okay, that's definitely a scary statistic that Team Spirit's facing up against. And I would just like to say about GPK a little bit here that maybe I'm just hungry, but some of that I think was a bit of baloney in the sense that he's the only player I've ever seen visually tilt in a professional match. So I've got all my eyes on him this game.
Through
I want to see him on
right?
Say it again?
Through gameplay, right?
Yeah, I'm saying like in his gameplay, you can feel that he is frustrated. Like, so when I see him overextending last game, like this isn't uncharacteristic of him. I'm sure it's super frustrating when you're trying to kill this Drow and she gets 4-staffed 6 times in the middle of the fight. Like, I'm sure that gets really frustrating, but the way they handled this situation now, like, I don't know if him as an individual has ever been in such a high stakes match, especially come up off such a surprising loss, and you only had about 15 minutes to recover. So we see Coddle in the opening, but I've got my eyes more on GBK than overall hero composition.
So what do we think of here, given that it's left in the pool, Storm Spirit for Law? Yep, immediately taken up by Team Spirit.
Yeah, some mind games here, making sure they don't get the combo. But what do you pair it with? There's an IO in the pool that is popular. Rest in peace, Pugna. Haven't seen that here in a while. So you are taking away the combo, but Storm itself, it can work if it doesn't have that battery, but most of the time when it does work without the battery, you just have to have a good laning stage. You have to have like some farm attached to that, because Storm Spirit without a battery has a very difficult time getting back into the game.
Yeah, I like this opener from Team Spirit. There's a bunch of games where they open up with Silencer +1, because they often tend to pick Larl's hero in the first phase, and he's playing these like initiators, like these squishy heroes, these spirits that need some kind of a follow-up, and this is going to be a good way to defend it. So Mipochka on his Silencer, one of the better ones out there for sure. You know, you zip in, you have a lot of team fight, you can protect the Storm with, you also give free reign to Storm Spirit. When he jumps in, he can choose his targets, and Keeper of the Light, like he wants to keep the distance, so playing into Storm Spirit, not going to be an easy task for him.
Unfortunately, over the 5 games that this has been played, it has been not super successful, BSJ, the Silencer, or the 12 games, sorry. It's been, at this point, we're sitting at a 7-6 on the other side, 7-5, I believe. It's not great. However, 75% for Mipochka when he plays the Silencer. But we did see Silencer lose early on today. This exact opener lost for Talent Esports. So talk me into it. I do not believe in Silencer. Why is it good for this
I respect a team that has success with a hero. They're 3-1 on Silencer and 3-1 on Storm, and they have never picked Pugna or Io with the Storm, so they've never given it a battery. They've only attempted the Coddle, but they know what works for them, you know? And I think that what the Silencer does is, instead of being the battery for you in terms of giving you mana, he's allowing you to skip that BPB, because you were talking about how you were wondering what the stat was on Storms in regards to what's their average BKB timing without a Silencer on their team and with a Silencer on their team. And that definitely allows you to delay it because you effectively have one for the first 4 seconds of the fight. So they go for the Tiny. I think this is a pretty I would say, high ego pick almost from GPK in the sense that this hero is not highly prioritized, but it's almost certainly for him in the mid lane. It's a very common counter to Storm Spirit, and I think he owns on it, but it's also a hero that's a little bit underwhelming right now.
Most definitely, and they picked the same opener when they played against Team Master. GPK did play it. Not sure if I like it too much, even though they did win that series, they win that game, but it feels like lackluster. A few shut down Tiny, like sometimes it does feel, even if he has a Blink Dagger, but if he doesn't have a hero to play with, sometimes it's just not enough. Adding all these neutral items, especially that gives you like magic resistance, HP against Tiny, that's always going to be potent. You know, Raindrop, getting a Fluffy Hat. So buying all these small items against lineup like this is always going to be really good. At least he has Keeper of the Light with him, which is going to give him mana, one of the better heroes overall to use this Chakra Magic. So have this combo multiple times in a row. It's like playing with Arcane Rune, which even better.
Yeah, and I think for the most part, I hope they leave the option open for this Tiny to be on support, because GPK still has some great options that can work with the support Tiny, and the Death Prophet and in the Puck that are really good with a Tiny that can crush a Storm as well and make things happen on the map. But we'll have to see if Team Spirit looks into that at all.
That would also mean if they decide not to play Tiny on the mid lane, that Save would need to play a new hero at this tournament, and so would Toronto Tokyo. I don't know if you want to run position 5 Keeper of the Light. I think you have very limited options because the hero kind of griefs the lane with what he wants to do, so I prefer him to be played as position 4.
I find it interesting about Mira as well as Save in the 4 position. Mira has branched out a little bit this tournament playing melee 4s, but I don't think I've seen Save play a melee 4 in like a year. So I think it's even more glaringly apparent that there is absolutely zero flex on this Tiny, and I think in theory it'd be great if they could, and it would aid them in this draft, but I find very unlikely based on what happened with the Toronto-Tokyo Enigma incident a few days ago that that's going to happen in such an important best of 3.
I would agree too. Just sometimes strange things happen on the big stage when there's a lot of money on the line, so you never know.
Yeah, I had heard there've been some interviews that haven't necessarily aired with some of these players, and with BB Team, many of them, I can tell you, have been referencing how much they're looking forward to winning the money at this tournament, more so than the prestige. So they're definitely having it in the back of their minds how much they want to earn here, as they do now remove this Bloodseeker. Disruptor getting taken out by Team Spirit. Disruptor, I feel like this is also one of these heroes, especially from the Eastern European region, Lacoste, that when the odds are very high, the stakes matter a lot, always Disruptor is involved somehow.
Yeah, most definitely. This has been the CIS Classic for years, pretty much ever since Dota exists, that they like to pick this hero. And I'm looking at the bans from Team Spirit. I see Disruptor, I see Legion Commander. The first hero that comes to my mind for them is Tidehunter, because both of these heroes are really good against him. You need some kind of a lockdown, doesn't like to play into Static Storm, doesn't like to play into Duel. So if they feel like they need that team fighter that they had in the previous game, I'm down for some Tide.
I also think we might see a Faceless Void. I think it's really highly prioritized by both teams. You have the Tiny, it's a good hero this tournament, and if they like ban Axe, for instance, here, even though Axe is not a traditionally strong hero this tournament, Pure has won with it out of all the players who've picked it, and also Disruptor, Legion are good against Void too. So they're either covering what I think is an offlane pick immediately out the gate here, like Lacoste said, or potentially a high-profile carry with a lot of them getting banned out.
Fear, how do you feel about them potentially trying to set up for a Broodmother pick? Okay, they banned
there you go.
Actually, yeah.
Well, not anymore. So I think from this position here, most likely you just pick your 4, then wait to see what other 2 heroes BB Team is going to show out there. A lot of you could go with Lion's still popular.
There's also Rubik. I think Rubik
Rubik's still in the pool,
feels really good, especially against Tiny. Also
like
core Tiny, most likely, so that means his abilities are going to be maxed out early on. Some good spells to steal.
So the other heroes he's played are Lion, Clockwork, Marana, the Bat Rider, as well as Tusk.
Marana.
There's Marana. Marana has an insane win rate at this tournament, BSJ. She actually has the highest of all heroes, 16 games, 81% win rate for the kitty.
Yeah, that's a hero that you don't think of as like a game changer. She's always had great utility with the ulti, as well as the long arrow follow-up to any other stuns, but to see that win rate, that's pretty surprising. But this is a Mira staple. Like this is one of his go-tos across any patch, and as long as they give it some reliable setup with the collapse pick coming up next, most likely, then we should be good to go with the arrow.
It could also be setting up for that Faceless Void fear, because we've seen in the past many times Faceless Void plus Mirana being utilized in the same draft rather, so that could be an option for them. But how does it pair in? How does it play into the Tide Hunter on the other side?
I mean, I've seen that one go both ways. Like, most of the time the Tide doesn't mind laning versus the Void, but then you do have that guaranteed Chronosphere. If you can kill the Tide in there, that's always good for you. It's always a good hero, I gotta say, but as long as you have one partner to play with Mirana, which is gonna be the Storm this game, that's generally just good enough.
Slark, baby. They're breaking it out. This is the best Slark game.
I feel
it looks good.
A lot of these heroes that are against Slark are really banned out. Slark does tend to, like, not do as well in the lane against the Tide Hunter. It's not that good of a matchup. It's more for the game, but I like what the BB team did. I did suggest this Tide Hunter. They had the opportunity because Team Spirit did pick up Mirana, which doesn't seem that good. Doesn't strike me as like, wow, gotcha Mirana pick by any means, because there aren't many heroes left in the pool that deal well with Tide Hunter. Monkey King's banned, Bloodseeker's also banned. A lot of these, like Position 5 and Legion that we mentioned.
Yeah, and this seems to be the safe approach nowadays. Like, even if you see your lane as a carry, we're noticing a lot of these teams would rather just show their offlaner, make sure what they have, and give their carry the overall last pick. Even though there are going to be a lot of bans coming your way, I've just seen this so many times now that people just want to show their carry.
Yeah, they're prioritizing the carry-to-carry matchup over the lane matchup, which says a lot about the meta right now. Like, we saw a lot of these games going way later than we anticipated, so it could be something they've been feeling in their scrims too.
10 seconds remaining.
Well,
I mean, definitely Faceless Void. This hero has to be contested. Like, on both sides, I would even say Team Spirit would definitely love to pick it up because...
Juggernaut too, I think.
You have something to kill the Tide Hunter with later on. Just any kind of ability that can lock him in place. Because right now what I'm seeing is Tide Hunter having a completely free reign when it comes down to using the Ravage, which means that it's like guaranteed. Even if you're playing at the Silencer, you can still itemize, you can get Guardian Greaves, remove that global silence, and counter-initiate.
One of the best parts, BSJ, about them having the Smalls pick is that it does make their banning phase easier because they don't have to worry about any of the range cores coming out anymore from BB team.
True. They ban out Faceless Void themselves.
Yeah.
Wonder, what are they thinking then? Jug, maybe? Like, what hero would you want to pick here that you would rather pick than Faceless Void, but also you don't want to play against Faceless Void?
Jug is good for both teams, I would say, right now. It looks pretty decent.
I know they haven't picked it yet, but I've been simping for it all tournament. I would like to see a Lifestealer for Team Spirit.
Okay.
Absolute last pick. It owns Tiny, owns Tide, Batrider as well. So
even
they banned out the
team
Jug.
Jugs here.
Yeah, they banned out the Jug. So I think, I mean, we're getting in the territory where you have to dig into the pool of like B and C tier carries, right?
I mean, Morphling's still in a pool, right? Morphling, Medusa, these type of heroes for BB team. Just something range, but who's going to be playing 5? I guess that's going to be Batrider in this situation.
Yeah, it'll probably be
because Toronto Tokyo, he has played before, and says playing Position 4 Keeper of the Light. I just want to see something like a carry that builds into Manta style, probably get the dispel early on, so Morphling fits that profile. You don't care about Mars Arena either. You don't see the matchup, but what else is left in the pool? I mean,
they steal the Lifestealer here.
Lifesteal, yeah.
They both kind of need similar heroes, like Mars and Tide have quite a few overlapping counters outside of the illusions, but most illusions are banned here.
Yeah, free BKB is pretty solid this game, so that's why I think we're all prioritizing the Jug and the Lifestealer. Morph would be great as well because it traditionally matches up well against Mars because you can get out of the arena, and it's also hard to ever threaten you out of lane.
And they're thinking about it. This is not an easy pick by any means for both teams, and there's a lot of mind games because whatever they take here could be stealing it away from Spirit, but then they have to they're also analyzing what could Spirit pick against what we pick here.
I would love a Lifestealer.
Yeah, Lifestealer looks even better now, actually. Lifestealer could be good. What other melee characters left? There's Lifestealer, there's Faith Beyond's favorite Ursa, which BSJ has been wanting so many games.
I don't know if I wanted this game, to be honest.
I would pick without hesitation if they have the player for a TA in this game.
Oh, TA would be sick, except for the bat, but
yeah,
otherwise
I mean, you can't have a hero that's perfect against everything. Good versus Tide, good versus Sven. If that's not a good enough reason for it, I don't know what is. But Lifestealer is really good too. I like that one.
You might also, like, the other option, Silver Edge Carrier, just to be able to break Tide, kill him with Storm Zip, Global Silence, remove him from the game.
Is Medusa playable here, given that it's still available?
Oh!
Spicy.
That's definitely digging in the puddle of the B and C tier heroes. I dig it. I actually think this is a really sick Razor pick. It pretty much removes Sven from the game later, and it also lanes well against Tide. So I'm leaning towards Team Spirit for this Razor pick. I usually am not a huge fan of anti-carries right now, but I think removing Sven from the game makes everyone else's job on Team Spirit easier, and Collapse can build to scale, and we've seen him do it before.
Yeah. My issue here is I don't actually think Razor removes Sven from the game because you just have so much damage you can't suck at all. However, he is for sure going to have a better lane than the Sven, so he will have that snowball potential. And if you are ahead in net worth as a Razor versus Sven, then things can be very difficult for you. So it's very close, I think.
On paper, looks fine with this Razor pick. I'm looking at the supports. You have Keeper of the Light, Blinding Light. You have Flame Break as well to break that Link. Tiny with the toss as well. So I don't feel like Link's gonna be like on target, so they're gonna need to play around it, but still favoring Team Spirit's Wrath slightly. This is like 55-45 for me.
Yeah. I'm a big sucker for the laning stage, so I'm gonna have to go for Team Spirit here.
BSJ?
Yeah, me too. Team Spirit.
We're getting a clean sweep of Team Spirit. All right. BB team in a little bit of danger here, according to my panel, given that the drop that they've assailed before us, not necessarily the best into this Razor pick. However, this is an incredibly high-skilled team. If they can come out of these lanes in a very strong fashion, they could potentially find themselves being able to overwhelm the side of Team Spirit for the second game. But it's not going to be an easy prospect, especially given how well they did in the laning phase for Game 1 and how badly the actual game went overall. We still have a lot of team fight on the side of Team Spirit. We still have a lot of comfort picks for that lineup as well. So this is going to be a difficult prospect for BB team. But if they can do it, that means that they get to a Game 3 and still in contention to play for third place and for $1.7 million. This is one of the most expensive matchups that BB team have ever been involved in. Team Spirit, though, have been here before, and they've managed to come out on top more than once in these kind of high-pressure situations. They were our grand finalists last year at the Riyadh Masters. They've been in the TI Grand Finals, and now we're going to find out if they have what it takes to dispatch BB team and get into the winner bracket final. To find out, we need some big brain casters to bring us this action, and that means sending it over to Kezu and Sunsfan.
Thank you very much. Couldn't have said it better myself.
He was not talking about you.
We have game number 2 underway between BB Team and Team Spirit. And Team Spirit were down the entire game number 1. And then just suddenly...
They may have even won while being behind like 1K.
Yeah, they might have still been behind by the end of the game. That was... I mean, okay. I know that we've talked about this in the past many times. But it's worth talking about again because it's true. BB Team, they tilt. GPK especially.
They do.
Very much so, to where a loss like that, I mean, this will show the growth of this team. If they can bounce back, that's a huge step for them.
They have grown already. I do think that their mid-game in the last game was not as clean as I think they would have hoped or many of their fans would have hoped. And in this game, you're going up against probably one of Team Spirit's best heroes. When Collapse first came into the scene, his Mars was disgusting. It's kind of like what Amar did also with his own Mars and his Razor. Like Collapse Mars it's just incredibly strong. And I love his starting items. He was also one of the first that would do this. You go to lane with full-on combative items.
Yeah. Not ready to fight yet, though, it seems. As, they're going to trade the bounties. So we'll end up getting the 2 bracers, I guess. There's no way he's going triple bracer, that's for sure.
It's true. Double bracer, probably some Soul Ring, early combat. As it's going to lane into a +5 Bad Rider. Haven't seen that too much, but he's laning with Sven. Sven, a pretty strong carry in the laning stage. A lot of damage as well. So we're going to have a lot of back and forth down bottom.
Now, what do you think of the Mirana pick? A lot of times we see this with more reliable ways to set up the arrow. I mean, you have Electric Vortex, and I guess the biggest one is the Spear. But you have to hit those first.
I remember scrimming against them, even when they were just yellow submarine, as Blood Grenade slows.
Save!
Sticking out.
He does go down in Maposhka's Blood Grenade. Big first blood for Spirit as they continue their momentum from game number 1.
I mean, when you play with Collapse Mars, Spear is a setup. It hits.
That's true. He was one of the first people I remember casting that would arena into Spear.
Yeah.
And that is not the easiest thing to do in pressure situations.
I mean, this is his most comfortable hero, so I think Team Spirit probably fairly happy with how the draft went for them. And this Razor too, we did see it a few times. I think OG played it a few times. I don't know who else, but I've seen Razors do fairly well in this tournament, even without the IO.
And something we haven't really talked about at all, somehow, is the fact that Toronto Tokyo, of course, used to be on this Team Spirit.
True.
After, like, however long it's been now, it's been like a year, I guess?
Yep.
How much does that help him at this stage? Like, early on, I could see that helping quite a bit, like, be able to have, like, the team psyche and everything. Creating strategies around what Team Spirit would theoretically do, as we're going to see the Stormhammer come out onto Collapse, but, like, a year later, do you think it matters at all?
I think not really, like,
Oh, he dies in the fountain. Oh my goodness. But Poshka goes down. It is a trade, but I mean, the worst thing about this is that Pure has to walk all the way back.
I mean, sure, they do get this turn kill, but Razor against melee matchups, right? That is not good once you fall behind. And now, yeah, walk of shame. He does buy the Windlace to come back into it. Poshka, after dying, he gets to refill Larl's bottle, so he's going to be up to a good start. And I don't think Toronto Tokyo like really has like a lot of benefit from having played with Spirit before. Sure, maybe you know like some of their moves and tactics, but Dota has completely changed from that point in time.
And Poshka gets kind of a double whammy. Not only refills the bottle, but takes one of the water runes away from the likes of GPK. So Team Spirit definitely off to a favorable start. And in terms of that mid matchup, Tiny versus the Storm Spirit, I mean, we don't really get to see mid Tiny all too often anymore. When it's picked, it feels like it's a position 4 a lot of the time.
Yeah,
what do you think of this hero right now?
Tiny is a bit weird for me. I think you need to play it very cleanly. It's a type of hero, you go in too far, you're going to die, you're going to kind of ruin your game. But Spirit set up their draft very nicely. Against the Kato, they go Silencer Storm, kind of taking the Storm away, but also covering it at the same time with the Silencer. So I think this might just be BBT's best response with the GPK Tiny.
And it is a comfort pick. This might be GPK's best hero. I don't know if you're in agreement with that. I feel like it's one of his original heroes that he would spam in the mid lane.
I think it is one of his best heroes, but I don't know. Something seems off to me. Maybe it's like not the most reliable later. Like I feel like if you do mess up once, it kind of ruins your game hard. But he is of course very good on it. So.
Yutaro early on, 15 and 5 CS. And we can compare that to the Sven, which we haven't talked about yet, 12 and 3. Sven, well, Collapse just TP's out, it seems. And he goes to the tier 1, so not really going to miss a beat. Do you think the Sven is a favorable matchup for the likes of bbteam this game?
I'd say Sven is a good hero in this game. You don't... Spear?
Right, Spear connecting, but...
Just a little bit of damage. But in terms of Sven, you wanted a BKB hero in this game against Global, against Mars as well, and just a high damage hero. And I don't think you care about Razor all that much, because even if you get linked, you have a lot of damage for a lot of time. You can hit through it with some Chrysalis, Daedalus, and it gives you another way to jump in the fight. So Nightfall also one of the best Sven players in the game. Toronto.
Gonna get chased here by Mira.
Thinking about the blood grenade. We'll settle for the
Thinking long
courier.
and hard about it. Does not have arrow yet, so I guess opting to wait till level 4. Feels like they do have some kill potential if the spear comes out from Collapse.
It looks like he's playing more so for the trading, as with Collapse's build, he beats out Nightfall in these one-on-one trades. He has double bracer to just have a little bit more regen and damage. GPK continuously playing on a little bit of low HP, as safe deeping into mid from the base. I'm gonna refill that bottle.
I think he needs it. Hasn't really had kind of chance to use a ton of mana in this lane for GPK. And Mira on the sideline. Just chilling for the time being. But mid lane, 24-9 for Laurel. GPK not far behind, 23-8. I feel like the kill potential from GPK, though, is very scary for Laurel if he gets too close. And I think it's pretty important to look at the XP, actually, between the two, as Yutaro will be TPing out to the tier 1 as well.
It's a big deal. You get his TP and you get him all the way down to low HP. So nice little win here for BBT, and they might look to stack the triangle later. You have Tide. You have also Sven carry, so very good if you can get some stacks going for yourself.
I think, yeah, Laurel is doing the very smart thing, and I believe he's going to jungle. No, he's coming back to lane, actually. I thought he was going to go to jungle to get this level 6 so that he would not be able to
here.
die.
Good
Arrow,
spear.
okay, beautifully done. Spear into the tower, and Team Spirit able to take out Nightfall. Definitely a hero you'd like to pick on a little bit early.
Yeah.
Because if you leave him alone too much, he's one of those absolute free farming beasts. Talking about the hero and the player, I suppose.
That is true. I mean, Sven accelerates incredibly quickly, but his net worth definitely lacking. Like all 3 lanes. I mean, I guess mid is kind of a wash, so to say, as long.
Okay.
He gets instantly comboed.
Yeah. Not enough for any meaningful damage here, though.
Does have the Falcon Blade, so gonna help him with the CS, the HP pool. But yeah, these side lanes, you know, Pulse 5 Bad Rider just not really the strongest laner, so Spirit definitely very happy with both of their side lanes as the Wisdom Rune.
Wisdom Rune battle. Mira versus Toronto Tokyo. Who will reign supreme?
He's got the
Burning
flame
down
break.
to the ground for Mira. He's actually gonna have to pop a manual to try to get it, but Toronto Tokyo still finds it, and he might get the kill as
Getting
well.
a kill too.
Toronto
He can TP
Tokyo
out.
getting away with murder.
Never mind, he can't. There's Mars.
He will die eventually, but well worth it.
Very
Save
nicely
gets the
done.
other one as well.
Very nice play here for Team BBT. So they get themselves the double. I mean, Toronto got a lot of XP from that. He went from like 3 to 5. And at the same time, of course, Save, also level 5 now, so they can try to use these levels to their advantage.
And what do you think of Razor in general right now? Because this is another hero. Who was I saying was underwhelming? And then it was Brood, and then Zai wins the game. And
yeah.
Just the best individual performance of the tournament, probably. So maybe jinxing it again. But the Razor has been, at least in the games that we've cast, extremely underwhelming.
I think the hero, it's like a very specific hero. Like you need a hero spammer. You need like some Amar type player on your team because it's very like important. You need to use your timings well. You need to build the right items. What I've seen so far is mainly Midas's, but Yatoro's going to opt to go for a Maelstrom by the looks of it. So Maelstrom Manta is what's queued up for him right now. And you need this mana item. Like you need Arcane Ring or Occult Bracelet. You max your Q and you just flash farm.
It reminds me of Dota 1 days. People would buy Maelstrom on Razor and to get flamed because it was really bad at the time.
Yeah, but now he has more lightning.
Well, that's exactly the point. That was what you would tell the other person flaming is because the lightning synergizes, of course.
It looks cool. As I do think this is a pretty damn good Razor game. If he can kite out the Sven at least a little bit, like having BKB against these other 4 heroes is incredible. Like that's what you want against Tide, that's what you want against Tiny. Heroes that run in, they get to stay on you with their BKB popped as BBT coming for a 3-man smoke.
Yep, GPK.
Yatoro.
Gonna run right into Yatoro. Avatos, Illuminate to follow. Not quite enough though. Flame Break back into the arms of the rest of BBT. As Yatoro actually stays alive a lot longer than anticipated. But still, kill going the way of BB Team.
He did get off a nice ward to then help himself out later. Is BBT gonna gate down to the bottom lane? And Spirit are trying to kind of repay with the same play down here, but I feel like Nightfall may be reading this, or maybe not. He's going straight into them.
He is. Smoke might be popping here shortly. Yep, Laurel will find the initiation onto Nightfall.
Oh, arrow off the mark.
Not going to connect, though. That's a pretty big whiff. Starstorm doing a decent amount of damage. As Maposhka showing up as well. So they do have enough damage nonetheless. As
Spear not connected.
They break the tree that the spear was supposed to be latched to. As Toronto Tokyo actually using his first
blast. Oh, here
comes
comes GPK.
Time for the Avatos from GPK. He finds Laurel. Not able to get the double whammy. Arrow. Will be a parting gift from Mira. Although he will be spotted by Save. Solar Bind is there as well. Back into the Illuminate.
Will
and
TP
we'll be
out.
able to TP.
Was just waiting a little bit to see if GPK was still around. He did see him on a ward, so he could just TP out as Yatoro. Level 8, getting closer to this Maelstrom. And honestly, this hero, Razor scales well. You just need to get the farm. That's why I think this Maelstrom, in today's age, is a good build.
Okay. Cool to see. I
Very
thought he
cool.
might go for like a Midas. Is that ever a thing on Razor?
Yeah, that's the other item which I did also mention a minute ago.
Yeah, do you think he'll go Midas after the Maelstrom?
No.
God, I hate you.
I mean,
really
maybe.
getting some Cinderin vibes here.
Very good. That means I'm doing a good job at it.
I guess.
Good Tumbler's Toy from Pure, who's working on a Meteor Hammer, which generally, of course, you would like to have it a little earlier, but I would say with the first couple minutes, Pure doing really well in the recovery in this game.
Yeah, Meteor Hammer for the big boy is always a classic, a new classic, I guess you could call it.
Yeah.
A hero that can't be ignored, very hard to kill, but you have to do something about him because he just like 3 uses of that and your tower is essentially dead.
I think 3-3 kind of pioneered this build with the Meteor Hammer. Just makes it harder for you to be ignored as BBT have some good timings now. You've got GPK with the blink. Of course, you have the Coddle to play through. You have the Solar Bind to amplify this magic damage and also give you all the mana and cooldown. So they might be looking at a smoke soon. Looks like they're pushing up mid. GPK is backing off. Has collapsed. He's a very tanky boy as well. You can't really smoke if your Coddle ain't holding one.
Yeah, and this is the thing about the tiny mid. When you get this Blink Dagger, you have to start getting kills. There's a Meteor Hammer from Pure. It's just going to TP out right in the face of Spirit. And the tower will go down as well.
Okay, does get the tower.
Do they have stacks? I mean, they have a Sven, they have a Tide. Yeah, they have a few in the triangle.
As they do go for a smoke now, but nicely done, at least for Spirit, is that Collapse is not on the lane. Mira was there, but he's walking it off, and Larl is jungling. So if there's any contact, the supports are going to eat it up for you.
And there's the Maelstrom. GPK still looking for an opening. He's been kind of running around for a bit, not able to find anybody.
Still top of the network, though, so yeah, probably not too sad about what's going on, but definitely you don't want to be cutting through all these smokes as Pure after taking a top tier 1. Gonna make his way into mid. I mean, you have 1300 HP right now with the hammer. Ooh,
Avalanche, GPK looking for the toss, not close enough, but Solar Bind will help him. As they take out yet another member of Team Spirit. And actually, okay, the Ravage is gonna follow the last one. Do they have enough to take out the Storm? Indeed, Laurel is dead.
That's an Arcane Rune Tiny, my bros.
Collapse and Mira now on the high ground of their triangle is gonna show that they have some stacks, and Collapse gets off a spear, but being completely surrounded means that he's not going to live much longer.
Nice punish here by BBT. Kind of, you know, just diving it up. You've got the super tanky Tide. He wants to have a fight. You have this Arcane Rune Tiny as well in Spirit. Not the ideal answer here to this fight. Kind of coming in one by one and just being punished.
Yeah, Pure with his first Ravage of the game and already having a huge impact just by pure fact that he has his Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, like this Meteor helped them take the top tier 1. It makes him feel more safe about going to this. As GPK just kind of going ham in this fight. Look at the last one, Laurel. He could have maybe just zipped out, but you know, BBT, they just take it.
By the way, not only the Arcane Rune, but the Chakra Magic on top. Like, GPK is just online all the time.
Yeah, he's just playing on WTF mode. No cooldowns.
Looks like it. So with that, BB team now have a 3K lead. As you can see, the dismay coming from the Team Spirit side.
Too happy about that. He was having a good time bottom. Kind of gets, I don't know if I want to say baited to TP mid, but that definitely hurt his game a little bit. As Nightfall doing all of this as well, he just gets to farm. Mask of Madness goes into the triangle area.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And so far, I have to say, pretty impressed with BB team that they've been able to bounce back after such a crushing Game 1 defeat. That is, for any team, not just a team that has their history, but I think it's actually pretty difficult to get your mind space back to a neutral standpoint.
Well, they're doing really good here. I mean, they're just displaying their early game and individual laning skill once again. Up 2K gold. Toronto Tokyo, he's got himself a Blink Dagger. GPK is just having free reign on all of these runes. And Laurel, he's got to be careful. If they catch him here, Miposhka better be quick on the global or your bros are gonna die.
Yep, there's the Avalanche into
toss
the
back,
toss
global.
back as the Plasma Field coming out from the other side. Finally, Marzarina comes out as Laurel able to get out of dodge, but GPK punished for his transgressions.
They're all dead.
Here looks to be next. And just after praising BB team, Spirit crushed them in a fight quite handily. 3 dead and save. Being pursued by Collapse, but not going to go any further as the Blink Dagger still at base.
I mean, that's a good punish from Spirit, but doing this play into a silencer where you know he is global. Like, sure, you toss the guy back, but then what? You need to right-click him to death. It's not like Miposhka, it's not, you could have pressed that R button. I think BBT, they need to see that coming. It was a huge mistake.
Just like that, it's a pretty even game. Yeah, this is a really early lasso, by the way, from Toronto Tokyo. Didn't really mention that. Position 5 Bat Rider. That just shows how much of a lead that they had early on, but even with that kill now, still pretty damn even.
I do like that they are going for more now. Global is down, Arena is down, Moonlight Shadow. Make use of what you have here. Nightfall slowly creeping his way up in the net worth. Wasn't looking too hot earlier. Miposhka.
Gush into the Avatos. Should be enough for Miposhka to go down.
Oh,
Oh, turns
Picky
into a pig. I spoke too soon.
you.
Requires a toss onto the watermelon man. And now Echo Saber up for GPK. He can do a lot of damage now in his initiations, especially once you get that level 2 grow, which is next up.
They're pinging. They know that Yatoro's around here. No lasso though.
The plasma field, dodging the flame break, as Toronto Tokyo does have to be a bit careful, but GPK jumps in with that Echo Saber avalanche
Nice
after
Ava.
the toss, but it's not enough to outright kill Yatoro, but he still has that haste, so ends up being an easy pickoff for GPK. Looks like that'll settle things for the time being.
That's a really nice play here. They just get all the way into the Ancients. They know this time around at least, Global is down. Now you can make these moves. Once this pause is over, 10 seconds later Global will be up, so might have to be more aware for the next play. But GPK, even with this one really bad fight down bottom, top of the net worth chart, he's definitely carrying his team through this early game right now.
He is a beast. That has been used as a description for him from time to time. And I guess we can look a little bit forward now that we have this pause and talk about Roche plays. Do you favor one team or the other in the pit? I guess there's two aspects that we like to talk about. One is killing Roche itself, which team is better, and which team is better at fighting around Roche in a potential Roche off.
Both teams are pretty bad at killing Roche. I guess BBT have a better chance of killing Roche as they have a nice shot at killing Maposhka.
Oh, it's a double kill.
GPK.
The pause made it seem like that was not possible.
I mean, for BBT, you're going to want a couple more items.
Oh,
maybe
they find an avalanche again on Mira, and that's a pause mid-leap. Gonna have to zoom in on that Mirana here very shortly, just to see the facial animation. She's very happy, actually, in that avatar mode, surprisingly.
Well, he also has some leaps coming out when he gets out of this one. Unless
that's right. There we go. Yep, she's closing her eyes.
Well, if
for
you
the
don't
sweet,
look,
sweet sound of death upcoming.
If you don't look at what's happening, it's not real.
That's true. But yeah, despite Team Spirit kind of making a mini comeback, I guess you could call it, BB Team have definitely solidified their lead again, as they're just continuing to aggress, as this Tier 2 tower is likely going to be next target for them.
Yeah, they'll slowly get to track it down a little bit here, but I do think B+B team. So what do we have? You have GPK, who's having an incredible game. Same with Nightfall. When they get this double BKB going, I think there is too much tempo and too much power where they can just engage on Spirit, and might be hard for them to fight back as Mira does get to leap off.
Mirana knew all along.
Yep. GPK getting very close to his BKB. Can split the Echo Saber, of course, perhaps look for an Aghanims later, some Aghs AC build, if that's what you want to go for. Pure also closing in on the pipe, so I think a bit of this damage department going to be lacking here on Team Spirit in the mid-game.
That feels like an awkward part of Tiny in general. When you go for this eventual Aghanim Scepter and like Daedalus or something, then you're not really Avatossing as much. Sometimes you can, I guess, but it depends on how close you are to trees, right?
I mean, I guess that's where the good thing is you have a Sven that can go in for you. Like, you can cover a bit of that bases, and Pure can frontline. Even your post 5 Bad Rider, right?
So it's kind of like you're changing playstyles halfway through the game, which is kind of interesting.
Like, you kind of go back and forth. So I do like that, you know, he has that avenue, the option in the game, simply by the nature of heroes. Laurel.
Oh, Laurel Avatossed! Not quite enough damage. He's inside the arena, will zip to safety. Yatoro makes his way over. GPK is dead. Save looking like he's next for Team Spirit to be taken. Oh, Mira actually gets taken on the other side, so ends up being a 2-for-1 across the board, but definite favor going to Team Spirit overall. So we haven't really seen the Sven too involved this game.
Yeah, he is basically flash farming to his timing, which is now. He has got his BKB. He can like kind of join his team. He's also going to get a blink next. I do think for a BBT, you've just got to be careful. Like this Global, I think if GPK gets off the tree throw here, Storm might die. But Global comes out, they turn play. I legit think this is the only way BBT are going to lose heroes. They initiate the towers, they get Global then turned on.
Yeah.
But at least Global's down, so maybe they can use that to their advantage.
And that's one of those instances where GPK, just a recipe away from BKB, that would have saved him and probably resulted in a kill onto the Storm, if he waited for the Global, that is.
I mean, he will probably know now. Or perhaps you just think at this stage I would kind of want to farm my BKB and then make that move. Because until then, I think as BBT, you're owning the entire map. you're not forced to jump at these tier 2s. I think most of your players are pretty happy with how the game is going. And soon also, you have Nightfall. He's going to be able to join this game very soon on the Sven. GPK is hunting.
Yep, and this is a scary proposition. GPK misses the Avalanche. As you can see, the Moonlight Shadow there
Many
for
pings,
Team
Jesus.
Spirit. And yeah, I think GPK has a decent idea this is happening. So he will back away, although there are TPs coming out from Boom Boom.
They're mass TPing up top. I think they thought that they're chasing GPK, Maposhka.
Nice cancellation of the blink there.
And there's
Toronto
more blink
Tokyo
still.
in the area, trying to go onto
Toronto.
Yotaro potentially. Oh, he gets
He got
zapped. Actually
Maelstrom
cancels his blink dagger as well. That is really unfortunate. Super fortunate for Team Spirit, though, as Laurel zips away to safety.
Damn, that Maelstrom proc actually just saved his life. As Yotaro, I mean, he's got this Manta style, but it's kind of nice and dandy, but I feel like he needs a BKB in order to fight back. So Spirit, I'll say similarly to the last game, they are gonna do what they showed us there. Play an open map, wait, try to get some 1 or 2 BKB timings and then go fight together. As Collapse, he's not too far away from his own.
And Nightfall, #1 in net worth, not too far behind, of course, is Yotaro. But these are two very different carries. One is effectively an anti-Sven hero this game. Will be looking to link up Nightfall every single time if he can.
He does have the God Strength talent now, and Blink is about to be completed as well on Sven. I do think that BBT can look either for Smoke or even Roshan. Right? It's not the quickest. You have Gush and God Strength, so that's okay. But I do think they're strong enough to just take a fight into Spirit. Like, if I see these Dire heroes and they don't have BKBs because they're greedy, I would want to push forward.
Well, Pure doing some work on the tier 2, and we can see no defense mounted thus far from Spirit, so this might just be a freebie for the side of Team Boom Boom.
As Nightfall, he wants to, you know, go more. He wants to speed up the game. He's a very vocal carry player, probably one of the most vocal. I see him ping the Dire triangle, collapse on mid, cancel the blink. Yep, they got him.
Lasso's there. God Strength popped by Nightfall. They want to delete him right off the bat. The Avalanche is there as well. That's a British pronunciation of Avalanche. Nightfall uses BKB, and we can see the Meteor Hammer. Now they're going to work on the tier 2 mid.
Okay, definitely going to turn this into a tier 2. I mean, they did use BKB and God Strength, so Spirit, yeah, it's pretty obvious what they're doing, right? Look at how open they're playing the map. One guy bottom, one guy top. Just keep farming. They want to keep waiting, so it's on BB team here to just speed it up, punish them. Take away the towers, take the Roche.
We'll turn this tide to our advantage.
Yep, Pure has his pipe. He's had that for a while, of course, working towards the Lotus Orb next.
He's just getting his blink, I think, too, so Pure gonna have an easier time.
Okay, yeah. See if he gets the Tentacle Surprise at any point. Of course.
From the Tormentor, of course.
No. I mean, that's something you could buy.
Yeah.
I feel like it's actually decent. Very slow motion Impale, but adding another stun to Tidehunter's repertoire, not too shabby.
I do like Toronto Tokyo's build. Like, just a very simple blink into BKB on the bat. Like, no matter what position Bad Rider is, if he has 1 or 2 small items that here can change the game as Mira.
Yep, Avatos, Illuminate to follow. Mira with the 2 leaps into the TP, but another toss. Man, GPK is just not playing with cooldowns. Kind of insane. The synergy between both GPK and Save, out of this world.
Well, they have played together for quite a long time, and they're both some of the most skilled players. Definitely know what they need to be doing around the map for now. As Toronto, he wants to kind of linger down bottom, help his team to make more moves.
Yeah, perhaps trying to tank a gank here.
As I do like Spirit's map layout right now. Like, the hero you have in your own safe lane, like in the Dire jungle, it's Laurel. Because he can, even though it's the most scary area on the map, he's the most elusive. He can stay here, zip-zap around. The moment they leave the lane, he can push it in. Yotaro, he just gets to vacuum up this triangle. And I think they're soon getting a timing where they would like to fight back. Double BKB, Solar Crest on Mira as well for your Razor. So BBT gonna have to be ready for that timing.
Roche has been available for quite a while. This is Toronto Tokyo almost with the lasso.
Good timing on the zip there. Also does get the illusion rune on Laurel. I mean, they want to wait for Toronto's BKB too. I mean, there's a lot of big items coming out, but
yeah. Imagine waiting for a position 5 BKB.
I mean, most fights wouldn't even get it ever.
Yeah, true.
But Toronto, Tokyo, he knows what's up.
Yatoro has his BKB now. Maybe that's go time for Spirit.
It is.
It does feel like they need to fight because they're slowly falling behind as each minute passes.
I mean, they do have Global as well to kind of like delay their timings or like delay them from using BKBs because Pure doesn't have any counterplay. Like there's no Greaves. He will only crack and shell off, of course, if they go on him. Toronto not close yet to this fight. Oh, they break.
Yeah, Pure, he's going to be the first spotted. Collapse gets up his BKB
Oh,
and
good
the
blinding
arena, but
light.
this is all on a Tidehunter. It's going to take forever to kill. And there's GPK from the other side with the Avatos, getting Laurel back to half HP as Pure now continuing to run away. He's going to be just fine. Nightfall with his gun.
Oh, the lasso.
They get the lasso onto the Razor. Yatoro's dead. 50 seconds down, the rest of Spirit on the run. They find another Avatos. GPK deletes another hero.
Save the absolute MVP there. Blinding Light to cancel the Link, of course. I mean, great timing from Pure on the tip there. Glimmer Cape as well, keeps him alive. Alone from like just the Link being broken, ruined this entire fight. And now, straight into the Roche Pit for BBT.
Yeah, so Boom Boom are going to get the Aegis here. Compared to the last games of Mikasa, this is a pretty late Roche, number one.
Just very different heroes as Dire. So the Spirits scan it out. I don't know if
seeing a lot of Lycan, right? A lot of Lycans taking it
True.
super
A lot of
early.
summons and auras. All that filthy stuff as Toronto Tokyo. I like that he's early. Doesn't need to help his team. He can just Firefly down bottom, working his way to a gem. Especially when you're ahead, like picking up a gem at this stage is just amazing.
And this is showing why they haven't taken Roche yet.
Yeah.
Slow and painful for everyone to watch.
Yeah.
And Roche, death by 1,000 needles, it seems. Mira.
Laurel could look for a jump.
Could go for the Courier instead. That's the Dota Cinema Courier shot out there.
Arrow.
Yeah, that gives enough vision for them to take out Toronto Tokyo in trade for the Aegis. I think it's something at least, but yeah, Nightfall will have the Aegis now.
Sven with Aegis, not like really the best Aegis carrier, so maybe it would have been
It's
good.
just like any other transformation hero.
Yeah. I mean, he's still fairly strong, and he does have level 3 ult now, so he's gonna be a menace in these next fights.
Remember the days when Sven ult was dispellable?
That was a thing?
Oh yeah. Brood ult as well. Well, the old Brood ult, which was Insatiable Hunger.
I feel like no ult should be dispellable, so I'm glad that we've moved more away from that.
Yep, we've evolved into greater beings.
Yes, of course.
And there's you. 8K lead for Boom Boom Town with a 16-12 lead as well. We'll see how well they can put this Aegis to work.
It's a mass TPs to bottom here.
I mean, we've seen this team with an advantage before. Doesn't really mean anything. Yatoro is super fast.
Breaking some ankles here.
Yep, he is fast enough perhaps for the Tokyo. The lasso somehow is in range. I have no idea. The global silence comes out as Yatoro. BKB.
He's gonna make it out.
He's fine.
It's the Eye of Vizier actually on Toronto Tokyo, because otherwise that was a bug game.
We've evolved to greater things. Eye of Vizier.
GPK is ready. He's scanning both of them mid. Might want to go on them. See if Miposhka.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a freebie, I think.
Avatos, Illuminate.
Makes it look very easy.
Such a scary combo, actually.
As, I think Larl has not left this bottom area in the last 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And he is scaling fairly well. Oh,
there's a Tormentor there.
Okay.
Just kidding. Yatoro gets flame broken back.
Ravage,
Initiation
Meteor Hammer.
Pure gets off the Ravage onto 2 with the Meteor Hammer to follow. They don't have the damage to kill Yatoro, though. And now Nightfall on a precarious spot. There's the arena from Collapse, but this might be actually 4 heroes with a big rebuke to follow, but just not a whole lot of damage output from Spirit. So they'll just back away and call it a draw.
It's funny that like these two carries are fairly similar. If their BKBs and ults are down, Yatoro nor Nightfall really want to fight. Like even though he's top never on Sven, his damage without the Godswing is kind of pathetic. But they have a very... BBT's lane ward behind this tower is very dangerous here for Team Spirit.
Collapse.
Quick
Playing
fingers.
with fire. Is that really necessary? Like, why even take the chance? I don't understand.
Easy read for Collapse.
Yep, he knows Team Boom Boom all too well. So can read. Oh, Tormentor?
Oh, the Tormy Torm.
Tormentor. Can you do it?
Get the last hit. I hope Mira arrows it to get the last hit.
Arrow comes out onto the Sven, but yeah. Team Boom Boom will be able to secure the shard for save. So you're going to have a recall at his disposal.
That's really big for them as they're TPing up top. They did see Miposhka to try and run over here.
Yep, Avalanche is going to miss, but they have more than enough damage. Miposhka's donezo. And now that they're up here, not going to bother with a Tormentor, of course. Why even question such things?
Of course. Oh, no.
Wait.
There, I saw it. No, it's just a Wisdom Rune.
Yeah. Okay, wait. Oh! He's getting recalled
Into the
after
recall.
the Wisdom Rune, of course. Why bother?
I mean, they still have this ward, so they know that Yatoro didn't back off fully. So they can kind of read that he is in the triangle, and they instantly smoke up again. Aegis for 1 more minute as well
the
here.
Aggression up for Boom Boom Squad. Toronto, Tokyo.
Oh, he's getting his...
Has to BKB.
He got his blink cancelled by the illusions.
Yep, the lasso's coming in 1
second
second for the blink, but doesn't have the vision.
They'll settle for Mira.
Yeah.
And Miposhka's career. And the gem that was on the career.
That's a lot.
Oh, no.
That's a domino effect right there. So 10K lead for BB team as they have control of the map throughout.
They have not really made any mistake within the last, like, what, 10 minutes?
Yeah.
No dives, just clean kills all around the map. They have 2 gems now even. One on Bat and one on the Tiny. So this entire map just gonna continue to crumble for Team Spirit. I wonder how and when they're gonna fight back, because last game I saw a very clear timing, but this game around, not sure. I guess maybe, what, Yatoro's Butterfly, which is inbound soon, but still not easy to fight into this Radiant draft.
Definitely a bit of a different game.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean they can't come back, but you see the toss.
There's probably a recall on this.
Avalanche with Nightfall's gone straight there, thanks to the recall. 60 seconds of no Yatoro. Nightfall's going to try to get as much use out of this Aegis with 3 seconds left.
I mean, they could try to turn this into a quick jump. Nightfall is looking and pinging.
This should be pretty obvious from Spirit, especially now that he's in front of a tower.
Lift,
The zip in
with the
from
pull.
Laurel, collapse there with the spear into the arena.
Nice pipe.
Good rebuke, but just not enough damage, not nearly enough damage. And collapse force to BKB as the global silence comes out as well. See the blink in from Pure, but not able to get off his Ravage, not even bothering, in fact. Everybody's ignoring this fat watermelon.
Oh.
Spear somehow connects onto GPK temporarily. Laurel with very little mana, but enough to get away. Just trying to buy as much time for Yatoro to come back as possible. 18 seconds away.
Oh, getting the Meteor Hammer for good measure.
Meteor Hammer into a retreat, most likely from BB team.
Still very good pressure here from Team 2XB. Get some tower damage. Collapse with a Desolator, so wants to help out Yatoro and his team with some of the damage output here. Do kind of like that, but we can see that BBT, I mean, Sven, one of his biggest weaknesses throughout his entire history of Dota, this hero is not good at going high ground.
Yeah, that's true.
Tormentor time.
Could it be? Bada bing, bada boom team are actually going to go for the Tormentor. The second one will be coming their way. Who gets the shard? Always an exciting proposition. It's going to be the Tentacle Surprise for Pure.
That's a good one. Just more chain stun.
Yeah.
Especially against some of these pesky dire heroes, and how Spirit have just played kind of throughout both of these games.
Money to good use.
Okay, GPK.
Will be the AC first for GPK. You called that one.
Yep.
I thought he might just go Ags Daedalus, but wants to be up close and personal, it seems.
Yeah, I think he's still angry from last game, so I don't blame him. I think the build is pretty damn good too. Next Roche will have to be played around quite soon for both teams. Yatoro trying to squeeze in this Butterfly.
Is this... So this type of a build, I mean, I guess if you're going extreme late game, but I was thinking, like the old build, which is like Ags, Refresher for Razor, like all spell damage essentially. It's not really how people have been playing it.
I mean, Razor kind of gets all his damage from just sticking on a hero, right? With the Link and the ult. I think he might still want to go a Refresher later on in the game anyway, but seems that he's just going for a bit of survivability here against the Sven, as this is a smoke-on-smoke matchup.
Yeah. Toronto, Tokyo leading the way with the gem. Not going to run into each other initially, as Team Spirit sticking around their triangle area. Well, Team Boom Boom actually wrapping around, so Mira might actually get his smoke popped here.
One good ward for now from BB.
Running away just in time.
They find another one.
Showing themselves the zip in from Laurel. Just showing that he's there.
Good read from Toronto, Tokyo. Gets the ward, blinks out. was also able to sneak in one aggressive ward of their own, as Roche respawn will be 7 seconds.
Quick one.
Oh, they're not checking it though. They're all going top. They know that Team Spirit are up here.
And Yatoro is going to run right into GPK, gets off his platform,
Have a
but
toss.
GPK with the initiation and the God Strike to follow. Pure tentacle surprises there, but he uses Ravage a little bit too late. They still have the lasso though, and Yatoro's dead. It takes quite a bit of spell usage and spell failures from Bada Bing, Bada Boom team, but they still get the kill they're looking for. Big arrow coming in.
Oh my God!
2 shots from Maposhka. Big arena from Collapse, but I'm not sure they have the damage output to actually do anything here.
I don't think they do.
And GPK getting a nice tree toss as Mira is the next hero on his list. And they're going to find him. And likely Roche is next.
No TP on Lara for
it's a lot of Lotuses.
20 seconds, as he definitely walks by like 5 Lotuses. As you can just see, if BB team get the initiation, like it doesn't, they have way too many stuns. Yatoro just cannot live. Is Lara gonna continue what he's been doing over the last 20 minutes? Farm away and try to continue to scale into this late game.
GPK breaks, collapse, and then essentially a 3-shot. The fact that he looks that squishy is concerning for Team Spirit.
The Eye of Vizier again, I think he still has it. Yep. Toronto Tokyo with the good neutral. Look at this damage, by the way. It's nearly a 1-shot here on Maposhka.
Yep.
In 3, 2, 1. Ciao.
Delicious.
I mean, GPK is really feeling it in this game. All of initiations are on point. Second Roche as well. Gonna go to B-Square team here.
Yep, so Aegis and Cheese coming their way.
Woo! Oh, actually
angle.
dying mid-air. That's very sad.
Nightfall. Who's taking what? They're discussing. Okay, they go with GPK.
I like it.
And Sven taking the Cheese.
Just the same play from before. Mass gate into bottom, and you have this relocate, or rather the recall. It's so hard to play into, and remember the ward from earlier that BBT got out here. They see Laurel.
That's what happens when you focus on the Tormentors. Laurel, he's spotted. The Lincolns is popped, but has enough time to get away.
Yeah, a little bit of misclick. All good. Still get to force him out of the area. There's a pretty dirty DD rune in the bottom river. Like tiny DD late game is devastating. Oh, Toronto Tokyo, he sniffs it.
Yeah. This one is a high ground attempt. No doubt about it.
Ooh.
That's a pretty big zip.
It is.
Takes out a lot of creeps.
As if you're BBT still, like your heroes are not the best at high grounding, so unless you have GPK like smack the tower with the tree grab, I think what you're looking for is like an explosive jump into the Dire base. Like some Ravage on 1-2 heroes, maybe follow up with your Sven, and after the first kill, back off. Because Spirit are definitely going to be talking about, okay, if we get a fight here, it's buyback time.
Yeah, you got to bait these buybacks, no doubt about it.
I mean, or even just look for like a Blink Lasso, as Toronto Tokyo has BKB and Force Staff flying out to him.
Yeah, Team BattleBots definitely at the advantage right now in this game number 2.
I've got the DD on G. I don't want to be Maposhka right now. He's getting one whacked by this Tiny if that's a crit or a Silver Edge hit.
And there's not even the aspect we have talked about is the toss back. We haven't really seen it because it's not a support Tiny, but there's always that possibility as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's just got Toronto Tokyo, right? He is the toss back. He's with the toss
That's
spring.
true.
Ooh.
Speaking of which.
Collapse again. Should all chat right now. Readable.
Yeah, but putting that DD to, oh my god, the fortification is too late. Oh,
well, thank God it refreshes. Otherwise, that was just a wasted one. I mean, with this DD, sure, now you have high ground push.
Yep. Look at that. That's a 1.
2.
That's a 2. They just have
high
to give
five,
this up,
Echo Saber.
like. Yep. A 4-shot on a melee barracks.
Oh, and a 3-shot on the range racks.
Good lord.
Oh, JK gets arrowed.
JK. Let's see if he finishes it.
What a
Absolutely.
monster.
So full set of racks for BB team. There's now a Swift Blink online for Nightfall.
I mean, they can probably just do the same thing in mid. Okay, so for Laurel, you've got the white hole here with the Aghanim's pull on the Electric Vortex. So maybe they can put that to use. But I mean, if GPK whacks away at your tower again, you better have an answer. But it's not easy. You might just get lassoed by Toronto Tokyo.
I mean, what's the best case scenario for Spirit in this high ground defense? Because looking at their team, like, they have a Stormster that can kill creeps.
Yeah.
And that's kind of it. It's not like they have an Elder Titan or some crazy high ground defense.
Aegis is still 2 minutes away, so I don't think you can really wait for that. So I would say you have two ways. Either A, you bait them to dive you with buybacks, or B, which they may be going for right now, is where you go around and you help Yatoro to like have a good fight.
They spot this. Toronto
are
Tokyo
here.
not scared of anybody. Blinks in.
Mira.
There's the lasso. Pops the BKB as well. Nightfall. Oh, they don't have vision to actually kill the Mirana. Leaps away.
This could be an opening.
That is the global silence down though. There's the initiation from Laurel using the Aghanim Scepter. It looks like the arrow's going to connect.
There's an arrow.
It's a lot of damage. Down goes Toronto
Nightfall.
Tokyo. Controlling Sven to a height.
Oh, yes, cheese!
Anybody. Finally pops the cheese just in time. Back to full HP. And now Team Spirit, they're kind of out of gas here in this fight.
Yatoro.
There's the Ravage from Pure. Tentacle Surprise is available as well. Down goes Yatoro. No buyback. Toss up from GPK. There's the Tentacles. Triple kill for GPK. And Mira.
Oh, easy
One
kill.
more slappity slap from Nightfall will bring him to the grave.
You're gonna have to do this 2-on-4 now. As they were close to getting Nightfall, but with the cheese. Some gems are on the deck.
A couple buybacks coming out, but again,
I mean, look at this monster, GPK. He just gets to stand his ground.
Their position one cannot buy back. So BB team in very good position here. That is an understatement. That's 2 sets of racks now, and GPK waddling his way up to the top lane.
Giving him the high five. No one will give back.
Yep, his Aegis is down in 20 seconds, so if they can get him kind of low, could put him kind of a weird spot. So he probably will have enough time to reset here as Nightfall. He's going to take over with that God Strength now. Actually blinks in really deep, but using the Swift Blink to his advantage now.
Toronto's
Still
fishing.
20 seconds for Yatoro. This is going to be mega creeps.
That's megas.
And
Oh,
you can hear
lasso.
it. Yep, there's the connection you were talking about. Toronto Tokyo setting up the kill onto Mira. And that is mega creeps for B Square team.
I don't know if Spirit can... Okay, of course, they're gonna have a look. Maybe see if they can get them to dive, but very hard position for them to be in right now. I don't know, did Yatoro get any new items? No, he's like trying to work on a Satanic, but just all of, like, if you suck this tiny, who cares? If you do it on Sven, I don't think he gives a damn either. MKB now as well on Nightfall. He's just gonna continue to cut through you.
No. Oh, another Wisdom Rune. That's the 25 talent. That's always a handy boy.
Very nice.
What's he gonna take here? 2 toss charges or the Ava? Okay, takes the Ava cooldown.
I mean, he actually just has double avalanche. He Avas, gets Chakra, and it has 0 cooldown again.
Tormentor taken, so Toronto Tokyo has his shard now, not the most useful.
So Yatoro's pinging out Sven. It must mean that he's telling his team, we need to all in this guy.
Good luck.
Zip on him, pull him up, Arena Spear, and have Yatoro follow through. It's got to be like their last all-in GG play of the game.
No, they're going for the man. They're all on top of the Torm. This is why I love.
This is why they're winning.
Habibi team.
Yes, they get their last shard for Habibi Nightfall. He's the only one left, so.
That's right.
Spirit going for a smoke, but.
Cry being undispellable. Just adding insult to injury for Team Spirit as they smoke up, like you said.
Well, they ain't gonna find anyone but creeps.
They're not very close to anybody.
Well, if they live for 17 more minutes, they can get some tier 5 items.
Yep, that's right. They have great high ground defense after all, as we've talked about. And BB team here gets the sheep initiation into the tentacles for Miposhka, forcing out the Moonlight Shadow. Regaining map control in this little area. And yeah, the Sven fully loaded on items. Looking completely disgusting.
Nope. Wrong slot on a BKB, but I don't think they care. Toronto laughing it off.
Yeah, nobody noticed that.
Yep. Blink X.
Jumping in.
Tentacle.
Last
Ravage.
defense here. Ravage coming out. You can just see how fast Miposhka melts. Tentacles after the fact. Yatoro barely able to get back to base, but in the meantime, the Sven absolutely destroying these towers. The GGs are called. And BB team take game number 2. And I don't know if you feel this way. In the 2 games, BB team have played better than Team Spirit in about 95% of it. And we're tied.
Yeah, maybe like 80, 85%.
Okay.
But
and we're tied.
No, like BBT in this game, they just cleaned it up. Like I think their mid game was very good. Maybe 1 or 2 plays like on some towers, but apart from that, just showing up. I think learning from game 1, knowing exactly how to play the map. I think overall this Coddle Tiny GPK, he popped off in this game. You know, sometimes you don't know what you're gonna get, but you got a monster GPK in this game.
Yeah, and I wish we could see more tiny mids, because this is what I remember from back in the day, is just this burst damage. The fact that he's coupled with a Keeper of the Light, just show how much you can abuse that. But it does feel like one of those heroes that either snowballs or just kind of useless based on the start. But GPK, 21, 2, and 5. I mean, this was one of his best performances of the tournament, I would say.
We didn't see much from Team Spirit this game. I don't know how much I like the Razor pick here in this game, but they're going to have to shape it up for game 3, because BBT, they're not going down without a fight. Like, if you want to beat this team, you better perform real damn good.
Absolutely. Let's go to the panel so we can break this down, so we can see a game number 3.
We are going to a game 3, as we all deserve, here in the upper bracket semifinals, with BB Team taking down Team Spirit. The draft at the end of the day, here, you have one tournament on this Razor hero. Talk to me about this. What is it about him that you don't believe in this kind of circumstance?
I just didn't think it was like the overall best pick they could have done for the game. It wasn't a bad Razor game by any means. It was decent. You're laning versus the Tide. The Sven Razor matchup is 50-50, as we saw in this one. It's all about who gets the initiation first. And in the position that Yatoro was in, he couldn't be that frontline tank, but he also didn't have the items to sit behind and wait for the Sven to come out. And I think a lot of that did have to come down with external things that happen in the game, such as like GPK going to his lane and making sure he doesn't have a good game.
Yep. GPK, he completely popped up. This has to be like one of the better Tiny performances, definitely the best Tiny performance we had so far at Riyadh Masters. But it also comes down to team playing, but him mostly coming out from save, because he's the one who enabled him. Every single time you're gonna see save, you're gonna see him using Chakra Magic. Tiny, one of the better overall users, I'd say. Like, there's Ember Spirit, maybe Pango, but Tiny definitely shines with Coddle, and also allowing him to pick up almost every single rune early on. And I love the itemization on his teammates. Something similar we've seen yesterday for Gaming Gladiators, where they're just itemizing for Duraccio. In this one, double Lotus, double Hex as well coming out. They understand where the real threat's coming from. This Razor static link, I didn't really feel the influence of it, neither the Global Silence. Some of these Global Silences early on were really on point, but once it comes down to BKBs, this is position 5, having a BKB plus 2 cores, very difficult to fight into.
Yep, yes, Jay, we yet again see an instance where the opener of the Silence of Storm Spirit doesn't necessarily pan out here at the Riyadh Masters. So is there any way to actually make this work? Because it's just continually, especially here in the playoffs, just letting teams down, despite the fact that they're giving it such high priority.
Yeah, both teams brought out like some of their most successful strats. Like Team Spirit had been winning with these two heroes, but you have to also see Save on the side of Coddle. He was 5-0 before this game in this tournament. Like, this is their comfort zone, bread and butter on the side of BB Team. And I'll even say I underestimated this Tiny Coddle combo. That's something that I would say is underutilized based on what I just witnessed. The Arcane Rune a few times where Tiny's Avalanche toss combo is virtually no cooldown. They were just hunting around the map. That's what I expect to see with a Coddle combo. And the one thing I'd say about the Razor that I really liked when I saw it, but what it was a vulnerable target to the Tiny ganks, and GPK punished him through and through for that early game.
One of the things, yet again, we see an instance where the team that has generally superior team fight ends up taking the game. We have a demonstration of what we just saw here with our STC play from game 2. This one, you know, in this position here, Fear, you're thinking to yourself as Team Spirit, maybe this can work out. We can try and save this Razor, but when the fight's starting off, and you already have your Razor dead through BKB, there's very little recovery option, and they still try to re-engage back into this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult at this point. Like I mentioned, this Razor versus Sven matchup, it really is who jumps who, because when you use a static link on the Sven, it has to be a long static link, because he has a lot of damage, because he uses the God Strength here. And if you just get jumped on right away as the Razor versus Sven, you're going to die before you steal any damage there. So unfortunately, they just had a little bit of a wrong read on this game on who should be baiting, or maybe they weren't expecting them there, but that fight was pretty pivotal for BB Team to be able to just like secure, not maybe secure the game, but definitely keep them in a really good position. As this snowball, it never really stopped for BB Team.
Yep. And there was nothing flashy going on from BB Team in this one. This was like slow, methodical, painful death for Team Spirit. Maybe like there were a couple of tries when they tried to lock onto Tidehunter and kill him, but that's why maybe we wanted to see Silver Edge Carrier from the last pick coming out from Spirit. Didn't happen. He had it queued up, but never actually came down to that, and they were already way too tanky to be able to just go in, burst the Tidehunter, and kill him without getting the Ravage off.
Yep, we also saw that they, like Lucas is mentioning, BSJ, the lack of overall burst. You could see even in instances where they would get a stun, they'd find a decent engagement. They really struggled to kill heroes. One of the last fights in the game, Sven almost died, but it felt like it would take so long. He managed to outlast a full 5-second Mirana stun, a full global silence, a full vortex, and still get off the cheese to get back to full HP.
Yeah, I would say at that point that it might just be a money difference. Like, they were down by a lot, so it makes the problem even worse, for sure. But I think the tiny Coddle made it so basically Team Spear was terrified to show on the map, like, at any point. Then anytime we saw them getting jumped, it was always on a creep wave, and Yatro showed for what, like half a second to quickly plasma field the wave and back off, and you can just see like the fear that this combo instilled. And then bbteam, they had just shown bottom. Like, they all went through the twin gate together instantly, and so they were fast, crisp, and like you said, they just got off the ground running and never stopped.
Another thing that I really liked about what they did here, Fear, is not just having all this damage, right? But one of the things I hate in this game, I hate Tumblr's Toy, I hate Ogre Steel Totem, primarily because repositioning in Dota is such a broken mechanic, right? They have two of the best heroes to do that. You have Batrider and you have Tiny in your team. Not only can you never show in wave because of the damage, but you can never be like, I'm gonna bait here and then my team can back me up. The moment they catch you, you're immediately displaced away from everybody else.
You hate it because you get outplayed by it, right?
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah, but anyway, like, I think Sunsfan said it best. Like, 95% of game 1 and 2, bbteam was ahead. But still, we're going to game 3, so that's a little worrisome for Team Secret here if bbteam don't drop the ball.
Well, we have had bbteam in this position before, where they find themselves making a comeback in game 2 and then going on to win the series in game 3, especially up against other opposition within Eastern Europe. So here is their opportunity to get themselves into the top 3 of the Riyadh Masters, earn $1.7 million, and set themselves up to be the final boss of this tournament. We're going to find out if that is their destiny after a very short break, and when we return, game 3 in the upper bracket semi-final.
I would say my signature hero, as it is right now, is Disruptor. Disruptor is kind of support who can do a lot of stuff without net wars, but also he scales if you get some money. You can buy Axe, you can buy Blink, some support items, etc. So basically he can do a lot. It's definitely Fishman who basically showed me a new way to look at supports, or like a new way to look at the laning stage. Disruptor is, at least back then, he was like most anti-meta hero to carry players or like to core players, because playing against Glimpse, ulti, basically this, control that provides Disruptor in teamfights is insane, and it felt good to play Disruptor back then. And then he kind of dropped out of the meta, and I would say Fishman brought him back into the meta with new way of playing Disruptor on lane with Glimpse instead of Q. And because of it, I kind of got back to it.
I think my signature hero is Morpling and Naga. But Morpling sucks now. Yeah, maybe Naga.
No way. Once again! Shanks
No
is
way.
the Bacchus killer! He has his number, his Instagram, his Facebook, his MySpace at this rate.
I think their mobility.
If his carry dies, Panda feels the need to die too.
And like controlling the illusion with Naga. I'm good with it.
Maybe signature hero of the year is Enigma. I think it's always been on and off for me, but there are times where, yeah, like I started out playing a lot of Enigma, and then it's kind of just always came back at some point. And in all my teams, I think at some point it's coming back.
They have the Batrider one, and the Enigma one is 100 off, but 100 off is not here.
Pressuring Zai, managed to get the black hole off, but he's slowly burning to the sun right now.
Nice
Now the
egg
Supernova is
position.
going to be used, and they use the Fiends
Still
for out
alive.
the last one on Uragi. He's in trouble, and he's going to die.
What I enjoy most about Enigma is just the all the mind games that go into black hole. Like, for example, for me, I like to not use this spell so much and play around like other aspects of the hero. Like for me, if I play Enigma and someone like ends up picking like Rubik or Soundster or something against me, instead of like trying to brute force my way to use black hole, I would rather like just play on my minions or something and just go RS and do stuff like this.
Game 3 about to kick off between Team Spirit and bbteam. And so far, bbteam have found themselves in pole position. And even though they dropped Game 1 after a Game 2 performance, they must be feeling ecstatic. We can read the mood on their faces. They feel that they should have this one in the bag. And honestly, Fear, this could easily have been a 2-0. It's probably a surprise for them as well as us that they're here in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, I would say on game number 1, they were ahead maybe for 5 minutes at most. If that's even true. Like, maybe they were ahead for like, because there was like an AK gold swing and then they're throning. Like, they were down AK gold and they were throning them, right? So maybe after they got a couple kills there, they were ahead for like 30 seconds until they won that game.
Said multiple times throughout this tournament, this should have been a 2-0. You know, 9 Pandas against bbteam, Tundra against Liquid. It feels like we see a lot of these patterns happening where the one team has so much advantage but doesn't manage to capitalize on it.
I think the commonality in that though, BSJ, has been that this tends to happen in the inter-regional matchups. In the international matchups, except for this Team Liquid game, which was kind of wild and insane, usually the lead translates into a win as well. There must be something particular about opponents that you know better than anybody.
Yeah, I wonder if it's the fact that they know each other better in regards to strategy, or whether or not they know each other better in regards to like personality and personal relationships. It's just like the confidence factor, the cockiness factor. I mean, we saw GPK even get up in frustration at one point in that game in one of the camera clips, so you can see they're very much invested in this game more than just the money, but it's something I love to see in these. Like, you can tell both teams are playing at such a high stake level because they make mistakes that are uncharacteristic, and they also find creative ways to win in the moments that they may otherwise like not feel the need to.
Let's talk creativity here in terms of the draft as well. Team Spirit, we did talk about it in the pre-show. They've been being more creative, ranking out these bristlebacks, these razors, which we just saw in this game. Going into Game 3, do you want to see them being as creative as they have been, or should we be trying to pivot back to more stable Terror Blades, Medusas, Morphlings, these kind of heroes for Yatoro?
No, I don't think. I think that's part of his identity now, or Team Spirit right now. They're doing really well, and they've been creative throughout the tournament, so it's been working for them. Just keep going with it. And the problem they have right now versus bbteam can't really be fixed by heroes, in my opinion. I think they're just getting outskilled in the laning stage, even though their lanes should be fine, and they're not finding that mid-game timing. So whatever draft they decide to pull together, if they can do that, that's what they need to do.
Well, we'll see what draft they have to pull together as they are about to get into the third and deciding game of this best-of-3 matchup. The winner will join Team Liquid in the upper bracket final, guarantee minimum top 3 at this tournament, and a minimum of $1.7 million here at the Riyadh Masters. It is the inter-regional matchup. There's pride, there's a lot on the line, and more importantly, there is the prestige that comes with getting yourself into the finals day, the championship Sunday here at the Riyadh Masters. I'm really looking forward to this one, looking forward to some interesting drafts from the side of Team Spirit, looking forward yet again to methodical, clean play coming in from bbteam. Is there anybody in this tournament, BSJ, that even comes close to the squad in terms of just raw skill level?
No, absolutely not. I remember looking at the rankings of this team across the board at the start of the tournament. 3 of them were top 10. Save, ranked 45 as a support, and, you know, Toronto Tokyo, he's a 5, so he doesn't count. These guys, insane amounts of MMR, and that's a tough thing to overcome when, like, you draft and you're playing at a disadvantage coming out of the first 10 minutes.
Let's see what they have for the third draft, though, as we get into Game 3. Game 3, bbteam versus Team Spirit. Team Spirit back on the dire side with the second pick. bbteam first pick on the Radiant, and Lacoste first pick. bbteam still remaining undefeated at the Riyadh Masters.
Yeah, still same bans from the previous game, I would feel. That's what worked out really well, because they banned out Darkshire, which caused a lot of issues. I think Team Spirit needs to make a switch up, because I don't... Did anyone like this Mirana pick particularly? Because this was like Mirana blindly into not seeing what the matchup is. I think there are better options like now, and I think Team Spirit definitely knows about it. Shadow Demon pick, Rubik was still available at a pool. Same goes for Lion. These heroes are very fierce in the laning stage, and also what they bring to the table. So many times in the previous game, you've seen them not being able to lock down Sven and just kill it, especially that fight when he had the cheese. Could have been a potential comeback, but never happened because they didn't have enough lockdown.
Yeah, I really do think that Team Spirit's fine to run back a similar draft if after the opening they take into consideration like how many targets Tiny was going to get that game, including the Mirana. Like, she just got one-shotted all game. But we're not going to see the exact combo coming out from BB Team because the coddle is removed.
Yeah, 6 out of 6 games, which leaves Undying in the pool, and they're going to snatch it immediately.
Yep. This is with Disruptor not necessarily being that great. This feels like this is the new Eastern European special for 5 position players here. Get Undying in the game. Solo has shown us the way. We've seen exactly how well it can be in the laning phase as well. So BB Team, being a strong laning phase team, very happy with this opener.
Yeah, this hero does 2 things really well in the laning stage. One, it wins almost any lane for your carry, so you have the option, and both these carry players are very flexible, so you can pick whatever you want that's best for the game. We're seeing last pick carries being very popular here. This enables pretty much all of them. The second thing Undying does really well is he's really good at using that twin gate and ganking the enemy carry with that tombstone dive. So it gives you he's like the king of early game right now. And then plus, of course, why not? He has a save on top of it. Yep. This hero is just incredibly strong right now.
There's a third thing he does. Most importantly, he buys Blood Grenade.
Yes, he does.
So we have the Lion coming out from Team Spirit, Beastmaster emerging for Collapse. Hasn't played it that much in this particular tournament. I don't think he's actually played it at all. So yeah, this is going to be the first Beastmaster we've seen from Collapse. Although Lacoste is not like he's a stranger to this hero. Gives them, the big thing for me is not necessarily the lockdown, but the vision that they desperately needed in Game 2.
Yeah, pretty much. To just go onto the right target, and also he's one of the players that can make Beastmaster look flashy. A lot of the times it's just, Zoo, a bit of a ghost push with your Black Dragon. But he does some of the fancy stuff, creep wave pulling, going in for the back lines, potentially picking up the shard from Tormentor as well. But I already like the adjustment that Team Spirit made, because with the Beastmaster and Lion, you have abilities that are going to lock them down. You have burst damage, you have good scaling coming out from these two, liking it way more than what they had in the second game.
I am a bit nervous about their lane if they just go TB here for BB. I feel like that's always a concern. And
Team BB?
Yeah, Team BB going TB. Beastmaster is not going to have the same comeback potential that we saw the Darkseer having. This hero does heavily rely on early momentum from the Helm of the Dominator into an Ags with stacks of Ancients, and I always am nervous seeing this hero against Undying conceptually, because that's not really a 5 you can leave your offlaner alone against, and then you're also potentially going to lose your own tower to a hero like TB because of the fact that the lane's getting shoved into you, which means your Ancients get invaded. All these things are concerns for me.
Did you know that every single hero in Dota 2 is either TB or not to be?
Is that the question?
All right, production
that one's a big pun even for you.
Well, it is going to be terrible late here. Not too surprising to see this emerge for Nightfall. He's undefeated on this hero at this tournament. We've obviously seen him do amazing things on it even before he joined BB Team here. And as BSJ mentioned, it can be very decent in the lane. And overall, honestly, Terrorblade has just been looking like a really premium hero in the safe lane at this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, this hero is always super strong, and they took a lot of time to evaluate whether they want to pick their carry there in the TB or potentially just take their mid with some bans, and they decided carry it is. And TB is one of those heroes that nowadays, and I guess historically speaking, doesn't have many bad carry-to-carry matchups. He does have a few, of course, like PL being one of them. Drow in some games could be considered one. And this meta is really turning out to be carry versus carry meta. Who's going to have the better carry? And the biggest concern I think most carries have right now, can you lane the hero? And since he sees his lane right away, it makes a no-brainer. There's probably going to have the carry versus carry matchup, and he already sees his lane.
Yeah. Void probably, PL maybe. These are all valid concerns.
There are some left. I think Morphling also works. Naga Siren is okay-ish as well. Depends how you're playing the fights. That's a bit of a surprising one. I want to see what this monkey is going to do. So most likely going to be some melee offlaner that they're looking into for Pure.
Yeah, that might just be to protect Pure's laning, because you have first pick, so that means you're not going to see your laning opponent yet. And Monkey, we've seen Liquid use that to great effect in the laning stage, because it effectively blocks all the offlaners that are melee.
This is a really good ban, banning out the Legion Commander, which has been, I would say, top 5 heroes throughout this tournament in terms of win rate and what he does playing across multiple roles, 1, 2, 3. EG showed it a couple of times so far, and also just press the attack against Lion, against Beastmaster. This hero had to go.
Pure is never getting that hero again unless he wants to first phase it, I'm pretty sure.
Yep. He's 5-0 with it. You are correct, Lacoste. Second highest win rate at the tournament. 25 games, 72% win rate. Also, a slight correction from what I said earlier. Team Spirit have played the Beastmaster twice. 100% win rate on both times. And they played it once with the Lion in the laning phase. So they know what they're doing with this. Pretty much going back to pure comfort in a situation where there's $1 million on the line.
Based on these bans, I'd say Pure is looking at his Doom. It's one of his other guys, as Jenkins would call them, and they do ban it out.
Okay, some Enchantress. Most of the time, Fear, we see this hero banned out in the second phase, sometimes even in the first phase, depending on the team. So in this situation, does give them what it seems like a pretty fast lineup if they can get past the laning phase in good order.
Yeah, I want to see some Blink Initiator coming out from Pure if they need more scaling. Dragonite, but Axe has been his hero because he really shines, and they're just not going to change anything. Like this Techies +1, Undying +1, this is how they've been playing so far throughout the Riyadh Masters, and it's been working out, so no need to change anything.
Yeah, it's pretty good. And then the Enchantress for Team Spirit. It is a fast hero. It can stop the split push a little bit from the Terrorblade, which can be slightly annoying, but whenever I see this hero, I always think you want to play around your mid laner. You want to be able to just like enable your mid and shut down the enemy mid, so maybe that's their plan this time around. Enable Laurel, try to shut down GPK. Game number 1, GPK was a big problem, right? So this puts a lot more emphasis. They probably are gonna just make those rotations with the Lion, with Enchantress, try to get a favorable matchup, because I would agree with that too. GPK, last game, he was too much of a problem. You probably have to address him this game.
There's the Axe.
And this team is like, we can read them, Spirit can read them, but what can you do?
Nobody's really proven to us that it doesn't matter if you know your opponent yet, they'll beat you anyway.
Some shades of TI3 Alliance, some good old days. So as you mentioned, BSJ, he is the only person at this tournament that has won a game with Axe on Pure. It's going to be his third game now, 100% win rate before this. Is this a great situation for the Axe to be playing? Tell me what he provides to the BB team.
It's actually really good against what Yatoro has traditionally played this tournament. It's good against the Bloodseeker, it's good against Faceless Void. All the other heroes that have been banned out are...
Jug.
Yeah, Jug. I think it's a lot of a block pick. We've seen teams start catering their drafts specifically to their opponents, and it's also just... Pure is a new to the offlane role. What's going to happen when you swap roles? You're going to have limited hero pool, and they targeted him a lot in the second round. You kind of just got to take what you got.
Yeah, BB is doing a really good job just protecting, not allowing Team Spirit to pick some of the carry heroes that are still left in the pool, like Phantom Lancer, which is before Axe. It would have been a really good game for it, but do you still want to pick it?
I mean, I think you're going to lose your lanes anyway. You're playing versus BB team. I don't think Axe is really good versus PL in the late game. At least gives you that, if you go late enough, it's good versus every single hero that BB team has right now, but this hero isn't particularly good versus Axe.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you're already at a lane deficit, as Fear mentioned, and I think it's okay if you pick like a survivable jungle farmer like PL that once he gets level 60 is good to go, but I'm imagining we might see like a straight Midas rush out of Yatoro, like no treads or anything, because we saw that yesterday as a response for Void to be able to recover.
He's picked it for the game, not for the lane. It's just carry-to-carry matchup. I think in this one, you can get away with not going for BKB at all. This might be some SNY, because you're playing into Axe, pretty similar to what Juggernaut does. Scotty, just be very annoying, get those multiple time walks off before you can get bursted. And now, BB team, I think both of these teams, again, it comes down to mid laners. Let's see if they're going to respect Tiny coming out.
Let's see, in the previous game, we did have the carry-to-carry matchup rounding out these drafts. Game 1 was all about the mid lane as well, so Storm Spirit definitely will be removed away from Laurel. I imagine that they'll probably take away his Wind Ranger as well. And Team Spirit, they take out the Templar Assassin. And what else is left from the mid lane for GPK? Oh, they take away the puck. Okay, so they sort of leave Wind Ranger in the pool, more afraid of the lockdown that can come from the puck.
Yeah, I don't think you need to ban Wind Ranger when you have Axe. It's really hard to play these ranged glass cannons against Axe because he calls you with the blade mail, and it also you can never focus fire a target because Axe will peel you off of them.
I'm trying to figure out why they banned puck here. It doesn't seem particularly good versus anything that BB team has right now, and they already banned the Storm.
Probably because they banned TA, so they're maybe assuming Laurel will stick to his comfort zone because most of his heroes are gone at this point. He's not going to want to pick Lesh. It's not a good game for it.
Probably going to be some Ember Spirit for Laurel in the mid lane. Good into TB. If you're fast enough, might be able to dodge Axe's call. Puck gone, Storm gone, some of these bad matchups. He still has some of the bad matchups left in the pool, but it might be because I don't think you need to focus down on scaling too much because you have Faceless Void, you have Beastmaster for some tower damage. Same goes for Enchantress, so I think you can go that route that mid laner doesn't provide you with tower damage.
How do you feel about Pango, BSJ?
I'm okay with Pango, but it doesn't have the best... Like, I think they need a guy that just dumps damage into Chrono. That's really my only requirement. I'm wondering if we're, like, willing to get frisky on the side of Laurel. I know he hasn't really branched outside of his hero pool much, but do you consider something like a Zeus or a Tinker with, like, no
Zeus,
backline
Tinker.
jumpers?
I was thinking maybe even Necro if it comes down to that. If the matchup is really good against
Laurel
Terrorblade.
plays a really good Zeus. I don't know if he plays Tinker.
I mean, it's a good Necro game, especially now.
I'd be down. I think if you just stick to what you're comfortable with in this particular draft, none of these heroes I'm seeing Laurel has picked so far feel that great. I almost feel like he's going to go Lesh because that's his comfort zone, but I don't really like it.
What do you think, Hyofia?
It's hard to say for Laurel at this point with this position he's in. Does he want to branch out? I think just Wind Ranger it up, you know, when in doubt, pick Wind Ranger.
What's he saying? Read lips.
Well, you know, we can read the lips what you want, but I'm not sure we speak Russian, so Lacoste, you're the closest?
I know a bit, but I think the heroes are called still the same, so let's keep an eye on what he's saying. Hard to tell from here.
Right, we can take a look at some of the heroes he played there. I mean, there's still a Lesh, as you mentioned. Pango, not into Ember. I don't think that's a great idea. Wind Ranger.
He
counterpicked himself a bit here.
I've seen teams just ignoring Ember matchup.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, he might get a couple of CS less at the early stage, but I've seen it's a skilled matchup. Like I've seen Quinn play the exact same matchup, and he comes even against the Ember Spirit.
The reason I was thinking about the Pango, and speaking of Game and Gladiators, I've seen them deploy this hero, and what they'll do is that the Pango will, especially when there's Undying, he'll occupy the Undying, prevent the grab ally, whilst the Void Spirit, or the Faceless Void, is actually killing somebody in the Chronosphere. So, is it good enough though? Does it provide them enough interruption here at BSJ? Do you believe in the Law Pangolier in $1 million matchup?
I mean, I know I predicted Team Spirit to lose game 1 on the lanes, and I think it's going to be even worse in this game. So I think they're going to be insurmountable lead for BB Team coming out of these lanes. I think they are unfavored in all 3 on the side of Team Spirit.
Fear?
I wish I had something nice to say about Team Spirit right now, but unfortunately, this does look rough. I think the mid lane matchup isn't great. I think the Undying for sure is going to win his lane. He's going to take the gate, and he's going to go to an Axe who's already winning his lane. Now, all of a sudden, you're going to have map pressure, and now it's all up to Laurel to make something happen from behind. Axe is going to have an early dagger. It looks very difficult, but if it does get to that ultra late game, we've seen Faceless Void. He can kill any carry in there. Just got to delay the game, I guess.
All right, Lacoste, I'm giving you the hard job. Tell me how Spirit wins this game. What do they need to do in the early game to try and counteract what BB Team have to offer?
I mean, they gotta win this off lane. Lion plus Beastmaster, it's not gonna be easy. Playing into Undying Terrorblade, maybe with some rotations, like we've seen these mid laners rotating pre-level 6. Maybe Pango can do it once, you know, go for that rune, pick it up, kill him, and then snowball from there, but not gonna be an easy matchup. I'm slightly leaning towards BB Team just because of the gameplay, because of the laning stage, how they played so far, and I want to see Team Spirit match up the pace in the laning stage.
Well, the pace so far that has been set in this best-of-3 matchup has primarily come at the hands of BB Team. They've been leading in pretty much every metric, especially in the first 15 minutes of the game. It's going to be all up to Team Spirit to stop that momentum and figure out a way to carry themselves into the top 3 here at the Riyadh Masters. Let's find out which Eastern European team will join Team Liquid in the upper bracket final. And to do so, between Team Spirit and BB Team, we have our casters. It's the Barbie Boys of Sunsfan and Kezu.
Thank you very much. Welcome everybody to game number 3 for the upper bracket semifinals between Team Spirit and Bread and Breakfast. Hold it together, Kez.
Dude, why do you drop it as the first one? You didn't even like.
I just had to lead with the best one that we thought of.
You choked while saying it too.
I did. I did. I did. It's okay.
I mean,
we'll have more opportunities, of course.
I'm a little afraid, I think, here for Team Spirit. The teams that have shown us the best success against BB Team are the ones that kind of play with tempo against them. Sure, Team Spirit were able to do it in one game, but the teams that I've seen do best so far were Secret in 2 of their games with some Monkey King drafts and 9 Pandas yesterday.
Yeah.
But I think Spirit are playing an uphill battle with their drafts here. They talked about the lanes, and I feel like we might be watching another pure show on the Axe here, where he just dunks on these noobs all game long.
Was it 2 days ago that we cast him playing Axe?
Was it yesterday?
The days all meld together. All the games have been actually so good in this tournament. Yeah. About 2 weeks ago, we cast Pure Play Axe, and he completely dominated like none other. And Axe is one of those heroes that Collapse likes to play, right? So it's almost like a denial of sorts, although I think the Beastmaster was picked up first. But either way, kind of showing his regional brother, if you will, that he can play it better than him.
Spirit need some sig laning in this game to start it off, because once again, I think it's similar where BBT gonna have sig lanes, better lanes, and early momentum, and it's on Spirit to withstand, withhold, and also try and somehow push back, because, I mean, they've showed it to us before, but BBT's early game and laning is, I think it's unmatched.
As we get into the game, unpaused, winner of this has a showdown against Team Liquid, who are on an insane momentum run. Not only having one of the most epic Game 3s that we've seen in recent times, but previous to that beating Game and Gladiators in also a pretty epic series. Finally beating them after so many tries.
They try all year, and here.
That's right.
Here they make it happen.
And they pick a pretty good tournament to do it with this ridiculous prize pool that we have here at the Riyadh Masters.
30 seconds to battle.
This might have a little bit of a room battle going on.
Really? That's interesting.
Sorry?
Never seen a rune battle before.
Oh, we'll see a row shelf later. I'll call you out on that one.
Yeah, well, you gotta... And the Tormentors, of course. Yeah. Still available for both teams.
Oh, Brian the board.
Brian the board. Yeah, that's a pretty good one, actually. That's Collapse showing himself. This bounty will be given up for Team Spirit.
I mean, I'd say Miposhka's early performance in this game is going to have to be very important. As Spirit with a good start on the triple bounty room. Mira, though, in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo shadowing, has another decay to work with. Pops his stick, and he should be able to survive, but there is another reflection coming up. There it is. It's not going to be enough, though. Either way, Mira forced completely back.
God, this spell is so good.
Yeah.
Jesus. Mira is going to TP back as Collapse is playing with early boars, so it's going to have to look at using that against the Undying. Miposhka with the early heal, so I'd say most of the cores are going to be pretty happy this game, but still, Yatoro's lane here against the Axe. This is not a good matchup for your Faceless Void.
Miposhka taking a ton of damage. And this is after the massive 3 base damage nerf to techies.
Massive.
I mean, it wasn't picked at all in the early stages of the round. I don't understand. And now it's picked every game. I was saying it the whole time. You remember me saying
Yeah, you were right. You're just too good.
He was barely touched.
Yeah, you're correct.
Barely.
Barely touched.
3 damage.
It matters,
There were some
Shannon.
other things. I mean, it does add up. It makes him slightly worse, but still very good hero.
As early laning stage, Yatoro definitely getting some decent damage off for now. But I think this level 3-4 timing definitely going to be very BBT favored.
Yeah.
Up here. And mid matchup too, they did end up picking the Pango into the Ember. We've touched on it many times before. It's a skill heavy matchup, but I think when you first pick Ember like this, like from the first pick position, you're pretty happy if he gets out of the lane scot-free.
Yeah, I mean, I think all things considered equal, that's got to be Ember favored, right? Like, you're talking about skill
Slightly,
matchup.
yeah.
Like, if you're an absolute
It's Ember
Pango
favored,
god, then
yeah.
like they were just talking about Quinn, right?
Yeah.
He went even in a
Yeah.
terrific performance.
Yeah.
That's best case scenario.
It's like
feels
55-45, 60-40 favorite for Ember on average. Of course, there is some room for failure. As some
we
dirty.
saw
Look at the
earlier-
bottom rune.
Was
Bottom rune. Brian the Boar.
Yep, Brian the Boar.
Deleting the water rune.
Very good.
This is how you can win this matchup.
That's true. Well, that's
you just have to
technically
cheat.
you're not 1v1ing then. Brian the Boar counts as another entity in the Dota universe. As
Collapse.
we see a TP out with the tombstone being placed along with the meta being popped by Nightfall.
Oh, Boar.
You're really obsessed with the boars early on.
They give a lot of golden XP. Like if you kill a hog early game, you might just want to call GG.
Okay.
It's more XP than a lane creep. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
There you go.
I also didn't care. to know that.
Oh, this is like so stupid. You just don't learn anything ever.
That's right. Ignorance is bliss, as Matrix once told me. Pure. Really excited to see what he can do on this hero. One of the more exciting heroes in general. The blast off is there to connect on the Miposhka, and he will drop to the deck. Yatoro trying to get some sort of trade, but ain't happening. I mean, this is like the lane feels very hard in general.
It does.
Especially with Faceless Void in general does not like damage over time. I know it's only a level 1 battle, but it is freaking annoying.
No, it absolutely matters. And early on, Pure got his Ring of Health. They got the Lotus on safe as well. He instantly salves up as well after the play. So Yatoro gonna have to pop his own healing salve in return as save gets rooted in the back.
You deserve nothing.
11 denies on Axe, minute 3.5.
I did not notice that. That is insane.
Yes, that's not what you want to see here.
Wow.
I can't tell if you're serious. You're serious, right?
I'm actually serious. Okay. That is the most denies I've seen from an offlaner at 4 minutes, I think, ever. That's ridiculous. I mean, not including like Enigma or something. Even Enigma. Like,
Enigma gets close. I think GPK had around this denies the other day with the Shadow Fiend.
Okay, it definitely didn't happen. Pure and save. Continuing to just bully Miposhka and Yatoro.
The
bottom lane, we're going to have some action. Toronto Tokyo taking some massive damage. We'll put down the Tombstone. Trying to chase Collapse, but the axes come out. Going to pop his stick, but one more right click will suffice. Collapse.
He got off the block grenade.
Yeah, this Tombstone is still very annoying to deal with as Mira trying to take it out, and Collapse continuing to get chased by Nightfall. Nice and pale. Not going to hit the illusion, but Collapse will be able to get away in the reflection, continuing to be an annoyance. But he will live.
Collapse must have the Helm of Iron Will coming, right? Yeah, so he's actually going to be pretty okay in this lane now, I think. There's all this bonus armor and the armor against the TB, the region against the Undying. So I'm going to have my eyes on Collapse here in this early game. They need to play through his tempo and help him out. Like maybe even Miposhka making one of the classic rotations down bottom where he goes through the gate.
No.
Uh-oh, Collapse.
But the reflection
Good stop
coming
by Mira.
again. And Mira, he will take the brunt of the damage, and both members of Spirit. It feels like both lanes just getting horribly bullied from the side. The recipient being bbteam, of course. Or the giving team. The giving of the damage.
Thank you.
Yep.
As Lau doing well mid. As honest, they need that for Team Spirit. Like, the timeline for them to win this game is him doing well, play through your Beastmaster, and make space for Yatoro. Because as you said, these side lanes, they're just heavily in favor of BBT. Like, even if you outskill them, the TB Undying, they're still going to win that lane. Axe Techies, they're going to win that top lane. Like, Pure is about to have a Vanguard. He's got a Lotus as well. He's absolutely being chilling in this top lane.
Yeah, mid lane in the meantime, very even so far. And the 6-minute rune is approaching. Not seeing a ton of movement yet. Mira gonna get the bounty rune. Tombstone is placed from Toronto Tokyo, but Mira just gonna continue to get chased, although Toronto Tokyo is running out of mana. Do you have any mangoes on him? He does have 2 mangoes, but there's the stick, and Mira back to a respectable amount of HP, as the illusion rune will be spawning top, so not the most high impact for a first power rune.
Yeah, as Larl, I think he's debating. Yeah, he was debating where to TP. Does end up TPing top at the end of all of it with a lot of slows. Oh no, he hurricaned himself.
Super slow. Laurel. Swash not really going to hit a beautiful blast off.
Nice
call. Try to counteract this. GPK is there as well. Down goes Yatoro. And Laurel finally gets off his ult.
That's a disaster.
What happened before that?
I think Miposhka misclicked. He pushed back his own creep instead of Axe. Then they also missed the swashbuckle. I think Lara would have been in range otherwise, so crucial mistake here early on. It's GPK. Gonna be happy about his counter rotation there.
Yeah, GPK having an excellent series outside of probably 2 total minutes in game 1.
What did he play game 1?
I don't remember.
Okay.
But they lost, so
Got you.
Probably correct.
Wisdom runes. 1-for-1 trade here. I mean, you can just see from Pure, like he can posture beyond the wave and not really care. Luckily for Team Spirit, 3 levels in the board now for Collapse, so should be able to take over the lane. Maybe he needs the full Dominator or Larl to show up, but it's nearly a 2k gold lead already at 7 minutes. It was 2k just now, so there it is.
Yeah, and to be fair to any team that's playing against bbteam, they're going to lose the lanes.
You're going to be behind.
It feels like this is literally every game, but as we've said before, they have shown the trend, I guess you could call it, to
save
give
us
up
down
their
bottom
leads at some point.
It would be a tremendously big kill if they can slow down Collapse's timing here.
Yeah, Tombstone's place, blast off with the sticky bomb connection onto Collapse. Nightfall right-clicking from afar. He's not going to be able to get close to Collapse for Toronto Tokyo. He sure does. Decay gets the kill. Mira, nice dodge there on the sticky bomb. That's going to save him.
Dire's structures are fortified.
This map is just not easy to play into. Like, you have this Ember who stands his ground 1v2 mid. You have Axe alone top who... It's all on Larl. Like, if he doesn't go anywhere, nothing's going to happen on these side lanes.
And regen picked up by GPK. Working on the Maelstrom next. Pretty standard build to start.
Well, Collapse is keeping bottom, but they're still here. They have an aggressive stun there if he can reach it.
Yeah, he gets it. Not going to pose for a kill here. As
Ooh,
Laurel getting off
good
his
roll.
ult, stunning 2 heroes in the time of casting it. And Collapse not quite level 6, so, but the swashbuckle comes out from Laurel, and that's enough to at least get a kill onto save. Meanwhile, GPK solos Miposhka. Was that like a 2-minute battle between GPK and Miposhka?
Yeah, he just ran him down with the sleight of fist. I mean, one of Enge's worst matchups is like Primal Beasts and Embers. They just like walk you down. They don't care about your ult, they don't care about your heal. Low armor, low HP. And Pure, he is living life. 4,500 net worth at minute 9.
Yeah, I mean,
He's
this is what happens when you have players of such high individual skill. You're winning your lanes, and then the other team feels forced to do something. They get a kill onto Nightfall, so Laurel picking up a very important kill here in the later stages of the laning. But
that's a huge kill.
This gives space for Pure to find that free farm. It feels like every game he plays actually gets this at some point.
They just have a good lane by the nature of them picking the proper heroes and being sig laners. As Yatoro, they were talking about the Midas. He's going to build that up. Pure BBT soon probably want to kick him out as Spirit pushing in this bottom tier 1 tower. Nightfall wants to defend, still here.
Tier 1 tower getting quite low. TP's coming in. Collapse. Gonna get slowed by that Tombstone, and Pale completely misses. A lot of that going on today with Lion. This Collapse will drop, and Mira looks to be next. A lot of members of BB Team here. Gonna get some Lotus flowers as well. And just like that, Beach Boys team with a 2K lead.
Haven't seen too much from Miposhka yet, not having the easiest game in getting in here, as sure they do take the bottom tier 1 tower, but BBT, they get to defend the area. Like, this is a big deal. Sure, you do lose the tower, but you just hold your entire jungle area, so lowering the space where Spirit can farm, and in the meantime, I mean, Pure is about to have a Blink Dagger completed.
Yeah, and that's when things get really scary, especially if you come on the outskirts of the map and try to find this Faceless Void who's going to have basically no farm. Just building up farm to be able to actually farm. Kind of the way you play the Faceless Void. So BB Team definitely with a firm grasp on this game to start. But we've said that many times before. They have lost games, so anything is possible here.
I really like this move so far from BBT, where they are mid and kind of poking. I think they can continue to stay here until Pure comes over. But looks like he wants to just go top, maybe. Push it back. He's not showing his blink yet, so he may just be hiding it. Clear out 1-2 waves. Yeah, his courier is currently AFK behind the tower, so he could meet it later and maybe connect into a play.
Yeah, there's going to be a scan in the bot lane in the meantime. There was a smoke as well from BB Team. Collapse is likely the target of choice, but looks like there was a counter scan coming out, so they will be spotted and back away. Yatoro in the jungle.
Does have the Midas coming out, so not the worst timing. 11 minutes. As now, I think the best thing that BBT can do right now, you go mid, you poke, and then Pure, like he just gets it set up. If Spirit defend, you go there, you have an easy axe call. If they don't defend, well, it's a free tier 1 tower.
Yep.
As Spirit did have a ward there.
Nightfall showing up in the mid lane.
12-minute rune.
For the time being. 12-minute rune will be bottom. It's a haste for Laurel. As a Tombstone is placed from Toronto Tokyo. Miposhka pretty deep, but Pure showing off the Blink Dagger. First chop of the game. And now a tier 1 tower will be BB Team's to claim.
Well, they're going to take that with a very nice rotation. Just bringing all 5 of their squad in here. Nightfall going to help out with that, as Spirit just... I feel like we're watching the same game 3 times in a row here, where they're not strong enough to fight back. So all they can do is try to vacuum up all these side lanes, get the golden XP, and try to play on good timings.
Radiant's bottom
It feels like we do
tower
have
is
this
under
discussion
attack.
quite a bit, Kezu, but
Dire's
it
top
needs to be
tower
asked.
is under
The torment.
No, not yet. As they take out the tier 1 tower.
What is your
Talk
question?
about the 2 questions surrounding Roche. Because found, especially in this patch, it feels like Roche is arguably the most important part of the game. In some ways.
Both teams have really good Roche taking and also very good Roche fighting. But now with the nature of Bebop being ahead, I think they're just very strong. You have the Tombstone, you have the Flesh Golem, and TB. That's pretty good, but on the same time Spirit. You have the Beastmaster, you've got the minus armor from the Pango, and you can tank with the Inch Creep, so Roche is going to be very important. Like, even just by the nature of Spirit being able to steal it, like they've done in some other games, that will be a huge win for them. Because they need to stall this game. Once again, Team Spirit's late game will be superior if they get there without bleeding too much in this game.
Toronto Tokyo trying to defend the tier 1 tower. There's the call from Pure, trying to get some
Second
creeps
chop.
on his way. Choppity chop number 2.
Setting himself up for the magic number of 8 chops, of course, for the level 20 talent. Oh, Hex.
Oh, we got a Hex initiation. Yotaro's here. He still has Chrono available. He will expend it with the Finger of Death. Is it enough? Yes. GPK goes down, but there's a counter initiation now from Pure. Not able to go any further, though, as Yotaro basically backtracks most of that with the Time Walk.
Save.
They get enough distance. Indeed, they can. And actually,
Toronto.
the axe is starting to stack up on Toronto Tokyo, despite being in this Flesh Golem form. Does have to be a bit careful.
A pretty big kill for them there, as I feel like Yotaro was pretty fortunate on the last bash there, because the Chrono was placed, so I think Collapse was not able to follow through with the Roar here, actually. We'll see it again. Hex into the stun, of course. Spark of Courage, by the way, doing a lot here too.
Yeah.
Finger. We'll see the bash towards the end here. I think that was needed, actually.
Yeah, it was super close.
We've seen this a couple times.
Yeah, many times, actually. But usually I mean, in pubs, he'd be deleting his items at that point, but this is a professional game, of course.
Mira.
Mira being spotted. Searing Chain's going to hold him in place. He gets off both disables, but Pure is there for the 3rd chop of the game. He's really racking him up.
Yep, as he does this every time. I don't know how.
Then he gets stuck on 7, right?
That's true, and then he takes the Culling Blade talent, which honestly both of those talents are incredible. As they gate up top, I like that. Larl, again, being the sneaky illegal man he is, he just gets to walk down these side lanes every game. So
there's a scan.
They want to put a stop to that.
That came out from the side of BBteam, so they
yeah,
Larl
Toro
in the area.
he just perfectly circled them. He knows that they're there. So telling Larl, yo bro, be careful. As a GPK and Larl basically doing the same thing in the safe lanes. Just pushing it in.
He's got his Diffusal and 1,000 into his Aghanim Scepter. And I feel like, I mean, obviously this is an incredible item regardless of game, but it does feel a bit weird that they have Chrono with nothing really into it. Like, it's literally just a swashbuckle.
Yeah, it's like a swash. I mean,
like impetus attacking from afar, sure, but there's no like big spells to really throw in there.
It is a pretty good Void game as long as he doesn't get Axe called. Like, he's good against the rest, where he can play on Time Walks and Time Dilation. Swaposhka does make it out. I mean, they have some enabling, right? You have the Beast Aura with the attack speed, the damage aura, and also like maybe some minus armor from Pango, swashing in there with some Lucky Shot or Orb of Corrosion, but BBT looking to speed up the game as they have done in all the last 2 games. Take this tier 2, maybe set up for Roche. You have Undying, you have Drums.
Yeah,
You kill
pretty fast.
The old Monkey Man very fast.
16.5 minutes. Wait, did you just call Roche Monkey Man?
Yep.
That's a Han thing, isn't it?
Sure it is.
You remember the banana in that game?
What, the cheese
was
was banana?
Did you know that was my suggestion?
Checks
Just a little
out.
trivia
Very
for
dumb.
you. Thank you. Helm of the Overlord on Collapse in the corner of the map. As BBteam sporting a 3K lead. Drums already finished on Toronto Tokyo. He really prioritizes this item.
I like this move from BBT. Go around through the gate, smoke up, place a high ground ward as well to see what's going on, and try to get Pure his 4th stack of the game. Ooh. Toro does get to dodge the move.
Okay, he's just going to TP out.
That was a loud chop.
Nightfall. Casual Yasha already has the Dragonlance, of course, and going to be finishing the Scotty, and then normally we see if it's a good Manta game, he'll go for that. Otherwise, it's a Sage Yasha. This game, Well, both are good.
Honestly, both very good.
Like the lucky shot's pretty annoying.
Yeah.
That's the first thing I look at for the Manta.
I think the Manta will help you like play the map, and the lucky shot, time dilation overall. So him going Scotty, you want to tank up against the Faceless Void. And I would say, well, on this next meta, they must be going top to take this Roche, right? Because I think if you mess up one fight, it's definitely not out of the question that Spirit will just quickly slap it away from you.
Dire's middle tower
The Hawk
is under
does scout
attack.
out some of this gate movement. And only a point booster away from the Scotty. That's a huge power spike.
Okay, going back bottom.
Team.
As they see collapse, not only on the lane, but also on the ward that they did get to place earlier. Oh, he's in trouble.
Yeah, Pure just needs a little bit of vision. Gets the call off with the Blade Mail to follow. GPK is there with a little bit of help from his teammates. No Culling Blade this time, though. Dies a little bit too fast, but he could reserve it for Yatoro, potentially. Actually, already used it, it looks like. So it's on cooldown. Yatoro finds the distance. Oh, you see GPK gets off another Searing Chains, and Pure with a beautiful call on top of creeps, which means lots and lots of spins. Down goes position 1 and 3 for Spirit.
His Nightfall also just pushes out Larl out of the mid lane, so you basically force back all 3 cores. And this is just why wards win you games. Wards and quick gameplay. So now they go from bottom to top, as they're just patient. Here, find the jump with Pure. On this beautiful ward that they placed from the previous smoke. And they just keep it going as Yatoro maybe going a little too close here.
Yeah, Miposhka in the meantime, he's surrounded by enemies.
As Pure kept getting his blink canceled by the time dilation, but then it's finally over.
They're going to be able to pick up the Enchantress, although there's a Hex and an Impale to follow. Can they actually take down this Emperor Spirit?
Oh, they got
Yes, they can. GPK too far. Great punish from Spirit, and that gives them a sliver of hope. Well, it's only a 3K lead, making it sound worse than it is potentially. But
Chrono on Toronto, Tokyo. I mean, Yatoro will definitely just take a free kill.
It'll be an eventual kill here. But now that means...
And the gem!
Okay, that's a big one, yeah. Okay, so that's definitely worth it. I was going to say, they're not going to have Chrono for the potential Roche taking from B-Boom.
That was a 2.5k gold kill for Team Spirit here. Solar Crest completed as well. They might be the ones that... If Spirit get this Roche, B-Boom are gonna be pissed at themselves.
Yeah.
There is no way that out of this game they should be the ones taking the first Roche.
This is gonna be pretty quick.
This is a very fast Roche, bros.
Absolutely. And Team Spirit all of a sudden turning this game upside down.
Okay,
I don't
Matt
think
TP's
they're
on
gonna
the...
get here in time. Yeah,
they got this one.
They absolutely have it. Aegis will be going to Team Spirit. Yatoro takes it, now trying to disengage, but GPK gets a nice Searing Chains onto Collapse. I mean, that's all they lose, still worth it.
Oh, they're looking for more?
GPK. Oh, Searing Chains finds Miposhka next, so that's going to be 2 kills.
Give him the chop. There it is.
Chop number 4. But still, Aegis for Yatoro. How is Pure over here now?
The chains,
he's all over the place. Searing Chains holding the Pango in place.
Oh, the chop!
Into another choppity chop. Double kill from across the map for Pure.
I mean, you better be tipping this man because he's trying to put you on his back. Because there's still some mistakes in this game, as Mira.
Yeah,
no
finds
TP.
The Hex. Yeah,
Korea, bro.
absolutely
You know
no
you want
TP,
it.
so one way or the other.
Oh, find another one.
You can't choose. There's so many animals to choose from. All so delectable and delicious. Mira drops to Toronto, Tokyo. The Aghanim Scepter just picked up now.
Yeah, did pick up the Ags. And I mean, Yatoro is still the main winner of all of this. His net worth slowly going up. Stole the gem. And Aegis on the deck for himself. I mean, it's good that they still come here to try and contest, but the fact that Spirit steal this Aegis and get away with it and still hold it, they'll consider that a victory.
Absolutely. And I was pretty confident that B-Boom were waiting for the Scotty to be picked up for Nightfall to go for Roche, and he picked it up about 10 seconds before Roche was started by Spirit, so they just took it really quickly.
I mean, honestly, they could have done Roche minutes ago, but it's just Spirit. They just punish you. Maybe they're trying a bit too hard to catch him on the map. We see Mira kill some mines. Does end up dying in the end.
Toronto, Tokyo?
Maybe that was earlier when he dropped the gem. This is when Pure's killing everyone.
That's what happens when you get a Culling Blade. Just
it
like
happens
electric
to me too.
shock to your body. Oh, God.
I agree. As he's queuing up the Boots of Travel with the Faded Brooch in his inventory. So about to move very quickly. 5-man smoke from Spirit. Where did it
with
go?
that BKB, and still 9-second duration on it. We have a full 5-man smoke from Spirit.
Nightfall's reading it. He knows that they're either around the mid-tier 1 or they're smoking on him.
So smart.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I mean, they do see nothing on the map.
Would have been a great kill,
Yeah.
not just because it's position 1, but because he's so close to that BKB timing.
Good read by him, as mid tower will go down to all the animals in the game. And he does
Quite the
TP bottom
zoo here.
Yeah. 5 pets have been killed. It's actually very few. Good job by Collapse. Microman himself.
Keep in mind, if you deny your creeps, your pets, I should say, it doesn't count as them being killed.
I don't think so. I guess it only counts if the enemies get gold.
That's a
or
Tormentor!
What the? It's not. Why are you baiting us?
Okay. I mean, they show that is technically a Tormentor.
Okay, good.
Doesn't mean they're going for it.
Yatoro's going for...
Up! Tormentor! Collapse!
Collapse?
Okay, they're ready to go. Team Spirit wanting to get some shards online. Who's going to get
Tormentor trade.
And a counter Tormentor. The only way to counter one Tormentor is to kill the other. Mira gets the shard for that mana drain. Will they get
suck him.
The grab ally? Indeed they will.
That's a good one. Roar, Chain Stuns, Hex, Chrono.
That's right.
They won the RNG battle on that Tormentor, that's for sure.
They also pick better supports with Shard. Well, then again, there's Enchantress.
No, there's Little Friends.
I mean, you get an extra creep, though. The Little Friends is
True.
like an icing. It's like a disgusting icing on the delicious cake. Okay, not disgusting. It's like whatever.
No, I get it.
It's whatever.
So the cake still carries that disgusting.
The cake is the carry, yeah.
Okay. The cake is the carry.
Imagine if that's the line from Portal. Instead of cake is a lie, cake is the carry.
Very good. The CC acronym. The GPK dropping some laughs here.
What is this movement here? Through the gates?
I don't know. 30 seconds on Aegis. Bongo Bongo completed on Toronto Tokyo.
Okay. Man, he loves this item.
Yeah,
I love that he loves this item.
He will just play the drums every game. I mean, honestly, it is pretty good, right? There are some slows, Boar Soul, Time Dilation, some Diffusal Blade, and also just more damage into the Axe Call. When you call, you need to be killing those heroes. Because you get the first one going, you just amplify all the next ones. GPK.
Yeah, has to be careful. Working against the Aegis. And of course, Yatoro with the Chrono. Although the Aegis is expiring now, so maybe Bowling Ball team can take advantage of the timing.
I mean, they might have to be a little bit careful. Like, you need to remember that Spirit have been playing around in its top lane area. So they do have 2 wards there. It's good that they're not walking in there. They're taking a more aggressive approach. Sean Totoki gets to drop a good ward, and they can just go for the mid-tier too.
Yeah, it might be uncontested as well.
It looks like it. I feel like Spirit's contest rate of defending towers has been 0.
That's true.
Legit 0. It's only a 1K
question,
gold.
why is there any tower left in the game then?
Because they're pushing. Because they are forcing you to defend by attacking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Best offense is a. That's the
Best
wrong
defense
saying.
is offense.
Yep, that's the saying. Just testing you.
Yeah. You're very
American
good.
sports reference, of course.
You
I
speak
know
English?
that. Apparently. Apparently. Pure Boots of Travel now online, and he can be. It feels like he's already been everywhere.
Yeah.
This is just gonna amplify.
I mean, this should
his
help them
movement.
get everywhere. I must say, I'm a little surprised that they're not finding perhaps like more plays and pressure. You have an Ember who can deal with waves, you have a TB who can deal with waves, and the rest of you, you're ahead. It's Spirit who are dodging you, and they're doing a good job. Like, it's on you to shut this down as BBT. Larl. There's the
He's
punish.
initiated on. That's a shield rune you got to get through. They're going to get
He's
through quite
gone.
easily. Chop number 6 for Pure.
Meta used as well. Wanted the Pure's TPing bottom. He wants more.
Yeah, he's going to get another double kill across the map. GPK gets a nice double searing chains. Mira looks to likely be dead here.
Dead.
Mana Drain will not save you. Pure.
Oh my, he's on.
He oh my God, Pure! What an absolute beast! Will he get his 7th Holy Blade, Yatoro?
No mana. There's the mana.
Still alive. Has his Chrono available. He really wants to try to use it in a defensive way. He's going to run right into the Tombstone, man. But Pure outside of the Chrono. No chop this time because he just dies too damn fast. Now the Chrono is down. Man, Pure is just an absolute god on Axe.
I mean, someone tipped this man. He's playing out of his mind. Godlike on the Axe, 6 stacks on the chop already. He's just everywhere. Like, right, all the kills they're getting is just because he's going around the right place on the map. What a sick read on the find there.
The fact that they're only up 4K astounds me.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
Radiant are scanning.
The score definitely not showing the entire picture here in 18-6.
Miposhka is gonna have to walk it off. I mean, they did have some very important kills earlier, right? Still the gem steal. I think one of the most important kills in this game.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
The fact that you can keep your wards stay alive, your hawks stay alive, make it harder for Pure to move around this map. So he's getting himself a new neutral item. We'll have to see what that will be. Ring of Aquila. Okay, he wants some more mana. Region.
But it does feel like B-Boom are the ones aggressing, right?
Always.
Like Team Spirit have just been
They're only dodging.
mega defensive, pushing other sides of the map. Like, how many times have we seen, like, even Rolling Thunder being used in general?
Not many times.
Like, maybe once?
Yeah,
two
maybe
at maximum?
He's queuing up a Maelstrom on the Pango as well. Okay, I'm gonna try to look at some more scaling.
Oh, that's my boy right there, huh?
I mean, you keep talking
Maelstrom
about
Pango. Hell yeah.
Don't do it, man. If
Hell
Sunsman
yeah.
suggested it, ain't good. I'm kind of like a basher, but I guess he wants more damage for the team. There's 30 seconds for next Roche. Pure being very vocal, probably telling his team, yo guys, Roche is up soon. We got this on lock.
Okay, he's got... Oh, actually, what is he going next on Pure? Aghanim Scepter? Okay, so he's halfway there. Pretty cool Ags, does multiple things, but...
Lower cooldown, minus armor. You'll take that.
Feels like it's mostly revolved around the Battle Hunger. Essentially stealing armor, which is going to amplify the damage of both the Ember and Terror Blades. So pretty good synergy overall.
Lower cooldown also a very big deal, as Collapse defending his lane down bottom. Does have a Hawk that spots Nightfall, so he will blink out. They're getting some items and some more bonus gold. That was a Pure Sway, I think, with the Battle Hunger. So another tier 2 about to fall. Roche is up. It's gonna be daytime. It will be down bottom. Boombox team, there is no way that they allow Spirit to get this.
Is this second Roche?
This is second Roche. He's currently making his way through the gates of the Twins.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, there he goes, waddling. Man, he really waddles.
He does. He's got the...
Looks like me.
And that ain't pretty. See it every day.
Backdoor protection on his tier 2.
The Tormentors are respawning soon, remember?
Tormentor, watch.
Like two minutes.
Okay.
I clocked it.
Good.
Satanic up on Yatoro.
Okay. I mean, what items are they looking for before they get active?
I think they've got the items they want. It's more about the second Roche. They got lucky with the respawn timer because they got to finish AC and Satanic.
Yeah.
It's on Spirit to try and contest this. Like, try to smoke in a line with a Hawk because they need vision. Buybacks as well for Bebop team, important for this next fight.
Yeah.
Playing against Chrono, Rolling Thunder, Roar. There's only one available on Pure, but it could be a crucial one.
Yeah, Yatoro leading the way. Roche not quite underway. You're going to see smokes on both sides. Very pivotal moment in this game number 3. Remember, winner of this faces off against Liquid in the upper bracket finals.
You basically secure top 3 of this. You have a smoke from B-Boom. As they also have a pretty aggressive board that Spirit... Uh-oh, they find Miposhka.
Ball from Pure onto the Enchantress. Down she goes.
Oh, that's a good roll.
Laurel getting a nice roll onto several heroes. Yatoro gets the Chronosphere onto 3. No
Pure's
time
dead.
for the grab ally. Already several heroes dead for B-Boom. And now Mira getting quite low. The Sleight of Fist is going to finish him off as GPK, forcing the rest of Spirit back as double buyback from B-Boom. Collapsing into the trees. Do they have vision? What? It doesn't look like it. He's going to blink to the other side. A little bit too late from Pure. But now with this, they have to secure the Roche.
Okay, crucial buybacks. They'll likely get Roche from this, but it look... I was checking Yatoro's positioning. It looks like he's kind of pushing towards it a bit, but I feel like you have to give it up now. With the double buyback. Both Pure and Save will be back. Meta still running for a little bit. So they're going to be getting that. Still a pretty good hold from Spirit. The BBT will be happy with the trade.
Yeah, so Aegis and Cheese. Now the question is, do you give it to somebody that bought back? Who was it that bought back? Because we're going to see a pause here.
Safe and Pure.
Yeah, I guess you can't give it to Pure, but his impact is pretty huge. But no, I guess you still give it.
Yeah, I feel like you just give it to your TB and Ember. Just have a 1-for-1 trade. Let's see what they want to do. Yeah. Ember takes the Aegis. TB gets the Cheese. He's tanky enough. He'll probably live through. And even if they fully commit on like your TB, that's 3k HP, 33 armor, and a grab ally that they have to work through, which is not easy. There's Mapushka. He's chilling on the high ground.
And I think Toronto Tokyo does have to be a bit careful. He has the best save theoretically in Dota, but you've got to be outside that chronosphere to save whoever Yatoro wants to actually initiate on.
Spirit are going to continue what they have done best in this entire series, playing for their timings and delaying until they're ready. Yatoro did squeeze in his level 21, so he's got the timing, and I think his next item timing is going to be this MKB, but BBT, of course, they want to push this forward. 40 seconds for meta. I think they'll come knocking on your high ground.
Yeah. Do you think BBT, if we were to pause and ask them right now how much they're up by, they would get this correct? 3K.
I think they will be wrong. I would assume that they think they're up by like at least 8, 9 to 10k.
Yeah, I agree. Got to give Team Spirit credit.
It's also hard to like when you lose a gem and you use some buybacks, it really screws with your vision of like how far you're really ahead.
True. And that gem, of course.
Yes, I did say that.
I know.
Okay.
I'm reiterating what you said.
Okay.
That's right. That's what a good co-caster does.
Cinnamon wouldn't do that.
That's true. He just shits on everything I do.
Seems like the correct thing.
Yatoro working towards an MKB.
There is a chance that if he gets to the MKB, he gets Solar Crested from Mapushka and collapses around him with both the Beast Aura and the AC Aura, that they can try to all-in like Nightfall or a Core if anyone else can just go on Toronto Tokyo. Like you communicate, okay, Mira, I need you to blink Hex and find this clown, get him hexed up, and we all in like some target.
Oh, that's a big boy item for a big boy team. Nightfall.
Oof.
Daedalus.
Yeah.
He hurts, that's for sure, as Pure 6 stacks. Gonna hit level 20 soon. Let's see what he takes.
I think it's
under 8, so you think he's gonna take the Calling Blade talent?
I mean, I think it's just a more Chad talent to take the Calling Blade to get easier kills, but having bonus armor in this game, I feel like is also pretty beastly, right? Void, Pango, Beast.
It definitely is.
Has he just been AFK on this high ground for the last 3 minutes, or what?
That was a Tormentor. Almost missed it.
I'm glad you got it.
We'll get it.
I mean, I'm just paying attention to Maposhka, who's just AFK on the high ground, taking creeps.
Well, it is the Calling Blade damage talent that Pure takes, by the way. And he has the Agnum Scepter officially in his inventory. And now going for a Refresher. So more of an old school axe build to finish it up.
Oh, save. Does run into Maposhka.
Yeah, Maposhka spotted by the mines. Getting off his heels, kills one mine in the meantime.
Oh, big boy Pure is coming, bro.
But yeah, he is completely surrounded with no exit in sight.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to delay.
Well, he certainly is doing that.
Yeah, he's doing a pretty good job. Blast off there, though. Slow motion.
Oh, yeah.
And Pure putting that new talent to work. 7 chops for him.
I mean, Collapse is still getting a lot of gold in this map clear down bottom. Like Daniel the Dragon, he's just continuously cutting all these waves. This is like the 10th wave. No cap.
Radiant are scanning.
BBT with a 7k lead now. 1 more minute on his Aegis.
Yeah, smoked up, looking for it. Oh, but he get Toro on the... Oh, they're going to find somebody else. No, big blink from Mira. Could have been an incredible kill for bbteam. I just combined 2 different names, so we'll go with it.
That's very good. Spirit dropping a ward, and they're looking. Toronto Tokyo.
Oh, the roll is there. That's going to be a very easy one. That means no Tombstone available.
Oh, BKB used as well here from Nightfall.
Yep, Yatoro focusing on Nightfall right now. Gets the Chronosphere off. This will be a huge kill if they able to
20%,
secure
10%,
before he
he's
gets
dead.
off the Sunder. He is dead.
GPK?
But GPK is there to finish off Laurel. Pops his BKB now, trying to focus down the Beastmaster. He's all alone in the base though. GPK, slight remnant away. Remember, he's the one with the Aegis.
Okay, Cheese on Pure. They got to kill Nightfall. It just goes to show them that they are strong. If they find him, like they got Toronto first, so the save is out. It gives you the win con to just all in this Nightfall TB.
Yeah. Aegis about to expire as well, so Spirit continuing to show that having the Aegis maybe doesn't matter as much as we think. They seem to win fights against it all the time.
I mean, if they can replicate this exact thing where under one condition they find this Undying and take him out, and then you place the Chrono in a way where Pure can't counterplay it. Nightfall has to be careful.
Yeah, he's had to walk around. It's such a good placement of the Chronos. He had to walk around to be able to cast his Taser, which would have disarmed Yatoro.
Yeah, sick. Yes, I mean, it's late game Faceless Void, it's late game Yatoro. DD Rune up top, not sure if maybe one of the teams will be able to scout that out later on, as Active Rune's also a very big part of the mid to late game stages, as Daniel finally goes down.
Daniel the Dragon?
Yep.
Is his first name not Black Dragon? Billy the Black Dragon?
No, he's a dragon.
Okay.
Therefore, he is Daniel.
Daniel. Okay.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, Pure having himself another absolute monstrous game. And I will say that Axe has a tendency to fall off a bit, but if you get the refresher, then it's like this brand new power spike that's introduced, because there's not much you can do against a Berserker's Call. Very tough to counter.
I mean, Axe definitely turns into a different hero. It's like, you keep snowballing, then you fall off for a bit, but once you get this Axe refresher, you can just solo win fights. You can just dunk on these noobs. He's holding a cheese. What?
Yeah, these TI winning noobs.
He's buying a Wind Waker on Collapse here to counteract the Axe calls later.
Yeah, that is a good counter.
That's a good one.
Very expensive counter, but you can get it well worth. And next Roche we'll know about in a minute, as Mira Beyond Disc is next in sight for him.
25 Ember.
Damn.
Going Octarine for now, not even going Axe, does have the Timeless Relic.
Well, maybe waiting for that Roche to spawn with
potentially.
Axe.
I would think that the Axe is pretty good here. Like you get in this backline. We've talked about the Shard Axe before. You insta-cancel some of these blings from Larl, Mira, Collapse. As Save is going on a goddamn mission here.
Disarm there. Yatoro very confused.
Well, that ward is instantly gonna get countered.
Was that worth it? I don't know.
Honestly, I kind of appreciate the effort. Like if that ward stays, it can just win you the game. But unfortunate timing. Let's see on this Roshan respawn. I mean, I do think still, if you're a Boombox team here, if you just hold buybacks for the next Roche fight where they're gonna have to roar or roll or chrono, like if you can just trade buyback for Roche, you're gonna be happy with that. Of course, Maelstrom did get completed here by Laurel, so his scaling is pretty good.
Havoc Hammer. Okay. That might be the first one I've seen on an Enchantress personally.
He's gonna push them in the chrono. He's gonna hammer them.
Sounds good to me.
In that bubble.
That's very interesting.
He just wants HP, I guess.
Wow.
3 Observer wards. He's got a lot of those, that's for sure. 6 sentries as well. To be fair, having sentries in late game, even though you have gem, is a good thing. You want to be able to place an observer, place a sentry, because if the enemy team smokes around and drops an observer, you want to be able to see that on the map. That's big smoke from Bed Boom.
Yep.
Blue box.
Let's see if they can find an opening. There's the refresher. On to Pure. And that is going to be quite the reveal.
Well, he's got to come in clutch, because he ain't got buyback this time around.
Yeah, well, that's very Pure-esque, isn't it?
Nice win percent. 7k lead, and Roche is up. I mean, Spirit are not in the right area. They're going to have to insta-smoke up after this wave.
Yeah, this is the Aghanim Scepter Roche.
This could be awkward for them, because top is pushing in. They kind of know that if they just smoke up now, it's quite obvious.
Yeah, and they will. Mjolnir now online for the Void, but it might be too late. And again, the Aghanim Scepter is so huge for this team. Both Nightfall and I assume GPK takes it, but both heroes make great use of the Ags.
GPK gets the
will
Ags
eat
use.
it instantly, and that is, I mean, I would say honestly a top 5 Ags in the game in general.
He's a monster now. I honestly feel like you want to kill GPK first, especially with the Aegis on Nightfall, plus him having expanded meta. And I do think they saw the meta being used. So if they could linger to see how long it lasts, they would maybe want to fight.
Another smoke here from bbteam. So it looks like Spirit will retreat. And it's been kind of the story of this series. Give up Roche, and then win against the Aegis somehow, and equalize the game.
Well, it's very likely that BBT will just wait a little bit more, clean out the waves with your TB, and wait for meta to be close by. I mean, to be fair, Spirit are making it so annoying for you to do anything on this map and just like end. Like you're gonna have to set up your map in a nice way, push it out, go for a quick smoke, and look for a pickup. But I think both Pure and GPK have incredible pop-off potential right now. I mean, they've already been popping, but they can pop even harder.
Looks like he's buying a second Aghanim Scepter here.
That's very good. I like that.
Double the Ags, double the pleasure, as they say.
Yep.
Maybe meant to go for
the synth.
I don't know why you would go synth this early without another item to replace it first, but yeah, backtrack talent now there for Yatoro.
I love all this text.
Yeah, very cool. I'm not reading it. Wind Waker is there though, as we're seeing the remnants starting to come out from GPK. This hero is so annoying to deal with at this point.
He is honestly just a monster. Like Ember has like some, I think not too easy to read power spikes for most people. Like early on some Maelstrom, you get your BKB, you're strong, then you taper off, but now like some 40 minutes, 5 items Ember, you are a dangerous force.
GPK. Oh, he's going to get insta-hex by Mira.
Okay,
Is there a follow-up? Impale's there as well, but Spirit still holding on tight.
You need to still remember that if they all in on a hero, if they're not on Toronto Tokyo, there's gonna be a save. Okay, meta is used.
The Remnant back. And this is with the Shard, so dealing that instant damage over time. Nightfall now on the high ground.
There's a little bit of a timer here now with BBT going for this play. They're gonna slowly get mana burn, so...
Yeah, there is good high ground defense from Spirit, there's no doubt about it. The Impale onto the TB's getting really low. Impetus is there as well.
Thunder, you don't return that.
Thunder, grab ally, not really gonna do too much because he's already at full HP. He's gonna come out and likely hit some buildings. No, he's gonna back away and force the fortification. This Team Spirit holding strong, forcing out all these spells. We'll be able to claim the Tombstone. Nightfall's gonna have to back away. No more meta to work with.
Like, sure, there's an Aegis, but the Aegis hero has no meta. I feel like Spirit could maybe be debating about an aggressive play. As they will push forward, as BBT back off for some of the wave clears here. I mean, Nightfall, he's not just missing meta, he's missing his entire mana pool.
That's very true. Nightfall still interested in fighting, apparently. He's actually just using his body as a shield because of that second life that we talked about. GPK, very hard to catch at Toro. This Chrono is going to be unbelievably important for them to stay in this upper bracket.
I mean, there might be like a very good hawk around, because honestly, like, Spirit need every little bit in this game right now to find the fight that they want.
Still can't figure out what Pure wants to buy with this gold.
Not another Axe, as... I mean, BBT are kind of waiting here. They got the mindset up, the high ground ward. Just going to use Nightfall as a little
Demon
shield.
Seal, so apply some pressure at least. But we can see that the Aegis has only 30 seconds left anyway. Very tense moment here for Spirit. See if they try to fight once the Aegis expires.
I'm down for Miposhka to like queue up a Moonshard or something. Like, pump out some more damage into your Chrono, like give your team an even easier condition to get these kills going. Because honestly, he's getting there. It's 47 minutes, he's got a Pike already, he's getting the levels on the Ench. You've got the Beast Aura too, the AC Aura.
Yeah.
Now you're getting fucked up.
Again for B-Box team.
Who is even missing? Rashard on Mr. Boombox.
Okay.
Bjorn?
Not too bad.
Gonna reduce all the damage.
It's only really good against Void, but...
He does have one Dispel with the Satanic, but still, you know...
it's something.
Pretty good chart. We'll take that. As Nightfall, gonna be looking to maybe replace his boots with a Silver Edge by the looks of it. Spirit going for an aggressive move.
Blink on Toronto Tokyo, so he has the Blink save aspect to his hero now.
Many buybacks are available.
Pops.
Oh.
Yotaro. Oh, I thought he was going to go for the Chrono there.
He was debating it as they have a good ward.
BK showing himself, gets off his Shivas, going in really
GPK.
deep onto the high ground. Pops his BK. Mimaposhka looks to be dead to rights as GPK forcing everybody back. Another beautiful series
Mira?
chains onto 2. Is it going to be out of mana though? Focusing everything onto Mira.
Oh, good
Mira
nice
gets all the
dodge.
counter initiation, but it's completely dodged. And now Yotaro with the Chrono.
Grab ally.
But the grab ally saves him through the finger, it looks like. The roar comes out onto GPK. He gets soul ripped to a healthy amount of HP. One buyback on the side of Spirit. Did he dodge finger? Am I crazy? With grab ally.
I didn't see it, but probably.
We need to see that again if we have a highlight. My eyes may be deceiving me in this old age, but that looks
he
mega
dealt
high.
33 damage while using finger. You're correct.
Wow. That is so sick.
Which means all Mira did in this fight was get off an auto attack.
He existed.
I mean,
All right.
GPK just going ham in this fight. Like, his entire team just gets to follow so freely. And yeah, if he gets chronoed, you just have the grab ally. As Yotaro also had a sick timing later on his time walk to get out of there.
Mira
Here,
stayed alive
dodges.
a lot longer than I thought he would. Here it comes. And trying to go.
There it is.
I can't believe that war. Oh my god, dude. That is the play of the day, I feel like. I mean, that is disgusting.
The supports and shards, like spellcasting is way too important. Spirit, if they want to fight, someone needs a dedicated and designated job at screwing over Toronto Tokyo. He is not allowed to cast Tombstone. I mean, he's got 8 for Lens Blink. He knows what his job is.
Yeah.
Save whoever they go on. That's all he's got to do. And he's delivering.
All right, finally buys the synth on Pure, so.
What do we get next?
Nullifier, it looks like.
Okay. Can never fault anyone for getting a nullifier.
Takes off Shield Crash. What else? Is that it?
No, it's the aggressiveness against the Wind Waker. You completely nullify it.
Yeah, all the items, of course.
So you just go in, you drop the nullifier, and now there's no save for Team Spirit. So this entire like 7,000 gold collapse invested on this Wind Waker
that's true.
is just gone. Still a very crazy game. Because Xanax further out of it. You have late game faces Void with all the auras. Chrono in 15.
Yeah. Well, Roche, when will he spawn? How fast is it? 10
Another quick
seconds.
one, Jesus.
My goodness. And it is nighttime, although changing today momentarily.
And there's a lot of buybacks on Boombox team.
Oh, disarm.
Satanic does get forced.
Thanks to that taser, Toro has to be careful. Lots of buybacks available. I believe Roche, I would assume, has been scouted now. Laurel.
Spirit definitely no, as they have the little tree in
Change
there.
is there, but Laurel actually going to use his full. No, the Glide is going to hold in place. Always have to worry about these roots as a Pango. I mean, remember, this is the last pick Pango.
Spirit are trying to bait them like into their ward vision, right? They've got this high ground ward, they've got a ward on the right side next to the Watcher as well as. Now they smoke up. Maybe they want to overtake the Twin Gates as Pure. It's 25 times a big one.
Yeah.
He might be able to call Yotaro in the Chrono now, unless it's perfectly placed too.
That's true.
Like that 100 AoE is, it can be game changing. Damn, I'm surprised BBT are going for this long of a wrap. Like if Spirit were Cycles, they could be hitting Roche right now.
Yeah.
But of course they don't know any of this.
They're scouting it, and now they
know it
start
now.
Roche up. There's only one way that
Mira.
Box team can come from. The Remnant is there from GPK. Roche taking a little bit of damage. They're going to scout it out as Yotaro. Time dilation not really going to
There's a
connect
roll
with Laurel or
already.
using the rolling thunder. Mira caught on the back line. He's dead. No
He has
buyback
no
available
buyback.
as well. GPK forced the BKB, has the remnant out. The Gleipnir onto Yatoro. He's going to dispel it with
Satanic
Satanic. Gets off the BKB, time walks away.
Oh,
but
Pure!
the call coming out from Pure onto 2. Another chop comes from, and there's the Chrono onto 2. Is Yatoro trying to get something
Any
out of
damage?
it? But the amount of... The shard from Pure actually makes him do no damage to him. He just continued to attack him. That's a buyback onto the Enchantress now. Collapse spotted, but able to get out. And this looks like a Roche for B-Box team.
Oh my god, they cannot fight. GPK just going ham. Pure finds a great call on 2. And Yatoro can't kill him. There's no way. Like the shard with all the dunk stacks too on the armor.
Yeah, that is absurd.
I mean, GPK,
Well,
honestly, just going ham in
I'm
this
not
fight.
sure if we had Yatoro clicked while he was attacking, but I'm interested to see what his damage ended up being. I know it's just base damage, but still, it's a percentage of base damage with the counter helix procs.
I'm pretty sure at the end of it you just deal none. Like it doesn't even do anything to your damage. It's just this buff debuff that's applied to you.
Oh,
and you deal
I see.
0 damage.
So it doesn't show, is what you're saying?
Yeah, it doesn't change your like damage number in a way.
I see. Well, impossible to tell, but you can tell that he wasn't doing any damage in that
It's
Chrono.
90% damage reduction, so you ain't doing anything as
That is
Lara.
absurd.
Yeah, it's a rough game out there.
Yeah, I remember this is the last pick Pango. The panel talked about it would be a hard game for him. And
It
it
is
really
a hard
showed.
game.
Keep in mind, of course, Spirit has played defensive all game long, and this has allowed BB team to get firm grasp of the game eventually with each and every Roshan to come.
I don't know what Yatoro needs at this stage in order to like pump out all this damage to like go through it all.
The fact that Nightfall's not even 25 yet is actually shocking to me.
His illusions are doing all the work.
Yeah, true.
He's about to hit 25. It's like maybe you need a refresher on Yatoro and like 2 Chronos and you just gotta go to town. I don't know. You're down 35k gold.
You
and
have to ignore Axe. I think we've learned that.
Yeah, these team fights are just really rough. You can't really deal with the Ember. You can't really deal with the Axe. They have some sick items themselves. You've got to outplay them somehow, and I don't know how.
GPK feels impossible to deal with right here.
我不理解。
Boots of Travel level 2 as well on GPK. Makes the map play even easier. Pure's got the same ones queued up.
'54-minute game. BB team on the doorstep, where they haven't secured a set of racks yet, despite being in the lead this whole game, it feels like.
I mean, you've got Larl, who just hit level 25, so that's going to help. Lower cooldown as well on the...
Oh, he goes Bend of Duration and not Sunder.
I kind of like it, because I feel like now you can poke the high ground and just like, you just have more time to get through this play.
I guess he bought an Aghanim Scepter as well at some point, huh?
Honestly, maybe he got it from Roche.
Well, I thought,
He's higher net worth now than GPK.
you're
I feel like he got it from
Roche.
Roche.
That other Roche had Ags as well, I
Yeah.
forgot. So he has Terra Wave to work with. Pretty damn powerful. And Yatoro jumping in, instantly gets haunted by Pure, pops his refresher as well, but a nice Rolling Thunder into the Chronosphere. Yatoro
Pure
gets the Aegis down, and now the focus is on Axe. They finally get the kill. He's disarmed right now, so Yatoro going in and out as Nightfall in melee form will get the Terror Wave off as the buyback from Pure comes through. I don't understand how Spirit are able to defend in these situations like this, despite being down this much gold.
Honestly, Polska is starting to do something in this game. Well, not just do something, but do a lot. All these auras with the imps.
The way you word it.
It sounded like a flame, I'm sorry.
Game.
I don't speak proper English, guys, I'm sorry. No flame. No, that was just a really good... they got Pure's buyback, a cheese and an Aegis out of this.
Yeah. Well, there's the Refresher Orb.
Refresher on Nightfall, yeah.
Does not have buyback, though, so 1,500 gold away. And I think without the Aegis, they kind of just got to chill.
So it looks like Yatoro is going to go for this Butterfly with the Trickster Cloak. So he's going to try to like frontline and bait for his team a little bit. Like backtrack with all this evasion. I don't know how easy it is for Bebop to kind of burst through that. And that then sets up Larl for a good roll. As DD on Nightfall, he is a scary man.
Yes.
Coming
to the other side. Maybe this one will feel a little bit better. And remember, Chronosphere is down for a full minute. No refresher that I can see as there comes the Rolling Thunder from Laurel. Mira gets the Hex off as well. Do they have the damage? Not yet, because Grab Ally used initially here from Toronto, Tokyo.
Did Nightfall, did they have a refresher shard or did he buy one and use it and sell it. Am I missing something?
He had Refresher Orb, didn't he?
He did?
Yeah, he bought one. Is it in his... Wait, where is it? He definitely bought Refresher Orb.
Yeah, so he used it and sold it.
Wait,
unless there's a shard that we didn't see.
You can't do that, can you?
What do you mean?
You can't sell for full.
Well, for half. I don't know why he sold it.
Wait a second. I'm positive we mentioned he bought Refresher Orb. Am I crazy?
I mean, I don't see it anywhere.
Yeah. Okay.
So maybe he bought it, used it, and there he thought it's like the all-in play, and if they kill it.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
He bought it. He bought it a minute ago.
Yeah.
And he sold it for half?
Maybe he sold it because he thought it was going to be like an all-in play.
Oh, wait, maybe he didn't
have
use it
vibrant.
and just sold it. Is that possible?
But he had meta again now.
I mean...
It's a long day, guys. I might be very stupid. I hope it just shows up again.
Yeah, what? Just in his
not
secret
there.
stash that only Nightfall has access to somehow.
I like that he's going MKB. He needs this cut through all this evasion of Yatoro. Like Yatoro just changed his whole build to go Butterfly on top of the Trickster Cloak. Nightfall, he answers it with the MKB.
2 Sleight of Fist charges.
Disgusting.
Well, he's had that for a while, but a lot more talents to work with his GPK. Only 1 level away from maxing out.
And 2 minutes and 20 seconds for Watch Out.
That's right. That means the game's going to end in 1 minute
30.
The last game, I think, ended 6 minutes past that mark. A 30K lead for Boombox team, and they just haven't been able to get to the high ground, really.
76% only, but yeah, they've got a lot of levels in their bank. As Tor, never mind.
Yeah, the Tormentor is very important at this stage.
Yo, Save is getting to a very important talent. The 252 damage talent, of course.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's what I like to see.
So we'll have a battle between Save and Maposhka of active carry of the game.
He just needs a moon shard.
Oh, the tier 3 tower.
Mir is there with the ultimate counter in his shard.
Unhealable damage though.
Very true. The fact that they just have not gotten barracks yet.
A BKB on Undying. We're starting to have this forced chat up because they're getting sick and tired of their cores right now.
That's right. I mean, even when he dies, there's another grab ally, so with that tombstone on death.
Yeah, run in there.
That's all they got to do.
Yep. As we're getting a second. We have 4 Ninja Gears. We've got a...
Oh, they'll be replaced very shortly. We're 1 minute away from tier 5 items. Okay, what are the big ones? I mean, there's always Mirror Shield, and there's always God, the refresher one for items.
Ex Machina.
Ex Machina, great movie, by the way. Yeah, I don't know why I forget that one.
That's a movie?
Yeah, it's a great movie. Check it out.
I'll pull it up right now. As
it feels like Ex Machina is like the most popular one.
Pirate Hat on Maposhka, they win this game.
Okay. I
Straight up.
Love to see it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
GPK. Nice 4-staff. Maposhka on the high ground. God, this Ember.
The menace.
So freaking annoying.
There are 0...
This is where you need to start stacking Ancients so you get these instantly.
I don't care about what you just said, but has there ever been a Rags? There have been 0 Rags killed in a 1-hour game.
Yeah, it's insane.
Knoxville, tweet it up, bro.
I mean, it's definitely happened before. Just not very common.
Are
All
you
right,
sure?
60-minute eye. Let's go. Let's go. Tier 5 items. What are you going to get? Yatoro.
Well, keep it up,
Destroy that pinata. What are you going to drop?
Nothing.
What does Gaben have in
Nothing.
store for you? Okay.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
He's
Pirate
got his
Hat.
choice. He puts it in already.
Pirate Hat.
And it is... Ex
Machina. Great movie, by the way.
So double BKB, double item usage.
Oh.
There's the Pirate Hat, but that's on the Terror Blade.
Yeah, who cares?
Not often do we see that.
Hello,
It's really coming from low. We have to hold up on this tier 5 discussion as there's so much damage being applied to him with the grab ally from afar.
Chrono it, dude.
Toro.
Oh.
Nope, can't get the Chrono in time. That would be the first Chrono on top of a tombstone in the history of Dota, and it actually would have been good. Get the tombstone.
5 talent, dude. It's actually tanky as hell.
All right, what are the tier 5 items? Back to this very important discussion.
Fallen
Sky. Ooh, on GPK of all heroes. Okay.
Oh, this is going to look cool.
That's cool.
Good luck, Observer. You're definitely losing track of this Ember. Book of the Dead on Collapse.
Okay.
This has got to be one of the best heroes to get that on, as he is the
sure.
master of all the beasts. What else is happening? We need more tier 5 items, guys. Miposhka, come on, bro.
Yeah, Book of the Dead, it creates 2 Necro books for those that don't know. And if you don't know what a Necro book is, that's too bad. There's no information on it in the game at all.
Get owned.
Used to be an item, of course.
Seer Stone? That's a good one.
That is a really good one.
Miposhka Pirate Hat. Or does he already have one?
I hope not.
No.
Really
It says they have 4 out of 5 found.
No, that was, I think, Spirit, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I know, and Spirit have the edge.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the techies getting it.
Oh.
I want to see techies get
Mirror Shield?
25 talent in that. Yeah, Mirror Shield.
Preach good
choice.
to Pirate Hat, guys. If you're a Team Spirit fan, you gotta pray to God.
All right, what does he want?
Ooh,
What's that item he always asks for? The
Arcanus armor.
Nobody goes for it? Yeah, worthless.
whatever.
Force boots instead.
Force boots are good.
Means you can drop your boots of travel theoretically and just use it to TP once in a while.
I think Ex Machina would have also been great for a Pure, but he'll be happy with those. As it's Miposhka,
they're not ready to fight. Not all the tier 5 items are up yet. Laurel gets off the Rolling Thunder. GPK able to dodge it.
Dodge flip flop.
Not going to really connect.
Nightfall.
He gets one proc
he
onto
jumps
GPK.
over him.
BKB forced from Nightfall. They're trying to take out this Rolling Thunder target as much as can. Nullifier apply, no shield crash at all. He gets it up, but he's dead. 100 seconds of no Pango. Laurel in the grave. They might find Miposhka as well. The force step not going to get him to the other side of the trees, but it's still enough distance. Roche was alive, apparently.
Well,
Toro with the Aegis. I think he got the Aghanim Scepter. There's too many items to talk about. But Poshka, he's going to drop to the Meteor Hammer. Blink dagger thingy called the Fallen Sky. Good God. These 60-minute games are awesome.
Okay, we're at 63 minutes. Who had 12,000 gold? Was it GPK?
Who? Really?
I think so.
Wait, what did he buy?
He has 10,000 gold as he's buying moon shards for his team, I think, right now.
Okay.
Bought one for himself, as Ember Moonshard, of course, very strong.
Yeah.
11,000 gold on this guy.
Yeah, everybody's just fully loaded.
Everyone's just jacked.
You guys aren't aware, this is actually the first turbo match game in history of Dota. That's why everybody's so far.
Without Drax. Yeah.
That's right. Fallen Sky. Instant Hex, though. Doing some damage to the buildings. Just kidding. Didn't actually touch the melee racks at all. As Yatoro. Wait. Is that a block of cheese or is that a shield room? Okay, that's a shield room.
That's a shield What the?
My mind is going other places. It's the only item we haven't seen this game, Yatoro.
Oh. I mean, Pure's waiting.
He's looking for the chrono potential.
Dude, this should be a skin as Pure.
Pure onto Faceless Void, but Pure jumps in instantly. Hex,
Chrono
there's the chrono. Fallen Sky from GPK into the grab ally. Will save him for the time being. And Pure, is he going to have enough space to get away? No, the roar is there and he's dead.
GPK
has his buyback available up in 2 minutes. Otherwise, Collapse uses the refresher. GPK, he's getting perma-stun. He's hexed. He's all alone. What are they doing?
Miposhka?
GPK's dead. They get
the
one melee racks.
Bash.
Nightfall. They get bashed. Do they have the vision?
He's
Eventually
invincible.
they will. He gets one kill on the way
Sunder?
out. No Sunder for him. 3 dead for Team B-Blops.
Holy babe.
64 minutes in the game. The fact that he was so deep and all they get is a melee. The melee racks makes literally no difference
one
in
cares.
65
it's 64 minutes in the game. Literally no one cares. Type 1 in chat if you care. There's got to be very few ones. Wait, so all they used was one buyback on Miposhki? All right. Well, I'm still rooting for the Pirate Hat.
I mean, Team Spirit can be down 100,000 gold and they'll still
Look at the grab ally. It's coming.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a big one.
It's a juicy one.
And what even happened after this? So then Pure comes out, gets instant bashed.
He still dies.
And dies. And GPK goes in the back, and he just ends up getting hexed towards the end of his BKB or something.
Yes.
As a
Spirit, they want to try to go high ground. Yatoro.
Oh, the
time walks
lifesteal.
in, time walks out.
Oh, this lifesteal is
trying to force out 2 buybacks, which are both available for Bebop team. Life near now, onto the Faceless Void. Fortifications popped.
Okay,
there's the final tier 5
I'll
item.
accept it.
The discussion can finally come to an end. That's 2 Book of the Deads, actually. That's 4 Necro books. Fallen Sky, okay. Is that just Aegis? I guess so.
Oh, he
very
just got
casually
big-bonked out of
taking
there.
that out. Instant Hex now.
Guys, can you let
They're half HP, but they're not going to get any more follow-up on top of that.
Book of the Dead.
And Bebop team trying to hold as much as they can. Yataro's going to get the range racks. Again, these racks don't matter that much. The buyback's more important. Even if they give up 2 sets of racks, as long as they keep the
range racks
buybacks intact, I think they'll be happy.
Oh, BKB into
Yatoro. Yeah, BKB will Ex Machina. Might call that refresher because Valve has not put a second animation for that. They look exactly the same.
That's actually true. It has such a low cooldown as well as, I mean, maybe Bebops want a Pirate Hat their way to win, as they're going to keep shoveling up the bounties, but The double Book of the Dead, honestly, for Team Spirit, this is some annoying stuff. They can constantly deal with the waves. Also, this late in the game, you can go for some crazy plays. Smoke up, drop those books, and just push it up all the way.
We've seen crazy stuff today from Zai. I don't see why Collapse can't do the same.
Literally every single one of the last years have been crazy.
Yeah.
DD, Rune on your Toro.
Today has been actually probably the craziest day of Dota I've ever cast easily. And it's not over yet.
As B-Blob's going for an aggressive smoke, but there's no wave push, and no one is here from Spirit, who they're just chilling top. They've got Book of the Deads ready to just send it down at your racks.
Yeah, why not? I mean, they've cut this lead in half, essentially. It's like from 36K down to 20 now.
Honestly, 20K gold lead at 66 minutes, no one cares. Like, it's all about the jump.
Mira looking for the Hex. They find it.
Here comes the
roll.
roll.
Follow-up? Yatoro going in and out. Laurel's trying to make some space with the Rolling Thunder. They're focusing on the rack. This is actually going to be the second set now for Spirit.
They
get it without any casualties, at least not yet, but the Gleipnir. Laurel with a little baby swashbuckle. Just ignore that.
This Book of Shadows on save could be a big deal.
Lane. Yeah, okay, so these racks are exposed, and Megas, I mean, they do, I'm not going to say they don't matter, they do, but
they kind of matter. Oh, this guy has no buyback. Save your president.
And Fallen Sky is there.
And you can't.
Looks like, Terror Wave comes out, and Fury gets a nice initiation onto the second support in the form of Mira. Enchantress dead for 2 minutes. Lion does have buyback.
That's 2 minutes. It doesn't matter who it is, just because it's a 5 this late in a game. You've got a lot of impact on all your heroes.
Oh, let's all take a breather. Collective breather.
As Spirit, they've got this pretty dirty ward down bottom as well. It does show into the Radiant base, so maybe you want to go for some boost of travel play, bring in Collapse. Like, you could just chrono the allies at the enemies and then Book of the Dead it. As they see Collapse on the ward. Does he sniff it? Yes, he does.
Yep.
Bottom wave is pushing. Boots of Travel 2 are available.
Man, these Eastern European games, I can't take them, man. This is insane. Yatoro showing up on the doorstep. GPK sees it.
Satanic, flip flop.
Spell. Nightfall showing up. Does he have Terror Wave available? He could actually get this kill. The call from Pure.
Another call.
Refreshes into another call. That's a dead Faceless Void. Still maintains buyback, though. Laurel able to get out just in time. So, I don't know, it feels like Team Battle Blocks are able to get these kills, but they can't actually get, like, these buildings. It's insane.
They're gonna try to get, like, a buyback out of this, but I think Collapse, with this Book of the Dead, he can look at this exposed racks on the bottom side from Beam Blobs.
Damn it. Ah, you got me again. There's a refresher. Is that the second purchase now? The first time a second purchase refresher has been built.
He hits so fast, actually.
Yeah, and now they're starting to take these buildings finally. Fallen Sky is there for GPK. Laurel getting up the Rolling Thunder, actually controlling pretty well. Nightfall burst damage for the Terror Blade, but not able to finish him off. Toronto Tokyo's there with the BKB, just to look very powerful indeed. Faceless Void. Still up.
Live.
45 seconds away, and Pure getting a nice call. Nullifier was
the mirror shield.
Gleipnir onto 2. GPK trying to make as much space while his team takes out this rack.
Yatoro really wants to hold on to his buyback here.
You can tell, but might be baiting them in. Maybe this gives a false sense of security.
Oh, here comes
the side of bbteam.
Necronomicons.
Yep, Fear comes out. Nightfall able to get off.
There's only one range track spot after this.
Mira getting gone on, but Mapoch gets the Hex onto GPK. The building's still exposed here, trying to finish off this melee rack. So there's the roar onto the Terror Blade. Is there a save to come? Where's the grab ally after all of this? Finally pops the BKB, get the Satanic, trying to get the full HP, but they have to call onto the Pangolier. It's good enough, he's dead. Does have buyback. And now Faceless Void is up, which means B-Box team needs to get the hell out of here.
Maposha going to town.
Back onto the Pango. Maposha has the BKB in his own. There's the Chronosphere #1.
He has
GPK. Vitoro can't even get in his own Chronosphere. Looking for the bash. Not going to find it initially. GPK with double Light of Fist. But the Hex is there. Pure with the counter initiation. Can he actually do anything with it though? Ember Spirit super low. 2 minutes dead for GPK. Pure is next on the list. Does have buyback himself though, but Ember Spirit effectively a dieback.
The bottom range Rex actually died to creeps during all of this.
Okay, that happened. We definitely knew it. So that is mega. Nope, there's one.
No,
there's one melee racks
They didn't get this melee racks.
One melee racks.
Oh my god. So Yatoro respawned. Now we're going back down the other side as... Oh, what is this at?
This is the longest
new
game
record,
of the
baby.
tournament.
High five.
High five.
Let's go.
We did it. All us.
I mean, GPK has no buyback, as Yotaro isn't even level 30 yet out of all of this. I don't know. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Blast off into the Hex. Pure.
Oh, the force
He
staff.
doesn't hit his call at all. Yotaro gets forced after the meantime with the BKB now trying to focus on Pure, but he's going to get a little
coming
damage
in
as a result of the Rolling Thunder. Controlling two here. Toronto Tokyo gets off his BKB. He's getting nullified and chased, so they can't get the grab ally online. And now the Hex, but another blast off from Save, trying to save his Terrorblade, but he's dead. Has buyback available. Grab ally, I don't think actually caught anybody. And this Techies is dead. This might be over. Team Spirit, they're rolling everybody up. Their buybacks are still intact for a couple of heroes as Boombox teams need to use everything they have now. Refresher orb available for the Undying, but they control Nightfall. It didn't hit him. What?
He's
Nightfall getting up the sun, but now he's roared. Gets force step to the other side. He's getting kited to a high degree. Axis come out. He's sheeped. He's stunned on top of it. Rolling Thunder, and he's dead. GG's called. Team Spirit somehow
these guys
win this series 2-1. And they're going to face Team Liquid in the upper bracket finals. My goodness.
I don't even know if the next games can be any better than what we've seen.
No, not possible.
Earlier today, Team Liquid, now Team Spirit. How do they win these games, dude? What in the actual hell?
Team Spirit ended the game with a 3K net worth lead. I'm telling you, 95% of this series.
Yeah, they're ahead.
95% of this series, body bag team was up, okay? They were up 95% of the time and they lost 2-1.
This is,
oh my God.
I know why. Before this tournament, I had this hunch. I put Team Spirit in the top 3. I don't know how they do it. I don't know if they're supposed to win these games.
Yeah.
But they know what to do. Whoever's shot calling or telling them what to do, hats off. This is some of the most beautiful Dota I've seen ever.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. And I guess we can call them bottom bracket team now because they go to the bottom bracket, the lower bracket some would call it.
I mean, they're going to be hitting themselves for these games, I think.
Absolutely.
This is some very high-skill Dota, but damn, they played better for the
And the hilarious thing, they go to the lower bracket and they face the winner of Quest versus Gaimin. So if they end up getting a rematch against Gaimin, that's who they've been wanting.
That's a scary rematch, though.
It is.
Especially
absolutely.
after the game that Gaimin won 2 with some 60-minute rapier.
That's true.
Every team just has the sickest comeback of all time.
Team Spirit, though, they're the ones that win. We barely discussed them. But they looked insane. I don't understand
disgusting
how they continue to defend down double-digit net worth gold consistently. Just crazy performance.
The way that they know who needs to do what and how to defend your high ground, I think they remind me of like this old LGD where the map positioning is always great. They know how to use the spells, delay, who to play for, play an open map, and Team Spirit. I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm just speechless.
I don't know what to tell you, but this was the best day of Dota I have witnessed in any capacity. Feel very lucky to have cast it with you.
Why did you nearly choke
There was a pause there when I said you.
Yeah, thank you.
No offense, of course. No, that was absolutely a pleasure. And we'll be getting an interview here relatively shortly, but Team Spirit.
I mean, they can't believe they won either, I think.
Yeah, I don't think they're ready for it as well, as we're a few seconds away as Tsunami get some interview status. I need some questions for Team Spirit.
And do it now.
I'll do just that because I am standing by with Miposhka of Team Spirit. And yet again, I am here with my heart racing as the end of a series. And I'm left with the same question. Miposhka, that late game decision making, your team is famous for it. Did you guys feel like the game was slipping out of your hands at any point, or you were rock solid confident?
Of course we feel it. Like, from my perspective, it was really, like impossible game. Like we're talking about third game, and also I'm playing Ench, but I have 0 good items for Ench carry. Like no Grobo, no Quiver, no how it calls level 4 item, which also provides you range attack. Telescope.
Oh, the quiver.
No quiver, no telescope, no pirate head, like nothing. And I feel like what I can do, I bought Solar because I thought that I will play like a support, but after that I thought like I need to do also some damage, but I can't. I have low, bad items, neutral items. So yeah, I don't know. Game was really hard, but like how it was. My Yatoro said like, guys, all good, like I'm farming. But sometimes he said like, I have no idea how we can kill them. I have no damage, what I need to buy. But like in after 60-minute game, he said like, okay, I will kill them all, don't worry. Like, the game was like this.
Did you believe him when he said that though?
Kinda, yeah, kinda. But like I tried to find some logic, but it was really hard. Like, it was hard to find some good decisions.
زي ما تشوفون هذا المشاهدين بوشكا معنا من تيم سبيريت بعد فوز كان برضو ما حد كان متوقعه زي ما شاهدنا في الجيم الماضي. كل الاجيام اليوم البلاي اوفز اللي عندنا مو طبيعيه. اول سؤال كان هل انتم كنتم متوقعون انه فعلا الجيم راح تقدرون تفوزونه ولا كان في فرصه انكم خلاص انتم ضامنين الجيم اصلا؟ قال لا طبعا اني انا ما قدرت اني اسوي شيء الا انه احاول اني احافظ على الجيم قد ما اقدر. الجيم كان كله ابس اند داونز ولا قدر يوصل مرحله انه يضمن الجيم فيها ابدا. حتى في النهايه كان يشرح لنا وش كان قاعد يصير في الجيم بالضبط اللي يخليه يقول انه اوكي فعلا ما في قرار. لكن احد التيمات اللي معه قال ما عليكم عندي الوضع انا بشيل التيم الخصم كامل وفعلا هذا اللي قدر يسويه.
For this series specifically, you're facing off against bbteam, but you're also facing off against Toronto Tokyo. So what does this series mean to you, especially knowing that he has swapped positions, swapped roles, but also still considers you very much a role model?
Actually, I didn't think about this. Like also, like it's some unique opponent. Every one of us just thinks that it's good team and it's good to play against them because we know that games will be really not easy. That's how it happened. So we just respect them and we just think that they are good team as also any other good team. So nothing special.
زي ما تشوفون ايضا سالنا السؤال الثاني يتكلم عن بي تيم ضد سبيريت. زي ما احنا عارفين انه تورونتو توكيو موجود مع فريق بي تيم وكان دائما يتكلم على انه قدوته اصلا في الجيم بلاي دائما يكون ببوشكا. فهل الشيء هذا ممكن انه يعني اثر عليه؟ هل صار في معنى ثاني لفوزكم في المباراه؟ لكن كان الجواب يقول لا صراحه احنا نشوفهم زيهم زي اي فريق ثاني، نحترمهم، اي فريق كويس نقدر ان نلعب قدامهم. دائما نشوف انه عندنا قدر كبير من الاحترام لهم وبالاخير يعني انه قدرنا نفوز عليهم بالجيم.
You're no stranger to a high-stakes situation as a TI winner, but it's been a bit of a while since you guys have gotten this far in a tournament. So do you ever get nervous the deeper you go into a tournament, or every single time you're clear?
I don't really know about my other teammates, but personally, before this match, I never feel nervous or something, but today, I feel like a little bit, because I know that match will be hard. It will be hard to win, so maybe this is why I felt some nervous a bit. But it was not really hard, because I really a lot of experience, something like this. But of course, sometimes I also feel nervous.
سألنا أيضا بوشكا السؤال الأخير معنا في المقابلة نتكلم عن موضوع إنه هل أنت كنت متوتر قبل ما تدخل المباراة هذه، خصوصا إنه الفترة الأخيرة يعني كل مرة نشوفكم تلعبون دائما أدائكم ثابت، خصوصا إنه أصلا يعني طبيعي إنه الواحد إذا وصل نهاية البطولة يكون متوتر شوي. لكن كان جواب يقول أنا بالعادة ما أحس بالتوتر أبدا، أتكلم عن نفسي ما أتكلم عن بقية التيم اللي موجودين معاي، أنا ما أكون متوتر أبدا. لكن هالمرة هذه فعلا حسيت إن في شوية توتر قبل المباراة، بس بالأخير عدت على خير.
It's refreshing to hear that even you can get nervous, that you are a human, but let me tell you, your Dota's godlike, so thank you for treating all of us to it. It's been a hell of a day to watch, and congratulations on this performance, and congratulations on $1.7 million, and best of luck as we move forward in the tournament.
والآن وصلنا إلى نهاية المقابلة أعزائي المشاهدين. طبعا الآن تيم سبيريت قدروا أنهم يحصلون على $1,700,000 فقط من فوزهم في المباراة هذه، وخلاص وصلوا إلى النهائيات. فخلونا نشوف وش اللي ممكن يصير، لكن على طول نوديكم للاستديو.
That's it for us. We gotta end today. I gotta reset my heart rate. Back to the studio for now.
Heart rates are extremely high right now all across the arena as Team Spirit dispatch bbteam in 2-1 fashion. An incredibly exhilarating game across all three. And you know, when Team Spirit defeated PSG LGD, Collapse was saying this team is not as good without Army and Faith Beyond. When they demolished Team Aster, Mira said it was uncharacteristically easy. And when they took down what seemed to be the skill level final bosses on bbteam, according to Miposhka, just another day at the office. If this was any other team, Lacoste, I would say they're just being diplomatic. It's just normal, just cheesy stuff that players say. but I'm used to Team Spirit going into these crazy matchups and somehow just clutching out the victory. For them, another day at the office.
Yeah, this team just never gives up. That's about it, pretty much. They have experience. This is how they won TI. They have, like, they had to take down PSG LGD. They played against them at Riyadh Masters. Like, you needed to be the best team in the world, and it shows in this one. Like, just some clutch moments overall. I don't even know where to start, like, because this game was pretty crazy, and I don't even know what's going on with Dota at Riyadh Masters, because this has been the best Dota we've seen throughout the year. Like, I don't think anything else compares to some of the series that we had at this tournament. BB against 9 Pandas, crazy series. Then you have Gaming Gladiators against Tundra. Then upper bracket semifinal, Stalin against Team Liquid. Like, I don't know, like, I might just rewatch the tournament after the tournament is done.
I mean, Fear, that's actually a good point, right? Because even after today, the earlier matchup of Talon versus Team Liquid, we were talking about it like, what are the odds that any other series is going to be as close to that in skill level and quality? Yeah, well, next game, apparently.
It's just in today, I guess. I was watching Dota today. I thought I knew who the better teams were after watching them, but none of them won. It's just the craziness of like just how the day went. It just, you can't predict these things. And this is high pressure situations, so much money on the line, so much prestige on the line. And these teams, they're feeling it. And we're getting some very entertaining Dota because of it.
The most entertaining Dota that we've seen in quite a while happening here at the Riyadh Masters. You had to have been here to witness it. And of course, to witness some of the action, to see some of the magic, our MVP, Kadia MVP of this particular series, it has to be the God Yotoro. This man right here at BSJ, like you heard from Miposhka there, he's saying, guys, I can't fight most of the game. Just give me time, give me space. Eventually, I will carry you to victory.
Yeah, I've heard in a lot of interviews from carry players that it's, or their teammates, in this case from Miposhka, that they're the ones that are responsible for keeping their team composed. Because everyone else is just wondering, we're losing real bad. When are we supposed to win this game? And it's the carry's job to say, like, I'm farming, be chill. He may not even know his timings, but he knows that he will see it when it happens, you know? So this is just just a world-class performance all around from Team Spirit, but the composure to have across all 3 games, especially in Game 1, where they didn't lead for a single minute of Game 1, and they only led for the final 15 seconds of Game 3, the 2 games that they won. That is an absolutely crazy stat that I don't think will ever be matched.
And I like that Miposhka talked about timings, because it's like, is it 30 minutes? Is it 40 minutes? Looks like it's 72 minutes. This is the timing when Yatoro is going to be able to close out the game. Like, what a clutch performance when it comes down to stealing Roshan like 2 times. Him and his teammates, while others are making like stuff happen on the map, they go inside the Roche pit and they take it down. Also his itemization, SNY, he's like, yeah, I need some status resistance against this axe, but after that, yeah, there's no damage, as Miposhka said in an interview, so he sells the item and buys MKB, buys more items to be able to deal damage and kill the people during the Chronosphere.
I think that's actually the biggest thing that impressed me here, because very often when you see a carry player, you buy an item, you feel like you commit to it, right? It's quite rare that a player sells an item later on in the game, buys a different one, and then proceeds to still win the game and prove that that was the correct decision.
Yeah, sometimes when it gets to that ultra late game, you need to restart thinking your inventory. Like what do I want in my ideal 6 slot? Sometimes you're building for your early game, your mid game timings, but when you get to that 60-minute mark, you're just restructuring your whole inventory to be the ideal like custom lobby type of like inventory, and that's what Yatoro was doing in there. He's like, I've got the gold to do this. I'm gonna do the perfect void build. The early game doesn't matter anymore. I can sell what I don't need. I'm just gonna get what I need now.
I can't even believe what the hell I just saw in this game. Another replay that we have to take a look at, the STC play of this game. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, how on earth did they even get themselves into this winning situation? And here at BSJ, they're losing the game pretty damn hard, right? The game state is quite awful. Here, what ends up happening, right? They lose Laurel. I personally thought the game was going to be completely over here because bbteam, the BB team, find themselves a kill onto this Pango, and then they just sweep all across the map, get important kills onto the Lion, onto the Faceless Void. You were mentioning how it's Yatoro's job to keep the composure in the game. Wouldn't you be tilted here? You're going to end up dropping a Chronosphere. You get caught just on the edge of escaping. Normally, this is when you just say, GG out, boys, we can't play Dota anymore.
Yeah, this is when the hands come off the keyboard officially, but not for Team Spirit, as this entire series feels like I'm on an episode of Mythbusters, with the myth being like net worth lead and lanes matter, and it's been busted today because this is we saw that was pretty much the entire pace of the game, was Team Spirit kiting BB team around the map, getting chased, feeding randomly, because they can't help it. They have to get their farm, they have to get their space, and then what is it, 2 team fights? It's just a Team Spirit winning? I don't know, man, this is crazy.
I don't understand Dota anymore. This tournament has upended everything I know. As Fear was saying, the better team has been consistently losing all throughout the playoffs.
No, it seems like it doesn't matter, especially when the stakes are this high. Like, you just can't close out the game. It happened so many times in the last 2-3 days that it's insane. Just how much you can have advantage. Like, everybody thinks this one's in the bag. It's not throwable. It cannot happen again. But if one thing's team that learned, that watched Dota throughout the last couple of days, is that they should not give up. Don't leave, don't call GG until the throne falls.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And I think this series was a good case of these veteran teams, these experienced teams on LAN. They look at Liquid's win, we look at this win now by Team Spirit. These guys are veterans on LAN. Just wait for the opportunity for these teams that don't have as much experience. They're going to get a little giddy, they're going to go to the high ground. And if you're patient enough, you can turn that into your advantage and eventually you can win the game.
Eventually. We had a lot of late game Dota today. The game that we just witnessed here, which guaranteed Team Spirit entry into the upper bracket finals, also now officially the longest game at the Riyadh Masters. Truly incredible to witness, and we love seeing Team Spirit in the upper bracket final. Hopefully they're on the path to reprise their role in the grand finals of the Riyadh Masters. Of course, that does close out this series, but we're not done talking about the excellent Dota that we've seen today, as of course our KFC Colonel's choice for the play of the day overall happened in the series between Talent Esports and Team Liquid. An incredibly long fight, Lacoste. I'm looking at this engagement. You know, you see Storm zipping in, out, going back, forth. There's multiple arenas, but for me, the most impactful part about this fight, I thought that Tier Jabs had thrown the entire game by putting down this arena. And Team Liquid thought, here's our chance. They jump back in. Guess what? There's a second arena. You got your baited.
Yeah, it was just overall a wild game coming out from both of these teams, because, like, you don't know who's going to win until the end. There's going to be some, like, clutch spell casting, and it looks like they already won that fight, but suddenly the whole fight turns around. Like, these arenas, they did look good, and I don't even remember who won this fight, to be honest.
I think Talon ends up taking it with a third arena. I don't know how long this clip's going to go, but we saw initially Liquid losing it, buying back all their heroes, and now Talon lost it, and they're buying back all their heroes. So I feel like all these fights, nobody wins. At the same time, you know, like, this is 10 on 10, effectively.
So effectively the longest team fight of the day. It does look like, for sure.
We have been informed that we'll still be going for another 40
I'll harp on this all the time.
As we will see the third arena.
It's a Timber Saw, like every time. This hero just keeps throwing spells out. He's level 25. Double chakrams are coming out. We even have to speed it up a little bit, but like, how do you kill
There's the third one.
These times?
How do you kill Timbersaw? You kind of don't. You know, you have to kill everybody else first on the third arena. When the entire team has brought back, that's the only time you find the opportunity to be able to kill the Timbersaw.
Third time's a charm.
Third time's a charm, right? And that guaranteed them the game. That's how Talent Esports wound up in Game 3, and that's also how they defeated at that point in time, undefeated IO Strat, and honestly defected Team Liquid, because going into Game 3, even though they had the opportunity to do it, they were like, maybe IO shouldn't be coming up, and they almost lost the game because of it. Like, without Zai just going absolute god mode, they would have lost Game 3. It would have been Talent in the upper bracket final.
That was a nice, like, 3-minute snapshot of today. That team fight right there.
Just, wow, what a day of Dota. Well, another thing that we have to take a look at as well is the Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib save of the day that came through in this final series in Game 3 between BB Team and Team Spirit. And here in this occasion, you know, we were looking at this game, and one of the things that we kept mentioning here is having this Undying is such good immunization against Tombstone. We're always going to have the grab ally, quote-unquote, the bunker, ready to go. But being able to clutch it out and wait so long in such an awful situation, you're thinking to yourself, Lion's not even in the fight anymore, and then using it to dodge a freaking Lion Finger of Death. How on earth do you get this timing down?
By luck, I think. I don't think you can actually time that, but it was incredibly... Well, he knew he was in danger, right? It's like instincts of a support player. He's like, she's in danger. I'm going to use this right now. It just so happened that he got the dodge as well, but either way, save of the day for sure. Like, being able to get that off in that type of situation...
It's pretty wild.
I mean, they still lost, but it was still a really good save of the day regardless.
Yeah, having Blink Dagger, Ether Lens, Refresher on Undying to, like, use it twice, and then Also, Team Spirit, they needed to have some kind of a save once Axe jumps in. So in the end, Collapse picks up Refresher and Wind Waker. So he has like double save as well coming up from him. Not just that, he also buys Etherland just for extra cash, right? I mean, this is just like 200 IQ thinking when it comes down to itemization from both of these teams.
This is one of those games, DSJ, that you just look at over and over again. You just gain MMR by being involved in the game. Just watch it, and you're going to become a better Dota player by observing.
I feel like I gained MMR while also losing some brain cells. But not because people are making stupid plays, but because my brain's been working so hard to figure out what the hell's going on, and I still don't know.
We're just not good enough to comprehend half the things. So, like, if I promise you, if we go into the game, watch the replay, watch every player's like individual things they did in these team fights, everyone would be blown away. Like, that's just how talented all these players are.
Maybe on slow motion we might be
able to
grasp it.
Might have to pause. That's the only way to grasp the degree of Dota that we've just witnessed. Just, wow, incredible stuff. This is why we are here at the Riyadh Masters, and of course, this is why we witness upper bracket Dota. And there's a reason why Team Liquid versus Team Spirit will be our upper bracket final. Both teams already guaranteed $1.7 million no matter what. Talent Esports, bbteam, not out of the tournament just yet. They're going to be dropping down, unfortunately, to the lower bracket, where it's not like life gets any easier here, Fear. Now you have to wait if you're bbteam for a Quest or a Game-In. Teams who have also shown that they have great credibility when it comes to the late game. Game-In especially are also very good at the early game. And if you're Talent Esports, I'm not trying to play up against a Team Aster that's looking better and a 9 Pandas that knows how to play the late game themselves.
Yeah, that's going to be difficult. I think if Aster win that series specifically, they're going to have to bring Ace up the sleeve there. If 9 Pandas win, they're looking a little bit better in my opinion right now, and they've got a lot of different strategies that are very scary to play against. So either way, you're playing versus a team that has a lot of momentum, and whenever you get knocked down, your momentum has stopped already, and you're playing versus teams that are winning. It's always difficult, and that's why getting knocked down, generally speaking, later on in the tournament, you see these teams that make the runs from the beginning because they got all that momentum.
Because if you're a bbteam, who would you rather be facing between Quest Esports and Gaming Gladiators?
Ooh, I mean, Gaming Gladiators, they've shown that they're the best team throughout this year. So, and everybody wanted to play them. So I think a lot of preparation came into that, how to beat Gaming Gladiators. So I think they would rather play Gaming Gladiators than Quest Esports. But all of these teams that were looking in the lower part of the bracket as well, they showed some world-class performance at this tournament.
Yep. Tomorrow we're going to be certainly seeing some more world-class Dota as the 10th day of the Riyadh Masters will continue with some elimination Dota happening in the lower bracket. We start the day with Quest Esports versus Gaming Gladiators. We go then to Team Aster versus 9 Pandas, and then of course bbteam await the winner of the first series of the day. BSJ, break down the second series for me. Team Aster versus 9 Pandas. Where do you think that one is going, given where they're meeting at the tournament?
I think 9 Pandas probably looks like a top 4 team at this tournament. Not to take away from Aster, but I think them giving bbteam as much of a run for their money as they did, they probably should have won that series. And like Lacoste mentioned, they have some sick strats. I think they're going to whip them out tomorrow.
You have to have been here. If somebody wasn't watching today, like seriously, just pull up the VOD and say, give it to them and say, you're welcome. Thank me later, because truly, this has been some of the best Dota that you'll ever see. Honestly speaking, there have been TIs with less exciting Dota than TI4. This was much more exciting than some of the international Dota that we've seen. Unfortunately, that does mean we have to wrap up the day. We all have to go to bed. We have to reset our heart rates after the madness that we've seen in this day of Dota 2. To that end, please make sure that you do the same. Go get some rest. Remember to hydrate. And honestly, just go back and watch the games. As Fia mentioned, watch individual players to be amazed, be astounded, and recognize why it is that we're all here to celebrate the best Dota players and the best teams in the world right now. Tomorrow will be some more Dota, so we will see you then. Remember to call your mom. Remember to keep your positive mental attitude about Dota. Don't be like GPK in your pubs. And more importantly, remember to look yourself in the mirror. Remember to remind yourself that you matter, the world is worth fighting for, and the Dota is worth watching. See you tomorrow. Peace out. We'll see you then.